Alright, we hopefully should be sorting out the technical issues on the stream on our end as well, so we're probably going to be seeing the first pick here for Indonesia. And we're going to see Party Starter, which is the hardest hybrid, honestly.
Honestly speaking, I definitely agree. Like, with the length alone, you can already tell it's gonna be a map that could be choke heavy if you're not careful. But the patterns in specific is what makes it really, really difficult. You have Ellens mixed with mini jacks and stuff like that could really be detrimental if you're not proficient with Rice, along with Ellens in general.
I mean, to be fair, like let's just be fair. This is Lemon Guy's hybrid, so anything that resembles a Lemon Guy's hybrid is just going to be very, very technical.
Well, as I said that, if I were to be honest about technical, I would like say put the players who could FC, who you think has the high chance of FC. And that's what the United Kingdom is doing right now. Putting in Zubin. I guess you could say Musun could be in, but considering Zubin's playstyle of low miscount and high combos, definitely you put a player like that. Especially considering I think Indonesia, if they were very, very, very confident about this map, could just end up with low miscounts or maybe even full combos in general.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This chart is just a very nightmare to full combo, especially in the slag. I feel like with this kind of OD as well, I think it's kind of harsh considering how everything is going to be put together as a chart, and I feel like playing this in general is probably not going to be like so proficient as like you would mostly see on other hybrids as well. But anyways, we're going to get to the first pick here by Indonesia. We're going to see Party Starter here. Let's see how this goes.
Honestly, it's a fitting name for the first song, Party Starter. This is the first song of like quarterfinals. Just fitting way to do it. But look at Albert's act though. Is that a 94? Wait a minute.
I'm not sure.
Wait, but was that well? For now, at least we could look at this lead. It's not that huge though, and it just gives United Kingdom a little bit of an advantage. But wait, it looks like Team Momentum also dropped at the start.
Actually, yeah. I feel like the miss is actually going to cost Albert a lot there for Indonesia. The lead is going to UK as far as the start goes.
Yeah, well, Team Momentum's accuracy already increased to 99.8, which is higher than Zubin with the full combo. But Albert with another miss, what is happening to the Indonesian team? And this is the first pick as well, so losing that already at the start is not a good sign of how things are gonna come.
Look at how UK go already with 99.8, even the take with the miss.
Oh, well, I just say that Team Momentum drops to 99.6. Surprisingly, Zubin's been keeping up the 99.7 despite the Ellen patterns. Ray with a drop is not gonna help Indonesia's drop so far. At least as the only full combo remaining. And Team Momentum is gonna drop as well.
I think as far as drop goes, Albert dropped like a significant amount of accuracy, so I feel like it's gonna be hard to come back unless the other two players from UK missing. But I don't think it's gonna be the case here. Team always taking to continual drop, so it's just gonna be a matter of trades.
Indeed, trades are gonna be important. The moment eliminated Zubin eventually, or if they ever drop, that's when there's a chance. But Ray and Albert, as I said, Ray and Albert dropping is certainly not gonna help Indonesia's chance.
Yeah, it's just mostly take dropping, but I feel like the accuracy is still like just around Ray's accuracy, which doesn't drop a ton. But I feel like the misses actually comes out that Ting actually has better accuracy than Ray right now.
Yeah, that is true. But Team Momentum is also dropping that accuracy. 2 full combos on the United Kingdom side, while Indonesia has 1. And the mere fact that we're even seeing full combos here is insane, and that these are drops the last full combo that Indonesia had.
Clean drop from Adiza, but I feel that's still 2 FCs to 0 right now.
That is true, and the accuracy lead is also pretty big, I think, as Albert already drops to the 98 range. That is not a good sign. I think this lead should be like around 40 to 50,000 already. That's really huge.
Ooh, Eliminate starting point to take a little bit though. There's only one FC remaining, and there's still a lot going on. We still have like last quarter of it, so you really can't rest until it actually ends.
That is true. It's just very unfortunate. I think the misses are what gave it away to United Kingdom. Look at Zubin go though, still holding a full combo after all of those patterns. Really impressive to see.
Yeah, Albert still continuing to really pretty much struggling here to even keep on a combo like above 100. And I feel like that's pretty much it. This is a very clear win for UK here.
And this is not a good way to start a match if you were in the Indonesian team. But if anything, this is the first round where it's going to be first to 7 points. So there's still more opportunities to take in comparison to the previous rounds at least.
That's a stupid full combo, what the heck? That's really hard to even FC.
Wait a minute, 986 on party starter, and wait, Eliminate had the higher score as well. But at the end of the day, that full combo certainly helped United Kingdom's case. It was
Absolutely.
like, I think it was like the worst ratio in the lobby by a bit of a margin, but still, full combo is full combo, essentially beating everyone but Eliminate. Albert, though, made
It may have.
difference,
It may have.
I believe, but I really hope it does get sorted out.
You may have sorted something out here. I feel like Indonesia's not having a good start here, so it's just pretty much United Kingdom playing United Kingdom's cards here. The United Kingdom will probably just gonna have to respond with something a little bit more technical route. We have like 7 rice here, so United Kingdom can just pick any on that 7.
Well, now that you win the hybrid, could you go for something like Ultima Thule? I don't think that's the way to go. If I were United Kingdom, I could probably save Zenith Allies for later, considering the type of players that I have. I think the way to go though is probably Delirium, or maybe even Formidable Enemy, considering how many times Indonesia has choked. I would not advise counterclockwise though, considering that Indonesia had a really good break-in rule score in the previous round.
Oh, counterclockwise. Oh, okay. So this is a bit of a riskier round, but I feel like this is very understandable considering how they have a very solid scores on tech, pretty much. I think it kind of plays to the point that just chokes really matter, and I feel like they have a really good tech go around here.
In general, I would say the United Kingdom's rise is among the cream of the crop in the whole team.
I think this is going to be keeping
But
up
so
with
is Indonesia's rise.
Yeah, I think this is going to keep up this same roster, except for United Kingdom, we have Houston instead of Zubin. I think it's kind of interesting to me, because I feel like Zubin is more well kitted out for some sort of like a tech or very fast burst or something like that.
Yeah, that is true, and like breaking rules, I did say that Indonesia had among the highest, if not even the highest, breaking rule score in the whole tournament. But this map is no breaking rules. I think, like in terms of the length alone, this one is longer. So I think it would be very interesting to see how or what United Kingdom was planning. I was expecting Zubin to stay, but looks like they're gonna choose Newsom. I think they're gonna go for the risk of higher AC. Of course, you have the higher chance to make a miss or something, but if your AC is higher and you're able to FC, it's gonna pay off a lot.
Thing is, I feel like even you go for a higher act, this also comes with like OD 8.5, which is not normally you see on most like the very hard technical charts. And OD 8.5 on something like this is actually gonna a testament to how consistent you are on most of the bursts and mostly tech bits are. This is actually gonna be really a nightmarish to act.
It's true. Looks like right now we're just waiting for Indonesia to click that ready button. I can't wait to see how this one goes. We started off with a breakpoint. I wonder if Indonesia could answer back, and I think they definitely have a chance. Wait a minute. Wait, look at the chat right now. Is there gonna be a swap for Retro AX?
I think it might be, because Albert is swapping out.
That's surprising. I was expecting Albert to stay, actually, considering how physically adept Albert is.
Richard is also pretty much a well-known technical player as well, so I feel like this is also can play out in Indonesia's favor. But it's just a 3v3. This is a team opportunity to actually take a point and probably break a point as well.
Well, yeah, this is certainly one of those charts where I think Indonesia has a chance to take a big point, but they have to be very, very careful.
I do love Terminal 11. This song is actually like it's just all hell breaks loose once you get to the second half of it.
I really like Terminal 11 as well, but like I mean, all of their like music pieces have always fit for tech charts, and this one is certainly no slouch. Look at Indonesia though, literally 2 players at 99.9, but same with the United Kingdom, 2 99.9s in a map like this. But the difference between Retroactive and Ting Momentum is the reason why Indonesia has the lead right now.
Well, Retro is actually down to like 99.4, actually a little bit lower accuracy than Ting, so it kind of offsets a little bit there. But I feel like this is not even the hardest part of patterns in the entire chart. It's just we're entering the first half of it, and we're not even close into reaching it.
Not yet indeed. This map is pretty long, and we've only reached a quarter of it right now. Indonesia, the accuracy in general is lower than the United Kingdom, but they're keeping that consistency. So Ting Momentum has reached the accuracy, or not accuracy, but the combo cap already. If anyone from Indonesia misses, it's gonna be United Kingdom's point to take. But wow, looks like they're reeling it in now. With Retrorex dropping some more accuracy, that is not good news at all.
Actually, there's no lead whatsoever here. This is actually really funny because the 3 FCs is still kind of like going head to head with the 2 FCs on the United Kingdom. The lead is nothing right now.
Well, Indonesia has to hope for one more miss from the United Kingdom if they want to hope for a chance to take a point. But oh, wait a minute. Muson dropped some accuracy, so this lead could go to Indonesia anytime soon. But they have to increase that fast.
200 by eliminate. There's like literally 98.8. I think Adiza dropped a few bit there, and Ray is holding the highest accuracy in the entire lobby. And we're entering the last third of it. The last third is actually really hard to keep things going.
Ray has improved so much in the tournament scene, and so has the Indonesian team in general. The United Kingdom is already showing that they're definitely keeping up with those kinds of players. But still no misses so far after those initial misses. But never mind!
There's a miss from Houston. There's a drop, drops all about the 200s from a little bit from the Indonesia side. This is actually going to be a little bit scared. There's still going to be a tug of war happening on the last quarter of this chart. This part is hard.
Yeah, I mean, Indonesia, UK would have to hope for chokes from Indonesia. We are at the last part. Still, chokes can happen from either side. But wow, I think Indonesia is going to end with a triple FC. If that's going to be the case, that's such an insane team score. What in the world is going on?
Watch out for the rolls that's coming to this one. This is actually really scary, but I feel like they're going to came unscathed here. It looks like Indonesia actually going to take a break point at this 12.
Oh my god. United Kingdom took a break point from Indonesia, but Indonesia responds back. And what a way to do so with a triple FC run. Oh my goodness, Indonesia. What is that performance?
I feel like if Newson didn't miss, or even Ting didn't miss, that's on United Kingdom's favor. So just imagine that situation where you actually did take a miss, but they actually take one miss each.
One miss each. That would be an interesting way, but I'd say United Kingdom barely wins it if that's the case. Because I still think the UK had slightly accuracy lead.
1-1 right now, and this is going to be the initial pick here. So I'm curious to see what they're gonna go with. There's only 2 more hybrids. I feel like they're probably gonna go with Revelation or something like around LN, which also plays it on their favor.
So that's a good strategy. Speaking of 1-1, that is also the scoreline for the other match that's going on. which is Japan versus Singapore. And yeah, well, it's gonna be close for both of these matches. On a side note, I also like to say I think Indonesia could also go for Delirium, considering how this map went. Because chokes from United Kingdom, I think, are really fatal. And overall, in Rise, I just think Indonesia is the more consistent team. So they could go for Delirium, or maybe something like OWA Rage in Vegas. Well, never mind.
Ultima, yeah.
Looks like they are gonna go for Ultima. I hope that Indonesia could secure a consistent score, like similar to counterclockwise. The reason why Party Starter was a dominant win for United Kingdom in the first place was because of the third player in Indonesia. If they can secure,
I feel like the third player from Indonesia has a little bit of a disadvantage at the very beginning of the chart. So it just kind of explains why they only have 28 misses. So I feel like it's not the misses that are just spread out. I think the beginning has a lot more misses.
Looks like, speaking of misses, I really think that's going to be a weakness that Indonesia could take advantage of. But I'm surprised to see Anta Bekasi playing for Indonesia. I was expecting Albert to come in. I would have thought Anta would have fallen a little bit behind starting in semifinals physicality, but I think right now they probably feeling it, and I think that's very important for the Indonesian team to have one of your most renowned players to be proficient at any stage in the tournament.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is, I think this is just probably like out of all the hybrids, this is probably like the mid-level, I guess the mid-tier chart of the hybrids. Because you're starting off with the hardest hybrid, and you're going for the second hardest. And Revelation is probably arguably the easiest out of that. So it actually is a good strategy to pick on something that United Kingdom will probably just gonna have fall off. So let's see what happens.
Well, right now it's 1:1. Indeed, we will see what happens. We started with 2 breakpoints. Would this be another breakpoint that the United Kingdom could take? I mean, in general, I just think this match is going to be really close from this point on.
Alright, we're going to see the start right here. This is, I'm not sure why was that warning of the epilepsy going on right back there, but hopefully it's not going to affect their players too much. We'll see what happens with the third pick here. I guess the third pick we see on the screen right now, we have Ultima, picked by Indonesia. Starting off with LS doesn't seem to play his back. Also, Adiza has a bit of a rocky start.
Well, right now, despite the rocky start for Team Momentum, it's still ridiculously close, given that Anta Bekasi and Adiza are slightly behind News Ray being the catalyst for this.
Alright, they're going physical. Oh, Anta Bekasi has a lot of 300s, just falling a little bit short on ratio.
And he's happy. That's not good because Newson is now going to take the lead for United Kingdom. Team Momentum's recovered amazing, but they have to do much more work. Oh, but Indonesia is going to retake the lead slightly despite the accuracy that United Kingdom has right now.
Ting dropped a few 200s on some of the non-LN section here. This is a bit of a weird surprise, but I guess there's still like 2/3 of the chart left, so I feel like it's not going to cause too much of an impact. Howard is tug of war, please. Dude, just, oh my god, at least there's nothing.
What is going on here? It's literally nothing, but I think United Kingdom is sort of taking the lead. Newson, 99.87? Excuse me?
All across the board are about 99.7. The whole lowest, okay, but Ting just missed right there. I said lowest, but Ting already missed there. So, there's a lead for Indonesia right there. I'm not cursing it.
Well, yeah, Indonesia they could potentially take the first organic point because we started with 2 breakpoints a while ago, but now Indonesia is in the driver's seat. Rei, Adiza, Anta Bekasi at 99.7s all around. Unfortunately, United Kingdom only has Newson above at 99.7 in general. So as long as Indonesia does not drop, it's their point. But United Kingdom can still catch up.
Still the most physical part here. This is actually where Otsa probably starts to fall. There we go. Otsa falls a bit there. And there you go. I think the lead's gonna shift a little bit to United Kingdom, but it's not that much here. Ting will recover his accuracy, but I feel like it's gonna take a slight inch of the accuracy lead here. Eliminate might even drop there. Ooh.
Eliminate dropping, that is gonna cause the Indonesian team to have to lead again. But Nusa drops that essentially seals it. Indonesia, I think they gotta take this.
Yeah, with Newsom down, there's no SCs outside of 2 SCs from Indonesia. This is absolutely impressive.
And there we go, Indonesia 2970 on a map like this. That's amazing. Wait, the thing random just this.
I think it probably left early too. Well, I mean, honestly, look at that black flag array, which black flag means 1/200. Also with Newsom actually, it doesn't have that miss.
Oh man, well that's true. Honestly, Joe, these counts are just really impressive. We didn't see Ting Momentum's 200 count, but I think it would have been really impressive as well. Looks like Zubin is going to be in for United Kingdom, so yep, definitely.
See,
the Usao jump stream pick, right?
Yeah, it's the, bagel jump stream, right? I'm not gonna pronounce that, you know? It's just a gray area right there.
Yep. I'm just gonna say, I don't know how to pronounce this, so I guess it's up to the viewers to interpret how it's pronounced.
I mean, there's multiple interpretations, right, for most of the viewers that are watching the stream right now. So and you can take whatever. So we'll just accept it, and I'm just gonna call this a bagel jump stream. That's it.
And speaking of which, I gotta say, I'm hungry. I'm hungry now for bagels, so I'm sorry, I just had my dinner, okay? And now hearing for bagels. Okay, apparently, it's Katugo.
I'm still not gonna pronounce that, sorry.
Okay, I understand. But okay, look at this lineup. So you have Eliminate, Zubin, and Newson. I was expecting Ting Momentum instead of Newson, actually. Because, again, I'm just not sure, because usually Ting Momentum shines in maps like this. Though, Newson is just really, really good in general. For like high-end physical stuff, Newson is super good at minimizing opponent counts.
I mean, as far as everyone's accuracy right now, I think Newson has probably the best marbles ratio, or I guess 300 rainbows, I guess, if you want to call it that. And 266 jump stream isn't something that you can normally cheese it out unless you're very talented at jump stream. So something like this is actually more of a gifted skill set, which if you can actually just ratio out of this, you can just basically destroy this chart, no questions.
Well, that's true, but right now, we'll see if whatever rosters both countries place was the right choice to make. And right now, looking at the United Kingdom with 99.9 to start, I think it was worth it. So Indonesia behind a little bit at 99.8 all around. Wait, why does it seem like Indonesia has a slight lead despite the accuracy disparity? I actually have no clue, but
yeah, I think it's mostly because of the score discrepancies. It's just you can see it back and forth, but it's not really that much. So it's just mostly it comes down to the accuracy of UK. UK is rock solid in accuracy right now, just averaging 99.9.
It's true, but look at Retrox's accuracy. Wait.
I don't think that's the miss from the player. I feel like it's a client.
Well, I guess client, please? Please, client.
Oh.
Alright, there we go. Is that an actual miss? No, it's not an actual miss.
Zubin's looking like a D-Sync right here, so you can't really see.
But looking at the accuracies right now, I would assume UK has the lead.
I'm still waiting for a confirmation if Zubin is actually still in, but I feel like it's actually gone far enough here.
So looking at the MP link, at least Zubin has not disconnected yet, so I don't think it's a disconnect. But wow, look at the United Kingdom's accuracy. It's just ahead of overall Indonesia, but Ray is keeping up with both Eliminator and User. In fact, Ray is now ahead of both of them.
I think it seems like Zubin is it, and it's just the client is not responding for some reason.
So we'll have to see what both teams are gonna do. Retrox miss. I think that's his deal. I think United Kingdom wins this, actually, considering the accuracy that these players have. Well, in the MP link, I think we could check the MP link, and according to the MP link, this was a United Kingdom win.
Yeah, absolutely. There's only a 14,000 point lead. I feel like Zubin's also faster and also in the full combo. And yeah, you can see now Newson and Eliminator has a very similar ratio. Even the V1 double S though. That's actually pretty impressive.
That's true, but overall, the team scores were ultimately what matters. And United Kingdom has a 2987. Oh my goodness, that's a team score. That's a team score.
Just actually going hand in hand fairly well here. So I feel like, and sooner or later, Indonesia's probably not looking like running out of picks, but there's Ellens to be worried about. So are they gonna go with Revelation? Oh, they're gonna go with 2 twice for you.
Well, finally, it's
more into the Ellen density territory.
You know, I was thinking, who would you put if you were United Kingdom? Would you put Team Momentum, Newsom, and Eliminate again? I'm assuming for Indonesia, it's gonna be something like Tabitasi, Ray, and Albert. But for United Kingdom, I think we could put in Ciaro or something like this.
I'm not sure if that actually. I don't have the information on United Kingdom side whether they are like what 3 players they're gonna bring here for most of the late game moments. I feel like it's up in the air really. It's probably Ting or it can probably be Shadow, whoever's most comfortable with that.
Looks like they're taking the time to choose who's gonna get in. I definitely say Ciaro is the pick here though. If, let's say, you're not confident with one of the players for comboing. I mean, honestly, considering the player's history, why not Amosite? Wasn't Amosite known to be really good at LMs? Oh well, there you go, Ting Momentum's the choice.
I mean, I think probably Amosite probably reaches limit, so I don't know. We have some early new generations coming around. I feel like United Kingdom with Ting coming in is actually the surprise here to me.
Definitely no surprise out of this. Oh, looks like Adiza, Tabitasi, and Ray is going to be the lineup for Indonesia. While for United Kingdom, we're going to be having Eliminate, Team Momentum, and Newsom. I think both teams made the right choice in terms of roster picking. Though we'll have to see what consistency would be for these teams.
This kind of Ellen density running at 200 BPM is it's kind of reminiscent to the same BPM as Gyruns. So you essentially just playing Gyruns at long notes. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah. But right now, United Kingdom is actually 5 players right now in United Kingdom playing 8. Tabitasi is the only one who, and Tabitasi is at 99.7, which is like really good. That would be like good enough for 990k at least.
Still a little bit of a lead for United Kingdom, but I mean, so far this is just pretty much the intro with Newson already finding the drop right there, so not going to be good, but I feel like there's still a lot of harder content in this chart to be dealt with.
I mean, luckily there's still a lot of time, so even if Newson drops once, there's still a lot of opportunity for Indonesia to have some drops of their own. But right now, it does seem like Indonesia is very consistent, though Newson drops again. That is very unfortunate.
I think it does seem like it's a clean drop for the most part. I think it's just mostly the accuracy, but 2 misses doesn't seem to be a good case for United Kingdom here. Lemon is already dropping down below onto Bakasi, but Ting Momentum is trying to rival against 2 other Indonesian players.
But that is true. Ray and Team Momentum is going to be the 1v1 that we're seeing. Though Newson and Eliminate have dropped low odds for Kasi and especially Adiza as well. And Eliminate's going to drop accuracy. Oh man, that's really unfortunate as well because I think Eliminate had lit the second attack before.
Newson recovered his accuracy like very quickly. I think I already saw it like 99.5. He's actually going back to 99.7 like no sweat about it.
Yeah, how to play players recovering despite with the miss is super essential. Team Momentum
two misses no less.
Yeah, 2 misses to none. Wait, can Indonesia secure the triple full combo? If that's the case, then that would rival that would beat so many teams in the semifinals round. And right now, Indonesia's just killing it.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just gonna go over to the left side. I feel like Newson actually recovered his accuracy quite above onto Bukasi now, but Lemonade is dropping so much, and I feel like he's probably gonna seal the deal with Indonesia pretty much.
That's true, and right now, even if I think even if Indonesia drops a single bit, this would still be their point. Wow, what a dominant point as well.
Across 2.977, that's 23k. Like the black flag again. What you
another black flag. Oh man! But the best ratio in the lobby goes to Newson. Looking at ratios alone, wait, it's very similar actually. Like, Eliminate was a little behind, but regardless, Indonesia's ratio and United Kingdom's ratio were very similar.
I think Newson might have hit everything rainbows after that 2 miss. So, just saying about it, it's actually very scary to see how he recovered very quickly, on his mostly because of how insanely good his accuracy is. But that's Indonesia's pick, and United Kingdom still have time to pick the other 5 Rise picks that are remaining in this pool. Are they gonna go all the way with Rage into Vegas? If that's, it's actually kind of scary to think that counterclockwise was in Indonesia's favor, but it's a different kind of chart nonetheless.
It's equal for Semifinals. Probably. I think that's one of United Kingdom's latest. And Team Momentum is no slouch in acting those. And I think Zubin is also very good at keeping combo. And Newsom's act is just really good. Like, you just have a lot of possibilities if you were United Kingdom on the Rice department in general.
Man, I don't think that picking Zenithalize is going in Newsom's favor, but they're going with Genova. Oh boy, we're going for the hardest Rice pick, I think. Very streamy 350 BPM, so it's just a matter who actually doesn't get lost in the streams. I like how it actually gives you a false sense of security that this is only 5-star, and this is actually the hardest chart in the pool.
Like, after all.
And this is probably going to be stopping Zubin here. I think this is pretty much in Zubin's favor. Zubin is like a monster in most like street picks, and in general street picks in general. So no surprise at all to bring in Zubin for this particular pick, as Zubin as a specialty can actually carry the UK in his favor.
That's true. It's like it's gonna be Eliminate Team Momentum and Zubin. I mean, Zubin is arguably United Kingdom's. I'd say United Kingdom's speed. Like, he's basically their best player for speed, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically the speed demon for the UK, and I probably like the fastest one out there. So just see what happens. And I feel like Indonesia's gonna be using Retro EX here, which is not. I'm mean, I'm not too sure about Retro EX capability of hosting the stream, especially something like this. But I feel like Retro EX is probably going to be something with Auburn, I think.
I think Albert's gonna come in.
Yeah, also with a little bit of an insight that Japan and Singapore is still going in 3-2 in Japan's favor, and they already been picking the SB2, which is like ranking that we already seen that it be banned in this particular match. And it's looking like kind of the dire situation from Japan, it seems like. And with 3-2 in their favor, I feel like they're gonna have to switch their tactics and how they're gonna perform here. But we're going to see Genova in this particular match. I feel like we'll see how it goes for both of these teams to even play at this particular speed.
Here we go, Genova, picked by United Kingdom. I think this pick makes a lot of sense. Indonesia's no slouch in Rise, and we've seen that already.
100% for Zubin. Yep, this is literally normal. This is just normal. Just stream. You can just go 100%.
Oh my god!
It's been so.
Wait,
it's actually kind of long.
It's still wait a minute.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. But eliminate also at 99.98. All right.
This speed is actually so. Oh my god, this is very fast and looking like it doesn't seem to pace at all. I don't think that's actually a little bit of decent in accuracy. It's not going below 9.6. These are might need to drop there.
Like that one is gonna give the buffer to United Kingdom. Like I was looking at Albert's party starter a while ago and I got really worried about his mindset, but it looks like he's in tip-top shape. That's a good mindset if you're in the Indonesian team. Like unfazed despite the misses that happen. But you gotta push through now, considering that it's your time to shine.
Zubin rushed a bit as well as Ting, so I guess their accuracy is going to average around Albert's accuracy. So this is a little bit of a telling sign that you should be actually getting complacent in this stream.
That's true. Looks like the 1v1s here. Zubin versus Albert, Ting Random versus Adiza, and eliminate Miss Ray. Looking at the accuracies, I actually don't know who has the lead. I think it's slightly in the United Kingdom's favor. But that's also because Indonesia has one miss. You gotta take note of that.
Yeah, one miss actually does carry it through a bit, but there's still like basically the ending of the trophy just actually ends on a stream. So it's literally the last third of it is just basically stream. So we'll see who actually doesn't get lost here. Albert gets lost in the streams now. There's 2 misses on the Indonesia side. Ting finally managed to drop on the non-stream section though.
That's very surprising, but Albert drops again, and that is so unfortunate for the Indonesian team. It's gonna give United Kingdom more space at least, more time to breathe. But it's not. But it could change anytime soon if you rush a little.
I feel like there's not enough time here because there's only like a 30,000 point buffer, and United Kingdom should probably seals the deal for this particular bit. There we go. It's just nail the confident. United Kingdom will take the 3rd point here. It's still on deadlock 3-3, but we'll see what happens on the next other picks. Another black flag on Ray?
What? What is going on with Ray? So many black flag. What? How?
I think at this point, Ray is just avoiding B1SS's on purpose. I just don't know what happened here.
Isn't that like a strategy? Like you drop it to 100 so that you don't have the pressure. That's like, oh, okay, I don't have the B1SS's anymore. Wait, look at eliminate. That is my first submitted score. What? Wait,
I mean,
what?
To be fair, it's just like it's just speed is also like eliminate. I feel like eliminate is probably a little bit tilted because of that previous Ki, which is very hard in itself.
That's fair. It's fair. So right now,
Ting has like 3 misses, but no 200s at all.
What is that even called? What is that even called? Like black flag is like 1 grade. Like what do you even call that?
Well, it's literally nothing. I mean, if you have a 1 miss but no other judgment, it's called a miss flag. That's it.
Well, I guess that's it. Though we'll have to see.
Yeah. We'll have to see what Indonesia has go here. Oh, we're going for LN3, which is XB10R. I just don't know how to just pronounce it letter for letter.
There's a... Like, I forgot. You know, I just realized something. Considering how dominant Indonesia won twice for you, I think they could go for encryption.
Encryption looks like a little bit of a sneaky situation because United Kingdom's releases are on par with Indonesia's. It's just it's very long for a pick too.
Yeah, apparently it's pronounced Temblor.
It seems like we're seeing on Bekasi, which is no surprise as the main long player for Indonesia. Also, we also have another match going on, which is on Japan-Singapore. We have 4-2 in Japan's favor, and Japan wins the Delirium, which is honestly kind of a not that big of a surprise, but it's still a pretty close one as well. Which is only winning by around 49k.
Oh yeah, that's an interesting. Honestly, that was an interesting choice, but it paid off in the end.
All right, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Then I'm not gonna pronounce the song title. I'm not gonna even bother it, even when people say it to me. But we'll see what happens.
All right. looks like this is the map pool with like I don't know how to pronounce it. This is the map pool for that.
Yeah, this is the chart, the LN chart that is quote unquote almost like a hybrid.
I mean, honestly, I could see why that's the case. Oh, but Newsom drops immediately at the start. I could see why Indonesia chose this. Certainly a pick to go for if you want to, like, hope for another player to choke, assuming that you could pull off the FC consistently at least.
I mean, you better be careful because Newsom's gonna crawl your accuracy right above you, and Ting also dropped a little bit there, so I guess that's kind of evening out, as Indonesia will take a little bit of a favor in terms of lead.
Oh man, Indonesia is just destroying this map in general. Still no breaks from Indonesia in Temblor, but we already saw 2 from the United Kingdom, and that is not good. Ray with the 99.8, Adisa with the 99.7. Auto Bekasi's act is actually higher than the highest, well, not the highest, but like the highest act of the full combo at least.
This chart is pretty hard. Yeah, there you go. Newsom by taking a little bit of a speed section, which is actually gonna blow the lead over to Indonesia. And I feel like this is kind of like a secured point here, as 25,000 is a lot of a bumper to take on.
There's still the Shoka Paparnawa. These are drops, but Yusa trades it back. So Indonesia's lead is still gonna be up there. Just an unfortunate drop from Adisa in general, though. But it's like, it's way too big for United Kingdom to even hope for a chance to come back.
The thing is, I'm just really glad that Columnox didn't even, like, exist. Oh, there's a 2 misses and take as well. Trade it out.
Then, wait, is that a full combo from Eliminate? It is actually. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Oh, Ting actually left early too. Well, that's nice.
Yeah, well, I was like, is this another Black Prep from Ray? Unfortunately, no, unfortunately.
16,200 is very respectable, but that's barely beat Ray.
Exactly. Oh my goodness. Looking at the chat right now, harder rice than the actual rice bowl.
Yeah, I mean that is basically what this says, right? It's just LN quoting hybrids at this point.
No, honestly though, I really like chart in general. Like, the song just fits it very well. I think it's a very well made chart, actually.
We'll see what happens with UK's pick here. There are 4 choices left, and I'm not sure what they're gonna go with here. Middle enemy seems fine, but at the same time, you just have to factor the stamina into the equation whenever you have a higher accuracy. Also, we have Japan Singapore still going on, and we have 5-2 in Japan's favor, and Singapore actually lose by 381 points. That's actually really nuts, just considering this is now the least week that have been picked here.
Oh man, I was expecting Japan to like not win that, but that was so surprising.
Well, we'll see with the other prize picks, the UK here. It's not saying. Oh, they're going for Rage in Vegas. Oh boy, this is. I literally hate this song. Sorry.
Oh man, wait. Is that an A or is that an O in chat?
Yeah, I think it's an O.
I was like, OO? Rage in Vegas? Wait, it's OWA. Okay, no, it's sorry, it's OWA, not OO.
Yeah, it's a reference from the Flash Revolution where OWOWA is like One Wing Angel is a real player. So you know, you just abbreviate it as OWA.
We're just waiting for. Oh, right, there we go. I was like, what happened to the pig? But okay, there we go.
Yeah, we're going for Rage in Vegas, and I feel this is a bit of a riskier choice coming out from United Kingdom, but if this is I guess it's a kind of a meme sample to begin with, so I feel like they're probably gonna laugh while they're playing it, so I don't know. There's so much recognizable samples in here that I'm really pissed off that this song actually exists. Sorry.
Oh. I actually haven't heard the song yet, so I would love to see how this one goes at least. I mean, it's Kurorak, so if I remember correctly, this was the same artist of like Breach Protocol or that Gamma stuff, whatever.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Exactly. Kurorak is basically Indonesian composer. Yeah. Right. So it's very infamous of making some sort of mashcore samples, and Rage in Vegas is like certainly one of them. And there's a couple others like Gamma Stuff Sending, Ratchet, and basically the other Gamma series as well. So I feel like Kurorak in particular has been gained fame basically on that infamous samples like that.
Dude, what is going on? What is going on right now?
Oh, there we go. We got the star coming up here. I hate so much that this includes an Indonesian sample.
Oh man, well enough about the song for now. Let's focus first on the match.
The thing is, the song makes up for a funny chart like something like this, and High 19 in particular has made some funny patterns in here.
Oh man, imagine if this had like Rage 7 patterns. And I don't mean the stream part, I mean that mini jack part. Okay, Newson at 100%. Wait, Newson is still at it right now.
Alright, that jag basically just tear off the accuracy. So it's fine.
I swear.
Oh my god, this is literally just the same act everywhere.
It's going to change.
I swear. On my fucking dick.
Come on now. This is not allowed on stream, I think.
Yeah, but right now, it looks like United Kingdom. I think United Kingdom is no. Actually, I don't know as the lead right now. I don't know.
It's basically the same. It's just zero lead.
Okay, but considering that Newson has a little bit of an advantage towards Adiza, and Ray has a little bit of an advantage against Eliminate, Zubin has a little bit of an advantage against Retrolex.
Newson finding the drop there.
I was about to say that it was like no lead at all, but then that drop happened.
Jax got into him, but I feel like there's still a bit of a... I mean, it's still really not safe because the mini Jax are really everywhere. Retro finding the victim of that first, and I feel like it's going to change a little bit in terms of lead. Oh, come on, man. I'm gonna mute this.
This is making me really nervous to watch because like this lead is literally nothing right now, and like any drop would just like make it a little bit bigger because any drops could still happen from either side.
Houston climbing back up, and even on a higher pace in terms of accuracy, so I feel like there's a really swift recovery, but I feel like the Zoom take a little bit of a damage into 200, and there we go with the long jacks coming in from that sandstorm sample.
Man, but looks like it's safe for now.
They're
But,
not
wait.
out of the woods yet.
I mean, it's the break section. I don't think anyone's gonna break in a section like this, right?
Well,
never
I mean,
know,
the last core is basically the hardest part of the card, so I'm nervous. Anissa! Oh boy!
Oh my god! But it looks like wait, I don't know what to leave, but Retro X drops. Yuso chases as well.
again.
But it looks like the accuracy advantage that Newsom had in general gives United Kingdom a lead regardless. So
What is Eliminate doing?
but Yusuf drops what's more. Ray trades it back. No more full combos for Indonesia, and United Kingdom has two of them. Oh my god! Wait a minute. This is still really close though.
There's still like 20,000. There's no more some of these destructive endings like this, and I feel like this is a safe point to get from United Kingdom, and I feel like it's going to be on them up 4-4.
Wait a minute. All right, it's safe indeed. United Kingdom wins.
Eliminate.
It was-
I believe Eliminate has a black flag, or no, 2-200 is almost. But what is that ratio?
Oh my goodness. And look at Newson's miscount. It's higher than his 200 count as well. Overall, the 200 counts that United Kingdom had is very, very low. And oh man, 4-4.
This is, all things considered, these ratios are easily like, you can easily get the top 6 teams basically on ratios like these, honestly. But we're down on 4-4, and Indonesia probably running out of safe LM picks, or even probably Revelation, I guess, as you count as a hybrid. But there's only that choices. It's you can't really tell who is actually going to use. Do you go over a secret sleuth or encryption in this case, though?
Both of them are kind of release based, in my opinion. You could I think they could risk Revelation though. That's one pick I could suggest.
Oh, come on, please switch up the song, please. I don't want to hear the song ever again.
Oh man, let's just wait for it.
Yeah, I mean, Indonesia is taking a bit of a time to deliberately decide on whether you can use encryption or secret sleuth here. I feel like that's they're the only bets on taking some points here.
Oh
This
man,
looks like, yeah.
wait, looks like they're taking their time. Honestly, I think Indonesia's just gonna go for Revelation at this point.
And speaking of the other matches as well going on, Japan is still on 5-3, with Singapore wins the point on Raging Vegas actually, which is the same pick that we already see on the stream, but with mostly with X-Bet carrying with 997k. I don't know, is that like 99.91%, which is probably a V1 double S, which is very scary. But I think they probably had to settle the picks here for Indonesia. We're going for Secret Sleuth. Alright, this is the wackiest swing LN release pick of the pool. See, the distribution of the picks here, like from this pool. I like how the top is basically for UK and the middle, the bottom is like for Indonesia. So it's just literally tightened up. this just has the same vibes as one of the other LN picks that I actually made. But I mean, nevertheless, this is looking like a really long LN pick too. Actually, I didn't realize that. It's like 3 minutes and 20, but the releases are here are really wacky. And we're seeing Sharo instead of Eliminate here. I mean, Sharo is looking really good at LN releases so far.
Yes, Ciara's pretty good at LA, so I'm not surprised that they're putting him in.
All right, we'll see how it actually pays off here with Secret still being the third LN pick, I should say. I guess the third LN being picked from Indonesia. And so far, this is still a deadlock, 4-4. Let's see what happens here.
Oh, I saw an early 20 from Team Momentum, but Alta Picassi is a little bit behind as well. So that, I think, kind of trades it, but Alta Picassi has advantage.
Yeah,
now. But Team Momentum has an early drop. That is not so good. In fact, they're now below the 99 range.
Like I said, this releases are very wacky. Only 7.7 as well, so it's actually a little bit on the higher side of the LN release. So, oh, Sharo is taking so much damage with a lot of 200s now, almost below 99 here.
So this just gives Indonesia a lot of accuracy lead, honestly. Oh, but Adisa drops 1-200, I think, but that's not going to be that much, considering that there's a miss and also a very big accuracy drop from the United Kingdom side.
I think it's at this point you just basically have to fight fire with fire, which is basically the accuracy. And I think Issa is trying to keep up with Adisa, but you have to keep beating up with the lowest accuracy animation, which doesn't seem to be really the case. Sharo might have taken the drop right there, and it's the lowest accuracy, so they get the damage. Onto Bakasi though, with the lowest accuracy, still going to find the drop. It's not really that much, really. It's not going to have a big of an impact as the drop of Sharo or Ting does, but Ting actually recovers accuracy quite nicely here.
Yeah, well, I don't know why, but it does seem like Indonesia's lead is slightly getting a little lower. I guess just because of that one miss. Though, there's still a lot of time. It's just that accuracy lead from Indonesia is really, really big. Considering that there is one player that's below 99 in the United Kingdom.
These kind of like waste wacky sick releases are actually going to keep people off guard, but I think Sharon's going to take a lot more damage around that, because like around 99% right now. Like even fair, flat 99, but all across the board are like 99.6 plus. And Indonesia doesn't seem to be taking that much of a damage.
Oh, but Newson drop, that's gonna be huge for Indonesia. I think that means no more full combos for United Kingdom. Indonesia has 2 of them, and they're both in 99.7 as well.
It's only getting harder from here, and I feel like the accuracy doesn't looking like it's going to catch up against 3 juggernauts from Indonesia, which is just holding the same accuracy.
Right now,
how are you able to keep up with this kind of element releases, which doesn't take so much damage from like these?
That's true, but the only person holding a 99.7 right now is Ray. Unsurprising that they're up there, and Yusun dropping one more time essentially seals the deal. Any drops from Indonesia would not matter, because this would still be their own point to take.
Very, very solid attempt, although Ting loses the high combo, although he did miss earlier, but these scores, man, like just basically below 700 300s for every single one except for Sharo.
Yeah,
That's
Sharo,
where the difference lies.
Wait, it's not a TP yet. Wait a minute. Look at the chat. Wait, what?
Yeah, it's still not yet over, as we're still on 5-4 in Indonesia's favor, and they still have to take 2 more points. And United Kingdom still have some comfortable picks left. But Indonesia, though, I don't think there has more options to go with.
As for the other match that's going on, looks like Looks like that Japan took another break point in Temblor, and that is, I think, 6-3 is not a good position to be in.
Yeah, as there a potential match point here, and Japan will still have to take another point to actually close that match out from that losers bracket, I feel as well. So if Singapore did manage to get that point, I feel like Singapore will be eliminated from the tournament if Japan takes the match point. And United Kingdom basically only has Formula Enemy, Zenith or Delirium, and they're gonna take the tactical timeout, which is a very smart move to be added with, as you're down by 1 point.
Speaking, if your team has a low morale, I think that's a way to do it. Definitely, you need to do it, but you need to just take your time off, calm down, think about how to go do this match.
Alright, this is looking like a really stressful situation here for UK. I feel like Formidable Enemy, I can see why they're hesitant to picking them, because I feel like they don't have like a stable third player to be able to withstand the stamina and be taken from Formidable Enemy. And I feel like as the third player, you have to have exert so much focus into that chart. Delirium, on the other hand, is really what it comes down to. If you just get lost in the street, you're actually going to tank a lot of score here. And Zenith is also in a bit of a risky situation, as the third play is seems kind of lacking a little bit. So it's hard to choose on the 3 picks there.
I think United Kingdom could go for Zenith, but that's a risky pick of its own. I did think a while ago that Zenith could be safe, but now that I think about it, I think it's very risky.
I think it's more so contingent on the fact that you have to imagine that Indonesia also has a very solid three-man team that can actually perform on projects pretty consistently. But I don't think I've seen Indonesia play on projects all that well. So since Zenith is also like 10 BPM higher than Justified by Love, Zenith has much harder patterns. So it's just a bit of a chicken game to deal with.
That is true. Well, we'll have to see first how this one goes. I think United Kingdom could go for maybe Formidable Enemy, actually. I was thinking, if United Kingdom wins to their own pick and something like, let's say, Formidable Enemy, the last pick they could go for is definitely Zenith Lies.
Yeah, as we get to nearing the end of the timeout here, and this looks like I think UK might have a already solid understanding of what to pick here, which is
I guess
something.
Yeah, just take your time, honestly. I think UK is just doing the right move by not rushing what they want to pick.
But I feel like waiting for someone to get in. I feel like Antapasi is just pretty much just chilling. I thought he was gonna be playing the next pick, but I feel like that's not the case here. Cat is going wild right now. Going for Delirium. Alright, this is not something that I would see optimally, but I feel like it's understandably so, because they want Rage in Vegas. But counterclockwise though, it's a bit of a tricky situation.
I mean, Delirium could be a pick to go for. Looks like it's gonna be Zubin eliminating Moose in here. Wait, is that because he's gonna play Rise? I highly doubt that's gonna be the case.
Yeah, I feel like this either going to be Retro EX, Ray, and Adiza basically staying in, but Just waiting for the other players to come in from Indonesia as the timeout has been ended as well for the UK.
That is true. So right now, I think Indonesia could go for Albert, Adiza, and Ray again as usual.
Although I will say though, this yeah, the song is a little bit funny, but oh, I see Raze actually has a bit of a technical problem going on, so it's looking to see if that's actually gets resolved before the time has been running out.
Give us a moment. What is going on here?
Alright, we see Metro EX coming in, alright. We have a third player, Adiza, yep, alright. But I think Osapukase will be swapping it pretty. There's no shot that Osapukase is playing this.
We're honestly just waiting for stuff. Oh, it looks like Ray is here already, I think.
The thing is, I think for United Kingdom, I'm a little bit worried for Newsom in this case because I feel like Newsom has been like missing multiple times across almost every map, really. So I feel like staying Newsom for this seems a bit of a risky move, unless there's no other third player to come by, which is comfortable against Delirium. But we'll see what happens here for UK. Hopefully their morale has been picked up by some of the points they've been breaking off. We'll see. We got the start command here. We'll see the fifth. Trying to take a fifth point for United Kingdom, which is Delirium. But if this is not the case, Indonesia will take the 6th point and it will be a potential match point. And this is a very important point for United Kingdom to go with here.
Certainly. They absolutely must win this, or else Indonesia's gonna be in match point, and they would have that would be a Herculean task.
Eliminated with 100%. Oh, okay, I just didn't check it. Like, oh,
Yeah, I got really. These players holding 100% to me just scaring me, honestly.
some of these bursts are a little bit scary. 100 by eliminated. I think there's a couple of them too. So at least gonna switch over to Indonesia for the time being. Retro EX actually kind of struggling a little bit here too.
See, the difference is yes, Eliminate may have dropped at 100, but in terms of racing and accuracy, Eliminate has a clear advantage over Retro X. So that 100 drop does not matter that much for the meantime.
Ooh, Zubin is actually trying to tank below 99.7 here. He's actually dropping Retro EX, finally taking the damage right here. That's a low accuracy to be dealt with after that miss, so that's actually going to be a buffer for United Kingdom.
For the meantime, the lead is certainly in the United Kingdom's end. But Retro X dropping out some more essentially secures it, and this map is not that long either. It's almost 2 minutes, but not there yet. Oh wait, that's 2 misses!
That's a severe drop by Retro EX going down below 99. I think he might have missed like 3 times in that section. I think that lead is pretty much unrecoverable here. It's like 40,000 bumpers. It seems like a whole lot for Indonesia to get back into it.
That's right. I mean, unless United Kingdom has a full team miss, I don't see Indonesia having a chance to catch up. But Yusuf finds the first drop, and that's pretty big as well, though I don't think it's big enough.
Yeah, I don't think like with the full team miss, like even as clean as that, Retro EX missed so much more, and Adiza taking the second miss too.
Yeah, in fact, Retro X already dropped below 99, which I mean, they are going to catch up to that at some point. But right now, the team definitely has it. United Kingdom, 2 FCs to 1. Very impressive.
I think Eliminate dropped 2 100s, or maybe 100?
What? Wait, what? 100?
That's almost a double-digit perfect for this kind of chart. Excuse me, that's illegal, man. Newsom is even funnier. No 200s, but everything else is 1, 2, 3. But United Kingdom secured that 10 point. We're still on deadlock, everybody. We still have like 2 more points to take over. And Indonesia running out of safe picks outside of encryption. And United Kingdom has some picks to go for here, but this is rough. And meanwhile, the other match has also been finished as well. Japan winning against Singapore 7-3 on a formidable enemy. Even though with X-Men carrying that back, Japan does have some heavy lifting, but Singapore will be, unfortunately, will be knocked out of the tournament. So Japan is still in this. So we'll see. The next matchup will probably gonna be for Japan. Alright, encryption it is.
Man, I gotta say, the song feels so like nerve-wracking. I think it's so fitting for a last pick for Indonesia.
And I feel like Ting is probably going to be swapping out for this. There's no way that Char is going to be playing this, as this is probably has some physical bits in here.
There we go, Team Momentum coming in. Not surprised at all.
Also, I should mention that this is the last long load pick, and even if like Indonesia has this is their last pick, UK has some stuff to go for here. So it's like it's not looking like UK has a disadvantage after losing encryption, if that's the case. But UK has some stuff to go for, and Indonesia basically had to play United Kingdom's cards.
Oh man, looks like right now. Okay, so I guess the reason why we're just taking a little bit of time is we're just clarifying rules about abort. So if like something happened within 30 seconds in, I think abort should be allowed. So we're hoping to see no technical difficulties this time around though.
Yeah, also I should mention if that 30-second rule mark is that it's not always applicable in most cases, because if the map is like some sort of like a TV size thing, which is 1 minute 30, so I think whatever comes first really. If it's the first quarter of that 1 minute 30 is like 22 seconds, that's basically the mark you set it in. So even if you set like 30-second mark for this kind of chart, I think that's pretty much it. You have to like abort it like below that. So let's see what happens here. But Newson already taking like a few, some 200s in the intro too, which is a little bit weird.
I'm gonna lie though, this start is really difficult. I would even argue that this start is among the harder parts of the map. Eliminated 99.2, which is unfortunate. But Adiza with that 99.6. Oh, Anta Bikasi is dropping, but Ray as well. Oh man, so many people are just dropping in general.
Yeah, these releases are no joke. OD 7.6 is not helping either, as far as it goes, Secret Sleuth also has this kind of OD. I think it's a 7.7, which Encryption has 7.6. Not really helping in this case in terms of ratio or even accuracy in general. These tight releases is just like tricking. It's like tricking you to think that this is more of an Ellen consistency, but it also has some Ellen releases in it too. But also because it's dropping below 99.3, it now actually has a bit of an edge to UK, but it's no lead. So Adiza finding the drop there, that's actually going to be probably the lowest accuracy on Indonesia too.
Yeah, that's true, but it's well, as unfortunate as it sounds, there's still time for Indonesia to catch up. I mean, look, Eliminate is the lowest act in the whole lobby, so they still have to take note of that and be careful.
I should also mention that this chart is quite front-loaded, so there's almost not... There's pretty much trivial stuff going on with the back half of this chart, but really you don't want to get too complacent, because something like a 7,000 buffer points like UK has here, they're not out of the woods yet. Oh,
How
eliminate
about a
finding the
lemon
draw.
drop?
That's the lowest accuracy on UK too. That's gonna impact a little bit of the lead. Onto Bakasi's trying to recover his accuracy a little bit. Ray also finding a little bit the same accuracy as Ting, but Nielsen is having so much higher accuracy than everyone else.
Muson is dominating the lobby right now. 99.7 is really big. But if anything, though, the lead hasn't changed a single bit yet.
The lead is going. The lead is getting smaller. The lead is getting smaller. To Adiza actually has a higher accuracy a little bit there.
Yeah, but that's true. But oh my God, the lead is actually shrinking even more now. Could United Kingdom lose this? But
Adiza dropped.
as I say
Oh
that.
wow. There's so much left in the chart of this. Basically, the last quarter. You don't want to get too complacent on the full semi inverse here. This chart is taking its toll on the coordination, but I feel like UK's fine on this though.
Accuracy for Team Momentum and Houston are just carrying United Kingdom to be at the forefront of everything. Oh my goodness.
Ray's trying to battle with Ting as well, but I feel like the highest accuracy could compete with Houston here. Onto Bakasi basically has the lower accuracy, even with the full combo, but Adiza is taking so much damage. Eliminate finding the drop as well, but it's still a trade.
Yeah, and Adiza's accuracy is lower now than Eliminate's. You're also dropping some 200s at the end, but I don't think that should matter. Oh my God, that team score by United Kingdom is really good, but yeah, Indonesia was not far behind. Newson with a 990k. Are you for real now? Looks like right now, United Kingdom taking a break point. That was very crucial to them, especially considering how this match started. Indonesia, well, United Kingdom did take a break point. Indonesia answered back, but Indonesia was just clawing back. And now United Kingdom saying, we can do this as well. But now looks like United Kingdom is going to go for formidable enemy and not Zenithalize. That is very surprising to me. I was expecting a Jack pick, considering that, again, I was thinking that United Kingdom is very proficient at Jacks. This map is the last regular pick of the whole match. Anything could still happen. Any single drop could be the fate of either team. United Kingdom has to hold their consistency and accuracy as well. Indonesia should do the same. Overall though, I'm not sure who is gonna be taking this.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like as silly as this sounds, this is a stamina pick that you don't want to like actually pick this at the literally last Fremont pick because everyone's stamina is probably just gone at this point. I think. I don't think they'd probably be happy either to be picking this in a tight situations like 6-5 like this. Honestly. But that would also mean that Zenith Alliance and Revelation is going to be ignored as well for this match. So no picks for them just yet. So we'll see what happens. And on Tabakasi probably sweeping out with Albert, I think. Or probably Retro. Oh, Retro is it? Alright. I'm not the most confident as well as far as Retro being capable of stamina, but given Delirium's score as well, it probably is taking a little bit of a toll in terms of the physicality as well. But we'll see what happens here. This is the final pick to be made for United Kingdom, and if United Kingdom loses this, we're going to see multi-genre showdown. Let's see how this goes. It's the final pick. Will United Kingdom finally dominates his formidable enemy against Will Indonesia in this case. I'm not trying to make a pun, but we'll see what happens.
I mean, I understand picking Retro X right now. Like, you would expect Albert to get in. I think people could assume that, but I think Retro X is the right call. Considering the performance in general, Retro X has been doing amazing. And honestly, in terms of jump stream, Retro X is also really good at that. Right now, though, this is the last chance Indonesia has on the regular picks. I don't know who takes tiebreaker. I think that's gonna be really close as well.
I forgot that this has some melons in it for the stamina pick.
Well, I mean, the Ellens aren't really what makes the chart difficult, so I don't think it should matter too much.
How is the Lee is nothing? This is a very zero lead whatsoever. Ray is actually holding the highest accuracy right now.
Alright, but I think the lead should be in United Kingdom's side, considering Ting Momentum's hack is... Oh, never mind! I think Ting Momentum dropped it to 100, so it's gonna be close to Adiza. Retro X and Zubin are tied. No,
Retro
never mind!
Retro is dropping now, but I feel like there's still some hard parts left in the chart, so I feel like there's not out of the woods yet. You have to be careful of Ting, because I feel like Ting has dropped a little bit more than he would seem to be.
Oh man, it's still really close. This lead is essentially nothing. UK has to hold on to those full combos. I'm seeing some 200s from Ting Momentum and Zubin.
But that's a consecutive 300s as well, so that's a bit of a drop. So the lead is shifting to Indonesia a little bit. Retro's recovering to 9.8. There's a 200 as well. But I think Ting Momentum has actually taken a little bit of a deficit in terms of accuracy.
True, but look at Ray taking the charge over Eliminate. Adiza and Zubin are tied. It's really just Ting Momentum and Retro X right now.
I think it really does need to have a miss here, really. But I feel like the accuracy is trying to take over, but Retro actually trying to still stay in a range of 99.77 after that miss too, which is a little bit of a buffer for UK. But they're not out of the woods yet. They're still in the last third of this.
Are we gonna see a tiebreaker? I really hope that's the case. The lead is still really close right now. Any breaks from United Kingdom would give it away to Indonesia. But it looks like that's not gonna happen considering how consistent they've been the whole match.
All eyes on every drop. Ting Momentum find his way to drop! They did it!
Oh my god!
Actually, is it enough though? Is it enough though?
It's enough! It's enough! The combo cap is still out there! And I think right now, Indonesia's chance to take it a tiebreaker is on here!
They're still not out of the woods yet. The lead is still shrinking there. The last quarter of it though. Oh my god, the lead is kind of...
Who's gonna pull it? Wait a minute, who is the lead right now? Who is the lead?
There's no one has the lead. It's only basically 300s. It's just this chance, really. All eyes on every drop. All eyes on 300s, all eyes on 200s right now. Indonesia's taking a shot. And there's somebody to drop there.
No! That I think gives it to the United Kingdom. Unless one more drop happens.
I think there's not enough time here. It's basically the out of this song.
That was so unfortunate. Indonesia had it. But right now, it looks like United Kingdom is gonna secure a win. And I think this means Indonesia, unfortunately,
what is this? 2v1 SS?
2v1 double SS? Are you for real?
Also with Black from Zubin, but that is it. That's pretty much the difference lies. That one extra miss that comes from Adiza seals that deal for United Kingdom, and United Kingdom is to take the match 7-5. And unfortunately, Indonesia will be knocked out from the tournament as a result.
That's true, but I gotta say, Indonesia put up an amazing fight. Like, no question.
And they're securing top 8 for the United Kingdom, and they will have to face their next opponent, which we're gonna have to see soon for the other next matchups.
Oh man, that was so close. That was way too close to call. I don't even know how to describe. That was an amazing match. United Kingdom did absolutely amazing, and Indonesia played out of their minds. Both teams should be proud of themselves, regardless of their result.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like if the results were like reversed to a little bit, I feel like Indonesia could actually take some points of UK for that reason. But I feel like for a middle and it was actually this close. If it's just a one miss difference, it's just how powerful a miss does come into play. But right now we have some few matches to come by here. We're gonna have Thailand versus China. We're starting a little bit of an hour later on. So it's actually going to be a pretty exciting one as well, as Thailand versus China came out really close here.
And all of these matches are just really interesting, really close, and it's honestly just really it's really nice to see how competitive the scene has become.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, as a reminder, we still have the batters and also the nations to coming in, as you can have some new batters to support your favorite teams that is still in this mini World Cup. And if you purchase the batter alongside the Osis store for like $250, I feel, and if that team wins for the Mania World Cup, they will be still reliving that batter for upcoming for a prolonged time as well. And we also do have open collective as well for nations to come by for these particular teams, as it will be donated straight to the prize pool, and their efforts have not been wasted, and they do deserve your support.
That's right. I mean, aren't the commands like exclamation point banner or something? Just in case. I'm pretty sure that's the command for you to be aware of what banners would be. Oh yeah, well, there it is in the chat. Exclamation point banner and exclamation point donate. Yeah, please, if you want to support MWC in general, please, just support using those two links.
Absolutely, and yeah, I feel like that's pretty much it until the next hour that is coming in. And I feel like I probably don't have to comment too much for this next matchup. What do you think? Do you have some words to take on?
Honestly, I have no more words. That man was just way too insane. So yeah, I have nothing else to say. Yeah.
Yeah, alright. We'll see you guys in the next hour of the match.
everybody? Welcome back to some more Osumania 4Q World Cup 2022 action. We've got our third match of the weekend, another losers bracket matchup here with Thailand versus China. We got the CRZ squad versus Thailand. Well, CRZ plus Mafufu and Miez, but an exciting match coming up. All the stakes here. The loser of this match will be knocked out of the tournament, and the winner will go on to face Japan, who had just won their match against Singapore earlier today. But without further ado, I'm Toph Daddy, one of your commentators, joined by Sparky. How's it going?
It is going absolutely fantastic, and a very exciting start to this weekend already. Some very, very close matchups between four really good teams. Already seeing some eliminations this weekend. This one's going to be another one, as you were saying. Be interested to see who comes out on top. We have yet to see a tiebreaker. It's been a while since we've seen one. Let's see if this one can go the distance, or if somebody can win conclusively.
Yeah, it's been pretty interesting. I mean, we did see the 7-5 between Indonesia and the United Kingdom earlier, so we had a close one for semifinals already, but we didn't have any for quarterfinals. The most recent tiebreaker we've seen played in match being Just Controlled Galaxy from round of 16. But, Thailand, China, I think these are two very close teams, has that potential to go all the way, but it's a long way there. Both teams are going to have to win 6 points for themselves, and that means 12 maps at the least before we can get into a potential tiebreaker. But, I know both of these teams are looking to avoid that if they can just, get the 7 points before having to worry about playing multi-genre SmackDown.
Yeah, absolutely. And we already see the rolls coming in. It looks like China is going to ban first, opting to get rid of LN1 here, so wanting to get rid of stuff in that lower half of the map. We'll see what Thailand gets rid of in response here, see where the team's headspaces are at to tackle the semifinals map pool.
Yeah, and Secret Sleuth makes sense as a ban coming out, especially against Thailand, who I think have potentially the second best long note squad in the entire tournament. Miku Aimbot and How to Play LN, absolute monsters of long note play. I believe they got second in the qualifiers too, and now the maps are actually getting harder than what we saw in that stage 5 qualifier. But we are still waiting for the Thailand ban. I could definitely see one of the SVs coming out as a ban here, given China kept them both open. But I could also see something more like along the lines of Genova, or maybe even counterclockwise Champ Pattern coming out as a ban from Thailand, just looking to get rid of some of that rice.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely two avenues of attack here. I could definitely see one of these SV picks getting knocked out. China are very proficient in terms of SV play. They do have some really good players for that style of map, and it looks like Formidable Enemy could be taken out here, so not wanting to play one of these longer form rice charts, definitely don't blame Thailand for getting rid of that one here.
Absolutely. How to Play LN confused as to what the ban is. Well, actually, Formidable coming out as that ban. How to Play LN a little confused.
Yeah, probably just joined the lobby a little late.
Hopefully that's what How to Play LN wanted Thailand to ban in the end. It makes sense, though. Get that stamina pick out of the way, especially against a team like China. And, China rightfully going for that long note ban. So we might see it like a bit of a rice versus long note dichotomy like we commonly see. But Thailand obviously going to be going for that long note side of things, and China potentially holding onto the rice area of the map pool. I am really interested to see which of these two teams ends up going for the SVs first. But Thailand, as expected, goes with LN2, Two Eyes for You, as their first pick in this match.
Yeah, very unsurprising there. Probably a comfort pick for Thailand to kick things off with here. And like you said, it's going to be interesting to see if the SVs really prove to be that sort of in-map pool tiebreaker, so to speak, to try and break up some of the momentum of both of these teams should they start to build it up here. So it is going to be Too Wise for You. We're going to dive into the LNs here. You're going to see the roster start to swap around just a little bit. How to Play LN, probably going to be playing this for Thailand. I'm probably going to see Miku Aimbot come in right on cue
Yeah, there they are. I expect Miku to absolutely demolish this map. We're seeing Mia's and Sunny X in for China. Mafufu coming in for that third player on China's side, and Pavin being third player for Thailand here. Looking like this might be our squad of 6 going in for map number 1. As long as we don't see any more swap outs, should be able to get into the MP Start command and get this match underway. As once everyone's ready, that is.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all fun and games until you realize that you forgot to change a setting or you forgot a mod. You really want to make sure you kick this match off on the right foot and right on cue. Here comes the MP Start command. We're going to get right on into this first map of this best of 13. First team 2-7 will be punching their ticket into the second half of the semifinals weekend.
Absolutely. And here we go into map number 1 out of a potential 13 maps. First to 7 now that we are in the semifinals pool. Last week in quarters we were only going up to 6, but these matches are only getting longer now, and we have this best of 13 until the end of the tournament. But Miku aimbot uncharacteristically finding a miss very early on there, giving China a small lead off the combo break. But you know, early breaks are better than later breaks, especially now that everyone is up to that 400 combo mark. A combo break from the side of China, if it comes with the same kind of accuracy drop that Miku had, that is definitely going to favor Thailand, since Miku's was so early and they did not reach the 400 combo mark by the time they had missed.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we make our way past this first quarter of the map, Miku doing a really good job recovering from that early miss. The good thing about these more dense LN picks is that recovering to that 400 combo cap is relatively easy, especially if you still have the accuracy on your side and they are already climbing back up into that 99.7 range. That being said, a very solid showing from this Chinese roster, 99.7 to 99.6 is a piece. But that being said, how to play LN and Pavin really picking up the pace from that miss from Miku to take the lead back over going into the back half of the map.
Yeah, that accuracy really carrying them back, as you might expect from someone like Miku, who just has the ratio on long notes, especially like this kind of locked down. There was a bit of a 200 rush from Miku there, though, but the accuracy lead does still maintain itself in Thailand's favor. China being extremely consistent here, but against a team like Thailand, where you have Pavin and how to play LN at that 99.84 range, that's just not going to be enough unless we start seeing some more mistakes from the Thailand side. We do still have a third of the map and a good 1500 combo left in this map, so there's lots that can happen, but Thailand just looking so consistent here and extending that lead just a little bit more in their favor as we hit this kind of almost break section.
Yeah, last third of the map to go, and I mean, to be fair, China is doing an impressive job keeping this as close as it is. Thailand doesn't have any room to breathe, no room for mistakes this late on into the map, because they are right on the tails, ready to capitalize on any mistakes coming out here. Still some very impressive scores overall. Miku climbing back up into that 99.8 range, completely unfazed by that earlier miss, and now coming to support Pavin and how to play LN's full combos here. Despite the triple FC from China, this is purely an accuracy-based lead coming out from Thailand here.
Yeah, pure accuracy lead on a team score from China that has triple 99.7s. This might be a triple 990k from China, and it's looking like they are still going to lose this map, and Thailand defending their own pick, bringing it 1-0. What are these scores? Miku with a miss right at the beginning, still holding on to a 992,000 scoreline, but lowest in the lobby is a 989.9k.
Oh,
what is this lobby?
Where's semifinals, right?
I'm pretty sure that was the goal, right?
These maps are supposed to be hard, right?
This is 200 VPM LN density. I don't think I expected that from almost any team. This map is hard. Like, especially compared to previous years' semifinals, this is pretty difficult. And we have an extra pool in here. Maybe this was the right decision of like really pushing the difficulty up, because wow, these scores are just insane.
The players just keep coming to play, and I mean, China put up their best performance, but not going to be enough. Imagine getting almost 3 990s as a team score and still losing the pick. But that being said, it was Thailand's pick. It was only China's to try and contest. So now it is going to be their opportunity to notch a point on the board, and it is going to be Rice 6 coming out. So Delirium going to be the pick for China to kick this match off.
Yeah, digging into the Rice pool, going for a tech pick, potentially the easiest of the 3 tech picks in this pool. A little bit on the tricky side to keep consistent on because of those transitions between pretty awkward stream patterns, anchory and awkward stream patterns, you know, mixed with those mini jack transitions before and after, especially in that second half. So we could potentially see some awkward situations, but if China's first picking this, they have to be pretty comfortable, and I'd imagine very consistent on it.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you were saying, probably the easiest of the tech maps, and I say easiest with very heavy quotation marks because these are still very tricky maps to try and get consistent scores on. So, I mean, anything can go wrong in an instant on picks like this. You just need one miss to really start sending the ball down the hill in terms of tanking the team's score. So it looks like we are going to see some substitutions here. Aeon DCO coming in for Thailand, Rebellion coming in for China to try and contest this pick.
Indeed, we see some swap ins, Rebellion out, and AOMDC. How do you pronounce that? It looks like you're supposed to say the AOM as one word, but AOM? OM? Something like that. They are coming in for Thailand, Rebellion coming in for China. And it looks like everyone should be readied up. We got our squad of 6 ready for China's first pick. Pick number 2, MP Start Command, and we'll be getting into Smiley Delirium and seeing if China is able to bring this back to even to a 1-1 scoreline, or if Thailand is able to take an early breakpoint.
Yeah, and I feel like breakpoints this early on in a match can really set the tone moving forward. It's going to be crucial for China to hang on and try and keep this even for as long as possible, because all it takes is for one pick to go wrong to really start the snowball effect going. And it looks like everybody's loaded in. Let's see how they do here.
Indeed, we're already seeing a slight accuracy advantage in the side of China. A miss coming out from Ohm. They're on top of having a little bit of a low accuracy line compared to the other 2 players on Thailand, but How to Play LN also suffering a little bit in accuracy below China's lowest, but that is a miss from Rebellion and an even larger accuracy drop from them there, and that's going to give Thailand an opportunity to take this lead, but the accuracy lead should still be in China's side. So once Rebellion does get to that 400 comma mark, I would imagine that the score starts to get put into China's favor ever so slowly.
Yeah, but as we progress further into the map, the accuracies have evened out just a little bit. Pavan able to overcome Mia's How to Play LN, overcoming Sunny here. So now the average accuracy of Mia's drops. Aeon trades it back here, but going into the back half of the map, it's still advantage Thailand. It's really up to China to pick up the pace here in terms of accuracy to try and take this lead back, but that extra miss isn't going to help matters here.
That was a lot cleaner of a drop from Mia's than it was from Ohm, but Pavan now being pretty solid in that top. But just as I say that, they find a combo break that's going to be 1 full combo to 1 full combo now, and that's another miss from Ohm, and that's going to be the lead on China's side increasing very, very quickly as we see the second drop coming in, but Rebellion does trade that second one back.
Yeah, it just seems as the density begins to pick up, the anchors start making themselves ever more apparent, and a couple of hands coming in, Pavan and Aeon trading at the same point. And I mean, it's really just a test of the comfort. How to Play LN finally drops, and that's all the full combos gone from Thailand. And this lead, it looked a little bit shaky at the beginning for China, but they recovered very well. A couple of misses coming out from their side, but really overall able to defend their pick here. Thailand did not make it easy, but China is going to be able to make it 1-1 now.
They sure are, and Thailand is going to have their own pick going in, looking to get that second point back. And they have 2 long note picks to go with. They can go with Encryption, or they can throw out XB10R if they want to, but Encryption is going to be the pick there, coming out immediately from the Thailand side. And that's really not surprising. I expect all 3 of the long note picks to pretty much be picked right away from Thailand.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely have a bit of an advantage in terms of relative comfort on that LN side of the pool, and we see Miku Aimbot tag right back in, just wanting to determine who that third player is going to be. It looks like Pavan is going to stay in with How to Play LN. We see Rebellion tagging out for China. Probably gonna bring Mafufu back in for this LN pick if I were to harken a guess for the side of China.
Indeed. There is Mafufu coming in for China. The same long note squads we were seeing for 2Ys, for you. First pick from Thailand, so it is not surprising to see this squad coming back in. And I would imagine that everyone just needs to ready up, and we'll be getting into map number 3 here.
Yeah, it's always funny to see the reactions from the players when the maps get loaded up, especially when it's not your preferred skill set. It's just trying to hang on for dear life and put up the best score you can, but definitely feels like pulling teeth a little bit when you have to get called up for something that you're not super fond of playing all the time.
Yeah, and I mean, encryption's in a really interesting spot because it's really straightforward for the most part, at least like in terms of it looks like a bit of inverse with some like shorter LNs and some small like LN gaps in certain spots. But it doesn't look too menacing until you're playing this with nerves. And then all of a sudden making sure that you have your reading and the release play of this map down, it gets so much more difficult. Like 191 BPM patterns like this really shouldn't be that hard, but nerves really do mess you up a lot on maps like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything could be going right in, and all of a sudden you're just dropping 200s left and right, and we see some pretty rocky starts from the side of China down into those low 99.2% range. And the fact that we call 99.2 low is just a testament to how good all these players are. As we make our way into the second quarter of the map, right now Thailand's going to have the lead despite there being 6 full combos on the board. The overall accuracy just towering over this Chinese roster right now.
Yeah, that intro can be very difficult to get good accuracy on as well because of those shorter long notes that just really intrude on the overall playstyle. But we're into a more consistent area now, and we can already see the Chinese accuracies increasing here, but not nearly enough to try and challenge the Thailand accuracies with Miku and How to Play LN both at the high 99.7s range, and Kevin not too far behind. Just off of accuracy alone, a third into this map, we see a 13,000 point lead. And this is looking very, very strong for Thailand, especially given how much combo is in this. One miss definitely I don't think is enough to give the lead back to China in this scenario just because of how little that will affect the score overall.
Yeah, absolutely. Making our way into the back half of the map. Let's see if the concentration element starts to make its appearance here, especially on these longer form maps. Just under 4 minutes, playing a long note map this dense really starts to wear on you after a while. You gotta make sure that you keep your fingers under control, especially once the density begins to ramp back up. And as we make our way into the back half of the map, we see things start to stabilize a little bit. Miku climbing up into that 99.8% range, and it's really, as we've been saying, just this team score from Thailand so far. Their consistency on these long note picks is absolutely something to behold, and Mia's does find the first drop going into the last third of the map.
Yeah, that is going to make it 2 full combos, 2-3 in favor of Thailand. That's only going to help extend that red bar we're already seeing. Getting into the last third, we're about to get to what I consider the hardest part of the map, but given the consistency on the side of Thailand, I don't expect a whole lot of breaks, but regardless of the situation, it's going to take a huge mess up in this final bit from Thailand to give up this lead, and this is just a dominant performance so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely playing to their strengths here, just pulling these LN picks out just in quick succession. Mia's does find another drop, and that's only going to help matters for Thailand here going into the last quarter of the map, and it is going to take an absolute collapse here to try and hand this lead back over to China despite their best efforts, despite 2 of their players still holding on to the full combos this late on into the map.
But this score is illegal by Mikuin, but I don't think this should be allowed.
Somebody test them, please.
99.84 on encryption. These releases aren't easy. Like, I need to make that clear. I did mention that some of the patterns are a little more straightforward, but that does not mean that getting good accuracy on them is easy. And 99.85 is just absolutely absurd. Is this going to be like a double S or something? Don't do that in match, please.
Don't. We're all eyes on Miku now. It's going to be
95? Okay,
oh,
not a double
okay.
S. 3200s, 6 by How to Play LN, but that ratio from Miku aimbot, absolutely disgusting.
Just there are no words. It's one of those where you just kind of you're playing through. You have a really good run. You FC it. You're like, yes, I did fantastic. And then you look at the team score on the other side. You're just like, oh,
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, China's team score is incredibly good too. 2 full combos is nothing to sneeze at, but 3 full combos on top of 2 990k scores.
you just
What do
gotta
you
tip your
do
cap.
against that?
You,
I don't
you,
even
you-
know if Brazil would end up beating that score. Like, that is one of the most insane long note scores I've ever seen.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a wonder what these players are capable of doing on command. But with that being said, it is China's pick, and they're gonna go Cthulhu here, opting to go back into those rice picks where I mean they managed to get Delirium, and let's see if they can keep up the pace here, keep things all square. Gonna see some more substitutions come out here.
Yeah, it's going to be really important to see how Thailand's able to hold on to, I think, stamina in general for this pick. Like, this is pretty short. It's only 2 minutes and 4 seconds, but it is pretty constant. There's just the one break in the middle, and we were already starting to see some stamina and consistency issues on Delirium, which is also a very, very short map, especially towards the end. So it'll just be about whether Thailand is able to hold on in the final portions of this map where the density starts to really pick up. China should be okay in general on this. We did see some inconsistencies on their side as well. It was just a lot more heavy coming from the side of Thailand. So I could expect China to be very comfortable, but if Thailand is able to hold on to that ending, I think this could be a lot closer than what we saw from Delirium.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the players make their way into the lobby. I imagine it might be a couple more coming out before we're all set to go. Konkawi coming in for Thailand, Reimu coming in for China here. And there's a plea in the chat.
Yes.
Would you like to lend
Mia's
your
is
power?
asking for my power. I would love to lend it, but I am a non-biased commentator. I'm so sorry.
We'll do our best not to curse.
I cannot.
Either way.
I cannot give my my power to any one person on either team, or it would come off as biased. I can't do that.
Can't do that. We're not paid to do that. But with that being said, it looks like there weren't any more substitutions. It is going to be these 6 players on screen contesting Cthulhu here. This 4th map of this best of 13. Can China keep it all square, or will Thailand pick up that first breakpoint in this match?
Very slow scroll speed coming from Konkawi on Thailand's side. I haven't seen another. I mentioned this a couple weeks ago with some players, but reminds me of Barry from a few years ago from the Canadian team. And then you see Mia's, who's on what 34 scroll speed right now. But regardless, we're seeing a pretty solid accuracy lead off the back of that kind of low accuracy coming out of Konkawi on the Thailand side, but keeping it close enough. But that is a miss from Konkawi, and that is not going to fare well for the Thailand side here.
Yeah, absolutely. You see those 2 99.8s, but really it's Konkawi with that extra miss coming in now, going into the back half of the map. That's really giving China this lead here. And it looks like, I mean, once you get to these later stage maps, it really becomes a test of comfort and how to play. Allen does find a drop here, and that's only going to extend the lead. Konkawi dropping once more as we approach this back half. And China with a commanding lead to work with right now, 2 99.8s and a 99.7 in support for them here. 3 full combos still on the board to the 1 from Thailand here, and it is gone.
That is gone. That's going to be a full drop from Thailand in that middle section. Triple full combo to the side of China, and I cursed it. But that is still 2 full combos holding on going into this chorus, and this lead is just skyrocketing right now for China.
Yeah, so the epitome of comfort for Miaz and Sunny right now. How to play Alen finding another drop here. Reimu and Pavin trading in return, but really all these trades only help China right now because of those 2 full combos coming out. Sunny just finally find a drop, but it is way too late in this map to make any semblance of a difference. Miaz, the only full combo left in the lobby, and it looks like they're going to be able to make it 2-2 now as this map comes to a conclusion here.
Yeah, we've seen 4 pretty dominant performances in a row. Thailand being extremely dominant on long notes. China really showing their stuff on the right side of the pools. But you only have so many options when it comes to these kinds of things. Thailand does have another pick, and they still have a long note map remaining, but that's going to start making things interesting once Thailand runs out. They're going to have to start digging into either SV or the hybrid pools. In China, Cthulhu is pretty physically demanding. I don't think there's anything quite that heavy left in the pool, other than maybe Genova. And so we might see one more safe pick coming out of each of these teams, but after that, it might start turning into a real mess of a match.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a slugfest, if I do say so myself. But in that break, as we saw the scores pop up, the pick did come out. It is going to be XB10 Art, the last LN pick coming out from Thailand right on cue. Zero hesitation. They knew what they wanted to kick this match off with. They knew they had the advantage in the LNs, and they're going to try and press it here to try and go 3-2 up here. So we're going to get that map loaded in just a second. We're going to see some substitutions coming out as well.
Yeah, I imagine Thailand is going to swap Miku aimbot back in for this long no map, but it's going to be interesting to see where China goes, probably bringing they had different rosters, I believe, for both of the two long note maps, if I'm thinking correctly, so it'll be interesting. We've seen pretty consistently there have been two players on both teams for each of these maps so far. It's just about that third player right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Thailand really does seem to know who their lineups are. And it's really just coming down to China finding who that third player to try and lend some support to try and contest this Thai roster. Probably going to be Mafufu coming in once more right on cue to round out this Chinese composition. And I mean, to China's credit, they have kept these LN picks as close as possible given the scores that Thailand have been putting up. It's hard trying to contest the team scores that Thailand have been putting up, but they're putting in quite a decent performance here, if I do say so myself. I mean, what do you do against the scores that like Miku and How to Play LN can put up on these LN picks?
Yeah, that's kind of like the thing you have to think about. And kind of similar story on the side of China, where Mias and Sunny have been extremely consistent on the Rice picks so far, and Thailand has just been falling behind pretty heavily on those. Like I said, I think we can expect a couple of pretty safe picks coming out here. Thailand looking to show another dominant performance on long notes here on XB10R. If everything goes according to plan as we start map number 5, and then China potentially going to go with the next most physically demanding map, just trying to really rock the capabilities of Thailand and potentially get that third point just off of the overall physical dominance that China has in this match.
Absolutely, and as we get everything synced up, it'll be interesting to see if China can flip the script a little bit here. An early miss from Pavin on the right section of this map. The LNs haven't really started to kick off, so it's going to give an early advantage over to China, but you would imagine that as these structures start to get more dense, that Thailand's going to make their recovery here. Mia's dropping on the transition into this bit of a break section.
Yeah, and that miss from Mias is going to be more impactful than the one from Pavin. Pavin's earlier in that combo building time, and Pavin already up to that 400 combo mark. Mias just now reaching it, and Thailand has a pretty significant lead a quarter of the way into this map, but we still have some pretty difficult patterns. That chorus can be extremely tricky, so we're still waiting for that to come up. Miku finds a drop. There's only one combo left on the side of Thailand in the hands of How to Play LN, but the accuracy advantage that Thailand has is actually potentially holding them onto the lead as Miku hits that 400 combo mark.
Yeah, it barely moved an inch as Miku found that drop there. A couple of turns coming out from How to Play LN, gonna hurt their accuracy just a little bit here, but it's still 99.3, 99.7s, as I say it, from the side of Thailand to the 99.6s of China. Mafufu falling a little bit behind, still holding on to the full combo. Very importantly, if there are any more drops from Thailand, might be able to capitalize just a little bit, but as Mafufu and Mias find the drop, the lead skyrockets over to the red side, and Thailand now firmly in control of this pick going into the last quarter of the map.
Yes, that is going to be pretty solid for the lead. It's going to have to take a lot of mistakes on the side of Thailand to give this lead back. One full combo on each side, How to Play LN versus Sunny X. and How to Play N barely winning the accuracy battle, but that's a drop from How to Play LN, and it's going to be one full combo coming out from Sunny X, but that is not going to be enough to take the point away from Thailand there.
Oh my goodness, that curse was signed, sealed, and delivered to our slider break from
Hey.
Mafufu. Unfortunate there. Sunny holding on to the full combo, but as you said, not going to be enough here. The overall team accuracy from Thailand, a little bit too much to overcome, and you would imagine China's going to waste zero time going back up into that top half of the map pool. That being said, good thing for China, no more LN picks here.
No more LN picks, but they still do have a full hybrid category China on the picks here. Like I said, I think Genova is probably the most straightforward pick that they could go with in this scenario. Probably the most physically demanding out of the remaining Rice picks. Though I could also see them going for either of the two other tech picks, Oa Rage in Vegas or counterclockwise chant pattern in that scenario, just because of how easy it is to drop in many different sections of those two charts, especially the ending of Oa Rage in Vegas. And China just been a lot more consistent on the Rice combo overall, so it'll be interesting to see where they go, and it looks like it's going to be counterclockwise chant pattern coming out from China here as their third pick.
Yeah, unsurprising to see this pick come out. They had a lot of success on Delirium, counterclockwise chant pattern being that ever bit more physically demanding in terms of a tech pick, and it just feels like a map that goes on and on and on, and it just wears at you. And if you don't have the mental stamina to contest a pick like this, then you're gonna find yourself in hot water very quickly, as we see XZ1 coming in for China now. Cameo occurrence from them. Be interesting to see who comes in for Thailand to round out their roster.
Indeed. Ooh, we see XZ1 on the side of Thailand here. Ohm on the side of China. Gotta swap those two before we get into this pick.
Yeah, a little bit of defection here, but gonna get that sorted out relatively quickly. Ohm coming in for Thailand to round out that composition. How to Play LN and Pavin, the eternal mainstays, along with Mia's and Sunny. So really, two-man battering ram for both countries, with a third person coming in to lend their support.
Indeed, looks like XZ needs to restart their game here just a little bit. Hopefully get into the match very quickly so that we can get into China's third pick here.
Yeah, you definitely want to make sure, especially if you're coming in this late into a match for your first map, you really want to make sure everything is absolutely correct, because you don't want to be the one to cause the team score to falter just a little bit. So definitely smart to get the restart in, especially announcing it before they leave, so it doesn't seem like they're just leaving for no reason. And apparently their laptop's broken.
Well, hopefully they'll be back, and we don't want China to be somewhat crippled for their own pick here.
Yeah, absolutely. I could definitely see a timeout coming out here just to try and get that alleviated, just so they don't get pinged for taking a little bit longer than needed. So it looks like they're getting everything sorted out, just letting the referee know. And
Yep.
I mean, moving past this pick, should this go the way of China, what do you see Thailand picking here? Do you see them opting for those hybrids, or do you see them diving down into those SVs?
I would absolutely guess that a hybrid's coming out. SVs seem extremely risky in comparison to those other picks. And, you know, you have something like Party Starter, which has some really, really difficult long note patterns, which could definitely be a point of contention, as well as Otsama, the Ultima Thule map, one of the other three hybrids that also has a pretty heavy LN presence, just with some streams and jump stream patterns that should be relatively straightforward for the Thailand players. So I could definitely see either of those two, but they might. It'd be interesting to see what they go if they go with the SVs, because they're definitely in a bit more of a corner than China are in terms of the picks remaining in the pool.
Definitely makes sense, and it looks like XZ1 is able to come back in here. Everybody's ready. We see 4 mirrors coming out in this lobby, so definitely a bit of, would you call that mind block, or would you just call it pattern bias? I always like to say that they like to play these patterns on the offhand.
Yeah,
whenever I see it.
there is definitely a potential for like that pattern bias. The long jacks in particular with this map can be extremely difficult for some players. So moving it either to the left or the right hand can be beneficial. Pavin and Mia is both with very early combo drops though.
Yeah, and it came out. It seemed like those mini jacks caught up Mia's, and Pavin dropped on one of the bursts there very early on in the pick, clocking in at just over 3 minutes. Definitely plenty of room for recovery, so not the end of the world if they dropped this early. But the overall accuracy was the way of Thailand. How to play LN finding the drop here is gonna start being a bit of a tug of war for this leaderboard here. Another drop from How to Play LN, and now China is in control going into the second quarter of this map.
Yeah, the accuracy from Ohm extremely strong here, ahead of everyone in the lobby right now. Mia's a little bit behind, but still ahead of that how to play LN accuracy right now as they are starting to build up, trying to get back to that 400 combo mark. It looks like overall Thailand does have a bit of an accuracy lead on this map. It's just about those combo breaks, which can happen at any time. And I wouldn't be surprised to see some from China. And there's a trade back from How to Play LN and Sunny that's going to favor Thailand just a little bit because How to Play LN already has the break, but Pavin is also going to find a combo break there. That's going to be one full combo to one right now. Mia is not too far behind, having dropped in the first 50 combo, but halfway through this chart, and China has a relatively strong lead, but this ending can be extremely tricky.
Yeah, absolutely, and it just seems that this map is just littered with choke points. You can find yourself dropping at some of the most inopportune times. How to Play LN, the latest victim of the drops. As we make our way into the back half of the map, it is a duel at the top. XZ1 and AOMDCO duking it out now, basically tied in accuracy. As we make our way deeper into this map, Pavin and How to Play LN, Mia's and Sunny, both trying to lend their support to their respective teammates. And right now, it seems like China is having the advantage and the score lead right now going into the last part of the map. And Aeon finding the drop here. There are no more full combos left for Thailand, and it is China's to lose right now going into the last third of the map.
Absolutely, and we're starting to see a little bit more of a core jacky structure instead of seeing those long jacks that we were having in the beginning. And it looks like China's a little bit more comfortable on this than they were in the start. Thailand having that one drop from Ohm in this ending so far, but that is a double drop from Thailand as well from How to Play LN and Ohm at CRZXZ1, holding on to the full combo for China. Mia's, like I said, not too far behind, and this is just looking like a dominant performance for China, holding on to the consistency with their combo throughout this map as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. Last sliver of map left to go. The full combo from XZ1 is finally gone, but Mia's is there in support. Sunny not too far behind, and only Pavin with 4-digit combo for the side of Thailand. Not going to be enough here to try and contest this basically insurmountable lead this late on into the map. It would take a complete team collapse from China this late on to try and hand any semblance of hope over to this Thai roster. And as the map begins to wind down, it looks like we are still going to be notched up, and it's going to be 3-3 now.
Sure is. We're simplifying this match down to a best of 7 after the first 6 maps in this match, and it will be back to Thailand, and we're into the first pick that's a little bit more complicated, but Thailand prepared. They are going with Ultima Thule as their first hybrid pick that they want to go with, and just completely avoiding SVs for the time being. There's enough picks in the hybrid pool and the rice pool for both of these teams to ignore the SV if they want to, but it's really going to be interesting to see what ends up happening with the 2 open SV maps in this pool right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is the longest we've gone so far in a match where both SVs have been open and both SVs have been ignored. It's a wonder to see. They're essentially banned. They're essentially soft banned right now. Neither team wanting to try and roll the dice here. And Ultimate Duel going to be the pick here for Thailand, as you said, to dive into the hybrids. You'd imagine they're going to go in order, if not gonna break that order, go for party starter after this. But it'll be interesting to see how the dynamics of this match shape up now that we're essentially in a best of 7 situation.
Indeed, Miku aimbot does end up coming back in. Reimu coming back in for China's side. We'll have to see if the rice portion of this map gets to Thailand at all. But the long notes definitely we've already seen favoring the team pretty significantly this far into the match. So it's just about making sure that they can balance the advantage they have over the long note portions and the potential disadvantage on the faster rice patterns throughout.
Absolutely. And as we get loaded into the 7th map of this best of 13, let's see how Thailand holds. The LNs are gone. They're going to need to start playing some more physically demanding rice sections in these hybrids. They're going to need to tank those as best as they can and try and assert their dominance in the LN sections to try and stave off China here, who are looking to try and take a breakpoint to really throw a wrench in the proceedings in this match.
Yeah, we have seen already a break coming out from the side of Thailand. Miku aimbot finding a drop in the first 20 notes. Maybe a first note lag kind of deal for them, but building up their accuracy already up to the 400 combo mark. That miss is not going to be as impactful, especially if they're able to bring the accuracy up to a competitive point, especially with Pavin and how to play LN both above the 99.7 range. But Mia is doing a good job of keeping the accuracy as high as necessary at the 99.83, beating out everyone else in the lobby right now.
Yeah, and I feel like they're really the difference maker right now as Miku aimbot begins to climb, but they find another slider break in that transition, and that's gonna put a little damper on things going into the second third of the map. China holding on to the advantage here off the back of Mia, Sunny, and Reimu doing their best to back up their teammate here as we make our way into the back half of the map. And right now, Thailand's going to need to pick up the pace here if they want to try and take this lead back.
On the back of those 2 combo breaks, triple full combo from the side of China right now. 2 holding on for Thailand as we start to get into a little bit more of a difficult section with these transitions between the 241 BPM jump stream and the fast long note patterns. The accuracy advantage looks like it's actually in favor of Thailand. That blue bar is shrinking significantly despite the 3 full combos. 99.75 and 79 from Pavin and How to Play LN respectively is definitely helping Miku aimbot up to the 99.55 range, helping back up their 2 teammates here. And we still have a third left of this map, a full minute to go, and this blue line has been shrinking pretty consistently for the last 30 seconds. I can imagine that as long as the consistency holds on, Thailand should be able to bring this score back in their favor, but we have a very difficult rice section coming up here for the solo.
Yeah, but with these difficult rice sections, those really have been boding well in favor of China. And sure, Mia's fell off their perch just a little bit. And as I say, they find a couple of drops here, and the lead's immediately going to shift over in the transitions. As I say that, we transition back into this more dense LN sections, and it was looking so good for China going on this late on into the map. It just takes one slip up for things to go completely wrong, and now Thailand is in control with the last sliver of map left to go.
Last long note section, we did see Miku aimbot tripping up a little bit on sections like this earlier on in the map, but they're holding onto their consistency as we get to the final few notes of the map. Just a couple more small broken jump stream bits as we get to the ending, and it looks like Thailand will be able to defend their own pick. It is now 4-2-3, 0 breakpoints so far, but it is China's pick, and they have quite a few rice maps left that they can go with if they want to.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing to be disheartened by. It is unfortunate that they did find that break that late on into the map, but it was still Thailand's pick. No breakpoints to be given so far, but that was their best opportunity so far this match to try and throw a spanner in the works. And China up to pick now, and I mean, there's still a pretty decent amount of rice picks left to choose from, because you saw like Vegas coming out to try and get.
Oh, sorry, I interrupted you.
To try and get through the tech side of this rice pool.
Yeah, we've got that one tech pick over Region Vegas, and we also have Genova, very physically demanding, but pretty straightforward speed pick. Zenithalize is a little bit on that risky side for China, though, where I don't think Thailand should have too many issues holding on to just the overall accuracy, because, you know, jacks are jacks. But, you know, there's also the potential that some of the Chinese players don't have the physical capability to keep up with 150 BPM jacks. And you really never know, so it ends up being a pretty risky pick. And Oa Rage in Vegas comes out going to finish off this tech pool here with the most light tech pick, I guess you could say. Miku swapping out as they have been. Reimu also swapping out after that hybrid. Banan coming in for Thailand, though, as that third player. Haven't seen them at all this match. Oh, and we're also seeing how to play and switch out for the first time this match.
Could probably be Aeon coming in. It could be an instance of stamina starting to play a bit of an issue for the Thai roster. I mean, how to play Elen has played every single pick so far, along with Pavin. So yeah, right on cue. Aeon coming in to give them a bit of a break here. That being said, Mia and Sunny also in that same situation, having played every single map so far, I believe. Only a third player making the substitutions.
Yeah, Pavin, it looks like they're just trying to give how to play LN a little bit of a break. I could imagine them trying to do the same thing with Pavin on one of the future picks if possible, but just making sure that the other player's stamina and mindset is going to be able to stay consistent is extremely important, especially if they want to start taking the lead in this match, and especially if they want to avoid a tiebreaker. And it looks like they are looking to get XZ1 back in for the Chinese side as that third player, as you might expect after that counterclockwise champ pattern performance.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you start to wonder, this late on, we're already basically over halfway through this match. Do you start to think about conserving player stamina for a potential tiebreaker? You would imagine how to play LN might be one of those called up to contest a pick like that, and it clocks in at just under 7 minutes. So
yeah, it is a long map. I mean, Thailand's roster, I can almost imagine. I would imagine that for the tiebreaker, if it does go that far, it's going to be Pavin, how to play LN, and Miku aimbot. And if Pavin plays every single map before that point, that's going to be extremely draining on them.
yeah, absolutely. But that is something to ponder later on. They do have to contest OO Raged in Vegas here. China's what is this, 8th pick now, going this late on into the match. See if there's any semblance of fatigue beginning to set in, and Pavin going to find the first drop here this early on into the map. Not going to be too detrimental considering the fact that this map clocks in at over 3 minutes, but it's definitely going to hand a bit of a lead over to China this early on.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing quite a bit of this kind of stuff happening to Thailand for this entire match. Miku aimbot finding quite a few misses in the first 50 to 100 notes. Pavin now finding one in the first 100 notes here and giving China the lead as we're getting into that first jump stream section. But as I've said multiple times this match, an early miss is better than one after the 400 combo mark, at least at the beginning of the match. So we're back up to full combo bonus for both teams, and a miss from China here would be extremely detrimental compared to that miss from Pavin, but misses on either side would be devastating. The accuracy starting to build up for Pavin here, but Banan absolutely demolishing this alongside Ohm, both at the 99.9 range, and it looks like the overall accuracy is actually in favor of Thailand despite that early miss.
Yeah, if anything, China is riding on that early miss from Pavin to buffer the lead, and Pavin does find another drop here, and that's gonna stem any sort of a comeback for right now. They're gonna need to get back up to that 400 combo cap to try and retry that comeback as we make our way into the back half of the map, and XD1 gonna find a drop here, and oh my goodness, this lead is getting very shaky very quickly.
Yeah, Pavin hitting that 400 combo mark, back up to the maximum combo bonus. XZ not quite there, but the accuracy is helping China maintain the lead as XZ tries to get back up to that point, but it looks like Thailand is actually going to take it right before the that 400 combo is reached, and we have an even game halfway through this map.
Yeah, this is way too close to call. Mias was doing absolutely fantastic in the 99.8 range. Did find a rush of 200s to damage their accuracy, but right now it is the battering ram of Mias and Sunny doing the work. Under a couple of 200s, Banan finding a drop!
That's going to be a combo break, but Mia's trading it back!
Oh my goodness! Last of the map to go.
Lockjack section. What is going on?
It is a war of attrition between these two countries right now. It's basically raiding haymakers right now. Last quarter of the map to go, and it is on the back of Sunny and Aeon DCO for their respective countries to try and hold on as best as they can, because right now this is teetering on a knife's edge. A lot of bad judgment coming out from Aeon, but they've managed to hold on to the full combo here.
Yeah, and this ending's going to be extremely difficult. I could see a few misses coming out, even full team drops on some of these patterns. But it's so close, I can't tell who's going to lead. There's a couple of 200 drops on the side of Thailand, but they're traded back from China, and it looks like Thailand has just the barely lead. But Banan finds a combo break.
Oh my goodness, there's so many jacks it can test. Mia trades it back here, but right now China has
is there enough
tiniest
time?
semblance of a lead right now. There is enough time for Thailand to try and make it back. I don't know if they're going to make it back up with that 400 combo cap, but they need to hold on to the accuracy right now as best as they can. Aeon finds a drop, and that's going to nail in the coffin. Last of the map left to go. Unless there's a choke this late on into the map, it is going to be China's pick, the riskiest pick, and it is... Oh my god, we're still tied 4-4.
Points. This is the closest map we've seen so far. Wow, 4-4. We have a best of 5 on our hands, and Thailand has to potentially dig back into that hybrid pool.
Yeah, and I mean, we were saying it when we were approaching the midpoint of this match. There are going to be some risky picks, and oh boy, these last two delivered in terms of how back and forth these last couple of picks are going to be. That was Thailand's best opportunity to try and take a break point away from China on a rice pick of all things. And now, I mean, gotta be the hybrids. I imagine party starter is the pick here.
I would imagine the same thing. I do want to mention, though, too, Sunny X getting that full combo on ORAGE and Vegas, holding on through that ending. Definitely important for holding on to that 4,000 point lead for them.
Yeah.
Pulling up and putting the team on his back, getting ready. And yeah, like we said, Thailand picking, probably going into the hybrids. They're taking a little longer than usual. So you could potentially see an SV pick coming out here, maybe? I don't know. I'm sure it's in the back of their heads right now.
Yeah, they're probably deliberating, like, who is feeling up for the style of chart that they want to play. I imagine... well, actually, no, if they had been more comfortable on Ultima Duel, it's gonna be...
There's the SV pick.
Here.
We have an SV pick coming out in this match. Thailand being the first to bite that bullet and hoping that their SV practice time was spent well and will give them enough opportunity to take the point from China. Party Starter and Abalo both rice heavy enough that it's probably a little bit uncomfortable for Thailand.
Yeah, and I imagine we're going to start seeing some swap coming in here from both. Pavin finally bidding Bear. Well, actually, this might be a pick to try and give Pavin a break from having played 8 maps in a row. I can definitely see that being the reason for this SV pick coming out.
Well done.
And as we see the substitutions making their way in here, Mafufu coming in for China, a very seasoned SV player. This is probably something they've been practicing extensively.
Yeah, I mean, having the confidence to keep both of the SV picks open, regardless of whether you actually pick it or not, pretty much means you have to have practiced both.
Yeah, it's just you're basically playing chicken with these picks if you leave both of them up, because neither team wants to be the one to pick it and lose it and give that breakpoint over, because it is going to become a mountain to try and climb to try and get that breakpoint back. And it looks like we did see Konkawi come in for Thailand, Mafufu coming in for China, XZ1 and Sunny backing them up, Banan and Aeom backing up Konkawi here.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Teams looking pretty interesting for this SV pick, giving opportunities to both Miaz and I forgot Pavin. Sorry, I completely forgot. But giving both of those two who have played every single map this match an opportunity to take a break. Sunny X also getting a bit of a break. 2.94, not too difficult and shouldn't be too straining on the hand. So it's not as much of a physical stamina herder, more of like that mental state. But I'm sure Sunny is happy to not have to play another extremely physically demanding map, like just giving them a little bit of a break. So this might end up being a pretty important pivot in this match to getting these players back up to top form.
Nice.
For sure. And I feel like the name of the game for this pick is going to be anticipation. These hanging notes in front of your receptors, very tempting to try and hit early. You have to trust yourself.
Big
You have to
accuracy
trust
drop.
the timing.
From both Konkawi and Ohm there, China takes the accuracy lead, and those long notes are not treating Thailand very well right now. China just holding on to that lead. But there's still a lot of this map left to go.
Yeah, but this lead is basically ballooning in favor of China. There were a couple more 200s and even 100, I believe, coming out from the side of Thailand. And the thing is, yes, this is a lot less physically demanding, but the note count becomes so important. You have to hold on as best as you can to the full combo because recovery is a very long road on a pick like this.
It looks like in these more straightforward sections, Thailand is actually able to keep a little bit more of an accuracy lead, but we're continuing to see 200 drops in Konkawi. First person to drop combo there is going to make me take my words back just a bit. China looking extremely practiced on this as we get into the final third of this map, and it's going to take a little bit of a catastrophic failure on the side of China to start giving this back to Thailand as we get into more of these stutters that no one has been seeming to have issues on, but China just looking very strong on this.
Yeah, overall team accuracy and the fact that they still have 3 FCs on the board. Konkawi struggling on that back half, and the fact that they broke right in the middle of the map. We're already approaching the last 1/8 of the map, and they just barely made it back up to that 400 combo cap. And Banan finds the drop now, and that is basically going to be the nail in the coffin for this Thai performance, unless China trades it back. But
I don't think there's enough notes even in the end. Even if China let go of their keyboards for this ending, I think they'd still maintain the lead.
oh boy. And the SV gamble, Mafufu finds a slider break on that transition, but it is going to take a lot more than that. Rest in peace to their full combo, making it just short. But China is going to take the first break point in this match and make it 5-4 now.
Indeed, it is first breakpoint of this match, and China's going to get an opportunity to take an advantage out of that breakpoint. They still have 2 Rise picks left. They have Zenithalize and they have Genova, but they only get 1 more pick in this match, no matter what. Wait, is that right?
They get this pick to make it match point.
They have 2. They have 2 more picks left in this match.
I mean, there's only 2 Rice maps left, so I think it's pretty much set in stone for them, unless they want to throw the absolute curveball of all curveballs and go for Crankin or something. But
after that pretty significant win on SVs, I wouldn't be too surprised to see China going for it.
I mean, definitely a world where that happens, but it's going to be Genova.
Yeah, that is going to be the Genova pick here. Staying in the Rise pool, no matter how confident they might be on SV2, they're just going to stick with what has worked for them.
Yeah, absolutely. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They have had the advantage on these Rice picks. Thailand has made it close at points, but the overall consistency going the way of China, giving them the confidence to go for something like this. That being said, with how dense this map gets at points, it's very easy to find yourself misreading some of these patterns, especially when you start to consider nerves and pressure trying to close this match out as soon as humanly possible. So as we wait for the players to get ready, we do see more substitutions. The Reimu coming back in, Pavin making an appearance, How to Play LN coming back from their break. Wanted to make sure you put your best players forward, especially when you're trying to capitalize on a breakpoint like the one that was given on that SV pick. So definitely want to tread with caution here and really make sure that the players coming up are ready.
Yeah, we see Konkawi staying in Pavin and How to Play LN coming back in for Thailand with a well-deserved break, hopefully back and ready for some more really difficult Rice patterns. Mia is on the same boat. XZ also in the same boat. Sunny having played that SV map, also getting somewhat of a physicality break. So we'll hopefully get to see these players really performing their best.
Absolutely. Hopefully they all change their scroll speeds back. Always interesting is the wrong scroll speeds after SV picks, so hopefully that doesn't plague anybody here. A couple of mirrors coming out from the side of Thailand, wanting to play those patterns on the offhand during this pick. Definitely a bit of a preference. And as we get started here, first couple of notes coming out, how to play LN still at the 100% here. And everybody else holding on to those 99.9s before the streams start to kick up. A 200 coming in from how to play LN, going to damage their accuracy here. And as the streams come out, we see some accuracy drops coming out across the board. XZ1, Konkawa, and how to play LN dropping here. But
First stream coming out, Thailand holds on to that accuracy lead, but Pavin drops a combo, and that's going to help China bring that lead back in their favor. But XZ1 trades it back, and the accuracy lead looks like it's a little bit stronger in favor of Thailand here, coming through these streams, and they're going to take that lead right back.
yeah, all eyes on Sunny right now. 98.7 did not have the best of times reading through that first stream. You wonder if it's a bit of fatigue trying to read their way through it. Mias finds another drop. It is traded with Konkawa here, so all square in that regard, but it is still Thailand holding on to the lead here going into the back half of the map. And right now, oh my goodness, is this potentially another breakpoint in the making? There's still half the map to go, but it is the best Thailand has looked so far on one of these Rice picks.
Absolutely. We're getting into the second half, getting that break. It looks like Thailand was able to take the advantage, but not by a whole lot. This is looking pretty similar to that OA Region Vegas play, but Thailand looking to do anything they can to take that breakpoint right back.
Yeah, right now is Mia standing above everybody else in terms of accuracy, but not in terms of combos, so they do have a bit of a score penalty to work with. Sunny and how to play 11, Pavin dropping as the streams kick up once again, and China taking advantage, taking the lead here, going into the last quarter of the map. There are still a couple of streams left to go. It is up to Thailand to try and recover as best as they can and hope for a draw from China this late on into the map to try and give them some hope of taking this breakpoint back.
Yeah, they're holding onto that combo. All of the players back up to the 400 combo mark. The accuracy advantage should be with Thailand, but how to play Allen dropping again as they're getting into the final few streams. China looking to stay consistent, and unlike the first stream, it looks like they're able to hold on to their scores, and that's going to be another point for China to match point with Thailand having the pick here.
Oh my goodness, it was looking really dicey at one point for China, and Thailand has been putting in the work. It's just the overall consistency, finding those inopportune breaks at the worst of times to hand the points back. But thankfully, it is Thailand's pick here to try and keep this match going here. You would imagine Hybrid 3 or Hybrid 2 are going to be the pick
Revelation
here.
Comes out as the pick here. So we're seeing Hybrid 2. I'm surprised that they're not going for Party Starter, but I guess it's a little bit too physical for their liking, and we've seen China just absolutely dominate on that kind of map.
Absolutely. So it is going to be Revelation Hybrid 2 coming out. Gotta love it when the title of the song basically covers the entire banner. So you would imagine more substitutions are going to be coming out. Wouldn't be surprised to see Miku aimbot coming in for Thailand to back up how to play LN. Probably Pavin staying in as well. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who stays in for China. They have had a bit of flexibility in terms of these LN hybrid rosters. And it looks like it's going to be Miku aimbot and not Pavin, but Banan coming in to round out this Thai composition. XZ1, Mias, and Sunny staying in. Sunny, the ever-present so far this match, has yet to tag out for any of the picks so far. You wonder how they're feeling right now with the opportunity to try and close this match out. And as I say that, XE1 does depart either for another restart or to bring somebody else back in. Mafufu has played some of these LN picks. So might come in.
We could see that. I'm trying to think of who else would maybe be. Reimu might be coming in. They were playing a couple of the. I think they played the other hybrid.
Definitely a good shout as we wait for the third member of China to make their appearance. I mean, backs against the wall moment for Thailand here. Thankfully, it is their pick, so they have the opportunity to try and steady the ship a little bit, but they need to get that break point now to force a tiebreaker at the very least. And right on cue, Reimu coming back in.
Well, even just tiebreaker, they're gonna need to win this and China's next pick. And China still has Zenithalize open as well as the other SV pick, so there's still a lot that Thailand has to get through just to get to tiebreaker.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we had mentioned it before. Zenithalize might be one of those where it might be risky to go for just in terms of everybody overperforming on core jack style picks. So maybe SV2 would be the pick for China if Thailand does end up winning this hybrid. But with that being said, the players are ready. We are loaded into what could potentially be the last map of this match, unless Thailand has something to say about it. It's basically no more room for errors as they try and keep their tournament hopes alive. It is going to be Revelation coming out here.
Yeah, and there are a lot of very difficult rice flow patterns in this map. Very dense portions of this that I think will end up favoring China, but there are also a couple of long note base sections that should be pretty strong for Thailand, as we see Thailand holding on to a bit of a lead as we hit 400 combo by Miku aimbot, finding that first combo break in the lobby here and giving China an immediate lead going into this slower section.
Yeah, that was quite a substantial drop. You saw that lead spike immediately to the other side, dropping about 0.5% just on that one drop alone. But there's plenty of room to recover. That being said, we're already in the second third of the map, and these bursts are very tricky to navigate. Sunny being the latest victim to fall. 2 full combos apiece for both countries going into the back half of the map, and it is Thailand's lead to play with for right now.
It sure is. We're getting into a little bit of a slower section, but we still have that the second half, which has a lot of very, very fast mini eject patterns, which we've been seeing a little bit of inconsistency on the Thailand side on those kinds of patterns, but we have a little bit of long notes as Thailand takes advantage of that miss just a little bit and extends their lead, but we still have a lot of difficult patterns. Reimu going to be the one that drops first, though, as we have only a quarter of this map left, and Thailand starting to run away with this score lead.
Yeah, another drop from Reimu here, and that's going to help solidify this lead that Thailand has built up. Miku doing very well to recover from their early miss. Sunny as well, climbing back over 1,000 combo, but the damage is being done. It would take a couple of misses from Thailand this late on to try and hand the lead back, but there are not a lot of tricks left up this map sleeve. Last sliver left to go, and I mean, barring them stopping playing, this is going to be Thailand making it 6-5 now.
It sure is, and it is China's pick, though. Zenithalize is open. SV2 is also open, and then there's Party Starter, which I don't think China really wants to touch.
Yeah, I don't think Party Starter in any world would get picked from China. I feel like it has to be SV2. Zenithalize probably leaves the door open just a bit too much to Thailand to try and take this 2 tiebreaker.
Yeah, and China definitely does not want to put this up to chance here.
Absolutely, but definitely taking a second to deliberate on what the pick could be. So only 3 maps left. We've already cast aside Hybrid 3, so that's probably not up for consideration. It's really just between SV2 and Rice 4, I would imagine.
But every time I've said that there's no chance, okay.
Get away for poor Jack. They're gonna go Zenithalize.
did not go with what we said is absolutely not possible. But Party Starter and Kraken are going to be ignored here. Zenithali is going to be the final pick of this match. It's either China wins or it goes to tiebreaker, and it is China's pick. But we were already talking about Korjax being a little bit on the risky side, especially if China doesn't have a solid 3 players who can keep up with 150 BPM Jax.
Yeah, and I mean, there's such a black and white area with Korjax where it just takes one thing to go wrong before it just cascades into a completely thrown score. It's such a risky pick, not because of how hard it is, but because of how unassumingly easy it can be to miss on a map like this.
Absolutely, especially when it starts getting really dense towards the middle and the end.
Yeah, there are a couple of streams to contend with as well. Not the densest, but definitely enough to break the flow of the Korjax patterning that trying to transition back into it could be a cause for concern. So, gonna see a couple more substitutions coming out. And oh my goodness, it's gonna take nerves of steel to contest a map like this, especially this late on. There's so much on the line right now.
Absolutely, we see Pavin and how to play LN staying in, Reimu and Sunny staying in for China, just looking for that last player on each side. Well, actually, Pavin wasn't in on the previous pick, so they're actually coming in for Thailand. Kankawe coming in as the 3rd player there, and we're waiting just on the last Chinese player, and I would imagine this is an XZ1 play?
Probably, it remains to be seen. They're probably discussing amongst themselves who has it in them to try and bring this home for China. I mean, to be fair, they have at least, right there on cue, XZ going to be brought in here. That being said, I mean, thankfully for China, the worst that can happen is that they go to tiebreaker. But at the same time, you don't really want to go to tiebreaker.
Definitely do not want to go to tiebreaker. We could see some really interesting rosters if tiebreaker does end up happening, though. I would imagine it's going to be like Sunny, XZ1, and I keep forgetting everyone's name.
It's been a long match. We have been in it for the long haul. I'm sure it'll come to you halfway through.
Miaz was the guy I was thinking of. So XZ, Sunny, and Miaz on China, and then Pavin how to play LN and Miku for Thailand would be a pretty scary set of 6 players. But in order for that to come out, Thailand needs to win this pick or they will forfeit their tournament lives. Last chance for them to come back in this match and take a break point on Zenithali's Korjax, extremely difficult 151 or 150 BPM Jax. You're gonna have to give all your hope to Thailand to make sure that they have what they need to take this point. But we're about to get into the first bit of Korjax coming up. A little bit on the easier side for this beginning, but once it really starts going, I think we're gonna start seeing some breaks.
Yeah, absolutely. And on a pick like this, you say breaks, I say watch for those 200 counts. I feel like this is going to be teetering on that knife's edge that we have seen so far this match, that any rush of 200s could prove to be detrimental to either side's overall performance. And we see some very insane runs right now. How to play LN standing head and shoulders above everybody else in at 99.9 range, keeping the lead ever so slightly in favor of Thailand as Bancho tries to keep everything in sync. China putting up a very impressive team performance right now. Kankawe falling a little bit behind here, but still holding on to the full combos here. 99.3. Reimu's gonna be the first drop though.
That's gonna be a full combo drop. That's going to be 3 full combos coming up, but a really dense transition here. But there's no other breaks halfway through. Thailand's going to come out of the first half with the lead off of the miss from Reimu, and that's really unfortunate because this is some free accuracy that Thailand's going to take some score advantage out of because Reimu's not at the 400 combo mark yet. But we still do have the ending, which throws some more really difficult and dense Korjax, but Thailand looking pretty strong to potentially take this break point and bring it to a tiebreaker.
Yeah, some difficult bursts to contend with here before you transition back into Corjax. Do your best to read your way through them. Cannot afford to find a drop here. Everybody comes out of it relatively unscathed as we transition back into the Corjax. Last quarter of the map left to go, and this is basically Thailand's to lose as we make our way through. Reimu doing very well to recover back up over that 400 combo cap and back up to that 99.6 mark. But right now, it is the overall team performance from Thailand. Konkawi drops accuracy, but
it's looking like it's going in China's favor. I think the accuracy lead is in China's favor, which means they should be able to take that lead back as we get to the final patterns. It's still flickering though, it's so close.
Konkawi cannot afford to drop anymore. The bursts do break up the yak just a little bit, but there's another drop there.
The accuracy drops from China, and Thailand takes the break point.
Toph, we're going to tiebreaker.
What was that?
We're going to tiebreaker, the first one of the semifinals. We did not have any during the quarters. And on the third match of this weekend, we are going to see a multi-genre smackdown.
First time in 2 weeks we've seen a tiebreaker, but what a match to do it. This looks so funny on the map page. All the blue at the top, all the red at the bottom.
And that's what we call a dichotomy.
That sure is what we call a dichotomy, but wow, this is gonna be so insane. Miku has to be coming in for Thailand here. Either Miku or Banan, it has to be one of the two.
One of the two, but oh my goodness, that was so tense there at the end. It was a battle of accuracy versus a miss at the very end, and at the very last moment, China blinks, drops a tiny bit of accuracy. It's just those rushes of 300s that can make all the difference at the end, and it's going to be Banan coming in for Thailand to round out this roster for this tiebreaker showdown. It is going to be Pavin, Banan, and How to Play LN going up against XZ1Z1Z, Reimu, and Sunny XXY.
Oh, and Mia's not coming in for this? I can't imagine Mia's not playing this. Okay, there goes XZ1.
Okay. It might have just been trying to get them into the server.
Wow, Banan trying to get my mutual on commentating. This is not the time!
There are more important things to worry about. You have 6.5 minutes of pure torture to contest with to try and keep your tournament hopes alive. The mutual can come later. You have to put your best foot forward here. No distractions, no room for error left in this, and just enthralling showdown between two very evenly matched countries.
Yeah, two very strong countries as well. We've been seeing some insane scores through this map pool. 6-6 right now, and one of these teams will be knocked out of the tournament at a 12th place position, or top 12 position finisher. But we have our two teams. Mia's coming in with Reimu and Sunny X on their side. Pavin, How to Play LN, and Banan for Thailand. Final map, 13 out of 13 maps played. We've made it this far. 6.5 minutes of absolute brutal play here to come.
Okay.
Lend your support to your favorite country. They're going to need it. They need all the composure and help that they can get as we get multi-genre Smackdown underway. And oh boy, I think we are in for a bit of a ride, a roller coaster, if I do say so myself.
Absolutely. I mean, interesting, we saw Thailand win both of the hybrids so far. So this could potentially favor Thailand in this scenario, but there is so many just pure rice sections that China's going to have opportunities to just absolutely blast a lead, especially in this first half.
Absolutely. The section I'm worried about is that brutal high-speed dense LN section at the very end of the map.
But Thailand does not have Miku, who was a pretty significant rock for those long note picks, so there's still going to be an opportunity for China to maintain at least reaching distance on that section without one of Thailand's star long note players. But we're getting into the first primary section with some easier long notes in terms of like the overall speed and density, but it looks like Thailand is barely taking a small lead as we get into some more difficult rice.
Yeah, 99.7s and a 99.6 apiece. They're basically in lockstep with each other as we finish this first quarter of the map. Neither side giving an inch as we take a bit of a break here to transition into the next genre. And we see the scores here, Banan lagging just a tiny bit behind as we make our way back into the second quarter of the map. Gonna give China a tiny sliver of a lead, but it is so fragile, it can change in an instant. Oh, and Banan, oh my goodness, just complete calamity. Banan, Pavan, and Reimu all dropping going into the second third of the map. Overall, the trade favors China, and they take a bit of a lead now, the largest so far this match. Pavan finding another drop on this rice section, and that is going to help cushion the lead just ever so slightly as the teams take damage control. China faring a little bit better in the exchanges. Reimu finding another slider break here on these LN jacks. But that being said, it doesn't do too much in terms of the lead, but they're going to have to get back up over that 400 combo cap. Banan dropping on the burst.
That is a transition that's going to hurt. This lead is not too big here, but Reimu is starting to reach that 400 combo mark as we hit some more long notes that should slightly favor the Thailand side, though Banan at that 200 combo mark. But Sunny with a combo break as Banan starts to get to that 400 combo mark is going to start shrinking that lead, and that's going to maintain itself as a very, very close scoreline as we're approaching the halfway mark.
Absolutely. I was going to say it was How to Play LN versus Sunny and Mia.
I just heard the monkey scratch sound in the song, and I thought someone missed.
Same here. I immediately looked over to Pavan because I thought that they had broken it. Right there goes the break on right into the LN transition. Sunny trades it back here. Banan falls as well, and that's going to help cushion the lead for China. Damage mitigation there as Banan finds another couple of breaks, and as we make our way into the back half of the map, there is a commanding lead now for China to work with. There are still one FC apiece on both sides, but Pavan and Banan.
Good miss. We have two lower combos on the side of Thailand as Banan starts to hit that 400 combo in this break, so it's going to help a little bit, but Reimu and Pavan both at the lower combo as they're trying to build back up. How to Play LN and Mia's at the full combos right now. This is not that big of a lead. It's only about 14,000 right now, and like you said, we still have the very dense, very fast long note section, and the entire ending kind of is like that until we get to that ending speed core area. But I could definitely expect Thailand to start taking a little bit of a lead in this faster long note section. We're getting to the transition here. Everyone above 400 combo, this is going to be huge.
Yeah, absolutely. You can imagine the heart rates are increasing as the BPM starts to pick up once again going into the last third of the map. It is still China in the lead. Mia's and How to Play LN, the only full combos left on the board. Banan and Pavan doing their best to try and lend their support to their Thai teammate as well.
Banan not having any time.
Oh my goodness.
Fast stream here. How to Play LN breaks a full combo. That's a full drop from the Thailand side, and China's just going to demolish this. Going into the long note section, no drop, but that's a double miss from China as well.
Oh my goodness, but I think the damage was done before the transition. How to Play LN, Pavan, and Banan all struggled heavily in that speed section before the LNs, and Banan not faring too well on this LN section as well. Gonna help buffet the lead for China, and as we transition out of that, the structure starts to get a little bit lighter in the overall scheme of things compared to that last section. Last quarter of the map left to go. It's still up in the air, but right now, this is a commanding lead for China now.
It is commanding a Banan, I think, starting to run out of stamina. That's another full team miss from Thailand. China, two players holding under the 1,000 combo, and there has to be a complete team collapse here at the end. But this ending is primarily based on very, very fast technical rice patterns, and I don't see China dropping enough to give Thailand a lead. This might be all she wrote, but we still have one more section before we can say that for sure.
Absolutely, it's not over till it's over. You still have to put up the best performance you absolutely can, but as this last sliver goes, How to Play LN drops on the transition. That's not going to help matters here. Oh, Mia's drops.
But that's only just going to be a trade with How to Play LN. How to Play LN drops again, and that's not going to help Thailand's case. Banan dropping as well. Mia's dropping again, but that's two combos, 2-1 right now. for China, and this ending is looking more and more like it's going to be favoring China. There's about a 50,000 point gap, and I don't think there's enough time, and it looks like China will be getting the upset here, seed 8 versus seed 10, and China will move on into the second match for semifinals losers bracket here. Thailand, unfortunately, knocked out of the tournament with that.
Incredible performances overall. I feel like the only sad part about this match is that somebody has to be eliminated. Commiserations to Thailand. Congratulations to China. An absolute slugfest going back and forth, going the distance, having to be broken up by the tiebreaker where they come out on top at the end of it all.
Absolutely insane match we just watched. And that was a losers bracket match, like you and I have been saying. Thailand is so unfortunately knocked out of this tournament. China going to move on in the bracket to face off against Japan as their next opponent. And that's going to be an interesting match because Japan, traditionally Rice slugfest team, but also has the SV capabilities. China showing off their extreme prowess on the Rice side as well. This is going to be such an interesting match to see come out. But congratulations to China yet again, locking in at least a top 8 finish. Thailand, unfortunately, finishing in that top 12 position. But I do believe that that's going to be the end of this block for quite a bit of time. Our next match, not for another, what is that, 12 hours from now at 4 UTC, we'll be seeing the United States versus Vietnam. Another losers bracket match. Just getting all the losers bracket matches out of the way as quickly as possible before having another short break before we actually get into some winners bracket action.
Yep. For sure. Definitely don't want to miss any of the remaining matches. And Toph, I mean, this has been an incredible match. If you were lending your support to one of the teams playing here, how can you lend even extra support to these teams?
Man, I'm so glad you asked, because I love making this speech every single weekend. I have to keep shilling for these teams. I have to keep shilling for this tournament. You can buy banners on the Osu store to support your favorite teams, even the ones that have been knocked out of the tournament. Any of the 32 teams that made it into the bracket stage after the qualifiers have banners available for sale on the Osu store that will, like the name suggests, go on your profile. And as an extra bonus, if you choose to support the team that ultimately ends up winning the tournament in the end, you get to keep that banner on your profile for an extra long time until the next iteration of the 4Q World Cup. But if I'm remembering correctly, that's not the only way to support us, right, Sparky?
Absolutely right. If you want to lend even more support to the teams playing and you want to support the map, the prize pool overall, you can donate to the Open Collective, an initiative we have going on for the 4Key World Cup, where you can donate even more. If $2.50 is not enough to satiate your desire to support these teams, you can donate as much or as little as you want on the Open Collective to lend your support to these incredible players so we can keep giving you guys these incredible matches. I mean, I wish every match went to tiebreaker, and I'm so glad we managed to see it this round.
Absolutely, but with that being said, that's going to be the end of this block. We will be back for an insane losers bracket match once again in 11 hours at 4 UTC between the United States and Vietnam. And I really hope to see you guys back then, because it's going to be a doozy. We will see you guys then.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Osumania 4-Key World Cup 2022. It is now 4 UTC and we are ready for some more action. The last of the not conditional matches in the losers bracket, this time between the United States of America and Vietnam. Quite a matchup we have right here, and of course on the semifinals I'm not gonna be alone myself. Fun Crystal, that is. I'll be joined by no other than the legendary Raveli. How you doing?
Hello, this is gonna be a very interesting match between seeds 11 and 12. The last time these two teams faced each other was back in 2015 in the groups when situations were very different. United States went on to win that and Vietnam went on to crash out of the groups. But yeah, we're in the semi-finals and this is a matchup.
Yeah, not only US won that tournament, they also did it in an undefeated fashion. I think it's the only time in history, other than I think South Korea did it once as well, but that was some sick times back then for the United States in 2015. Fun enough as well to mention, I don't recall when we commentated together for World Cups. I think we did at some point, right? But this is like the release duo.
Yeah, I think we might have done one last year, but definitely not this year.
No, it's certainly not this year. But hey, like you were talking about Vietnam not being, like back in the day, not being the powerhouses they are currently. And honestly, it's mostly just a recent thing. Like last year, maybe?
Yeah.
2020, they had a great team as
yeah.
well. But I think they didn't make it out of group stage back then.
They didn't make it out, unfortunately.
But it was very close. Yeah, it was with Russia, Indonesia on that group. It was a very, very close group.
Yeah, they just suddenly revived, all the stars aligned for them, all the star players started joining, and now they're here.
Yeah, and it seems like they're already rolling here. Lot gets the lower brawl, so that means that the US wins the roll, and we see a lot of W's in the chat. Hopefully, the winning of a roll can transition for them in a win for the match, but we shall see with time.
So this should be a ban on Kraken, because Vietnam did ban SV2 on their last 2 matches.
Yeah, I guess a team like the United States, who has historically been pretty good at SVs, you kind of want to go for it. Although again, Vietnam has historically been a fairly good SV team as well. Circumstances are very different this year, I'm aware. It's not the same that we are used to see. And SV2 has historically also been the hard SV pick, so we are not really used to see it as much. But they ban SV1 instead, so Shower Beer is going to be knocked off the park. So T-Deck doesn't get any sort of recognition here on the SV department, but still an opportunity on the hybrids. Hybrid 2 also mapped by him.
Yeah, now
SV2! No!
No SVs!
No SVs matchup. This happened already, right? This is the second time, I think, on this semi-finals already without SVs. Like, just both of them being banned. I think Indonesia and the United Kingdom both also banned the SV1 and SV2 respectively.
Dang, no love for SVs.
I know, right? If only they trained it. It's not that hard. Come on, guys.
I mean, both teams did play the last round's SV1.
Oh, US going really quickly into counterclockwise. This is Rise 3, so going straight into one of the, I think, trickiest Rise maps in the pool. That is not Rise.
That is
7.
not the right one.
That is formidable enemy. That's a different map. But I mean, I can see the United States map like going for this at some point, but it's not quite now.
Yeah, I think arguably this is the hardest tech map out of the 3.
Oh, I agree with you. Absolutely.
This would be a toss-up, I feel. Vietnam also have a very strong Rise team.
Yeah, they do, and that's what I'm mostly wondering. Like, how is this matchup really going to look like, right? Both of the teams are very solid when it comes to the Rise department. So if maps get very, very close, which I expect them to be, we'll see with this one. I think this will give us a pretty decent picture of how the matchup is going to look like. But if we see close difference, especially in a map like this that is very, very physically demanding, then strategies may vary a lot throughout the matchup. LNs are a big question mark for these two teams. We have no idea who will be the better team between these two. And hybrids, even when you do know who is usually the better hybrid team, it almost always turns out not to be as cut clear as we think it is.
Yeah.
So it comes down to
Especially-
Rise, the strength of both teams, really. And I don't know who has the upper hand. Who do you think is gonna win, Ravi? Not this
I mean,
map,
if the
right, like match.
US. Oh, for the match, I think. I just think US have a bit more consistency than Vietnam. But, you know, if that consistency fades away, then Vietnam can easily take it as well.
It feels a little bit like Vietnam might be struggling with a third player here. Like historically, again, we are used to see players like
Yeah.
Devil
I'm surprised
Chili,
no
I imagine.
Tridon for Vietnam, actually.
Yeah, that's
So
true
Vela
as
is
well.
playing this one.
I didn't notice. That's very true. We shall see if Sibelia has enough raw physical abilities to tear through this map. So far, so good. His accuracy is not the best, but it's not bad by any means. And Grip Warrior actually trades a couple 200s over there,
Ooh.
making this in favor of the Vietnamese team right now. It's
Yeah, a little bit of a shake-up.
Oh, Lot
Oh, and a
drops.
miss from Lot, though. Oh, that gives it right away to the United States. Right before the 400 combo mark as well.
Yeah, that gives Vietnam a bit of a chance if the United States drops, right? Because they didn't
Yep.
quite hit the combo cap. So if a miss happens from the US, accuracy stayed the same, then Vietnam will be in theory in the lead, but very, very slightly. So accuracy is gonna certainly matter in the event of a miss from the American side here. And as you see, the accuracies right now seems fairly equal for the most part, but with the US being slightly ahead, both Meter and Dev on the 99.8s, whereas Lot and Magnifestio are on the 70s. Well, Lot dropping because of the combo drop, of course, but what is his accuracy by Dev, by the way? Like,
Yeah, Dev is crushing it right now. Like Vela dropping all the way down to 99.4.
still
That
holding the
lead is
combo
gonna
though.
extend. Yep. It's pretty important if the United States do trade a miss. But like I
Especially in a
said,
map
the
like
United
this,
States have
right?
consistency. Yeah. This map is so easy to just pull off a mistake.
Yeah, a lot of heavy anchors and mini jacks and very, very fast bursts. Like 300 BPM bursts are no joke. 310 actually.
Yeah, and to do it in erratic fashion as well, especially at like this section here where there's almost nothing and then suddenly the bursts just come in. It can catch you off guard.
Yeah. And those mini jacks as well. Those hands into doubles on the out, like not both of the outer inner corner, but like 2 and 4s. They are very, very hard to hit. Not a problem so far for the players really. Other than Lot, we have not seen a single miss. And Lot bearing pretty consistent here. There's a miss actually by
Aw.
Sevelia, but traded instantly by
Oh.
Grip Warrior.
Yeah, but Grip Warrior was the lowest act from the US, so it's not gonna deal too much damage to them.
In this accuracy difference between Sibelia and the rest of the United States is proving to be the main difference maker here. Not just the combo, of course, which they are one miss behind, but 99.82 and 99.85. Those are the two best accuracies from the US. And Magnifestio certainly up there, but the rest of the team a little bit behind.
Yeah, very solid scores all around, as well as Magnifestio still holding the only FC from Vietnam.
Bit of a last
should do
burst
it.
section here. Yeah, I don't think
Yep.
there's enough time anyway. It's gonna be the US taking the first point on their own pick, but not by much, I'll say. 21,000 points.
Oh my gosh, 200 from Dev. 2 from
Just-
Middle, 5 for Magnifestio.
The 200, like the 200 count across the entire teams. Like
Yeah.
both actually are insane. Like Sibelia is a little bit behind, surely, but even still, 13s in this is very, very good. And the ratios are not that far off either.
Indeed. Vietnam going straight for Ultima Thule? Wait, wrong. Secret Sleuth. That's my map.
Yeah, that would be your map. Am I the only one who thinks that the intro of this map sounds like the Incredibles song?
Oh no.
Oh, yes, it does. I think it does anyway. Also, nice track, Ravi. I always said this, you always have great taste when it comes to music.
I mean, I've been in the my scene for 5 years now. Being
my
there
God.
has exposed me to different amounts of songs, different amounts of genres. And this is actually part of a project from the Sega team based off My. So it's pretty interesting to see how they're trying to craft songs like this.
Oh my god, the classic asking for a mutual to the referee tactic by the United States being deployed here.
I'm actually surprised that the United States haven't done a mutual to Tiger Eyes yet, since Tiger Eyes is also from the United States.
It happens, certainly.
But there should be some swaps. I mean, Sun Apple is already in the lobby as well as A Sharp. Should be another swap from Vietnam though.
Yeah, Magnifiesto seems to be swapping out here. Makes sense considering he's mostly a Rise-oriented player. But we shall see.
I'm waiting for Tridon. Because Tridon did play the L-Lens last round.
I mean, maybe... Oh yeah, they're just deciding. I was wondering maybe he was just not around waiting for them. Still
That is a possibility.
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing, right? If you have the option of choice, it's usually a good sign. Like, well, it depends, I guess, because sometimes you're like, well, who's gonna do the least worst between the two? But usually, especially your pick, I imagine it's more like a who's the strongest. It's so close, and yeah, I imagine it's kind of like that. But they are running into the timer, so hopefully they can bring the player as soon as possible now.
Okay, so Miklik is now in the lobby, so
There he is.
that should be the finalized team. Yep.
If I remember correctly, I saw Miklik applying for the mentorship program, so we might see some new mapper coming from Vietnam soon. I don't know.
I mean, Miklik has been in the mapping scene for a while, so definitely some experience.
But yeah, you can enhance that, I guess, but yeah, fair enough. I thought it was mostly lots from Vietnam who are like the mapping producers. But that's true. It's just that lot may be the more popular one because it's
Yeah.
But anyways, enough rambling around. Let's go through LN1. This is your map, Ravi. You should tell us where should we worry about.
I mean, the main part is just the dubstep drop, really. That's where a lot of the physicality comes in. Otherwise, it's mostly swing release. And for a lot of people, that is pretty bad. But for these 6 players, it should be fine. It just really comes down to the dubstep drop, I feel.
Well, last round's releases were very, very rough. So this one, I imagine, no exception really. But maybe in a different style. Like, this is more manageable, I think, if you have good rhythm in comparison to the other one, which you needed more control, I feel. In this case, I think dropping combo might be easier than the previous round, but accuracy feels overall a little bit more straightforward. Not the case apparently for like Sevilla, but it's not too behind anyway. Score is very, very close at the moment. Off of the back of Lord's accuracy, really Vietnam is pulling a little bit, but not quite enough for the United States to drop that lead. You see the flicker.
Yeah, United States pretty much have that consistency in accuracy, and Vietnam with Lord trying to pull them ahead, but it's just Civil and Miklik falling a little bit behind.
It's mostly the US as a team, but you can see Sun Apple matching Miklik. Lord just overpowering Rip Warrior, but the difference between iSharp and Sevilla is a little bit too high compared to the top 2 of each team, and that's what's making the US take the slight lead off of the first third. And like I said, release maps are well known for being fairly easy to combo compared to the rest of the pool, so misses may not be as normal as we expect from like the Rise department, for instance. And this one specifically, it will come down to the accuracy. And even though A-Sharp is dropping a little bit and Sevilla is starting to climb, so is Miklik actually dropping some accuracy. And that's essentially equalizing the field between these two teams. And US still on the lead off of that.
Yeah, but we're gonna approach that drop really soon, and that is pretty much the biggest place to drop combo.
Those shields not being that big of a problem for anyone here, as the accuracies are just rising over time. Lots of accuracies, by the way, is incredible. 99.88 on this, and into the drop here with the quads. Some good cheat dab step here, but if anything, it seems like Vietnam is the one who's dropping a bit of accuracy.
Yeah. Miklik now in the same accuracy zone as Siberia. As we approach the final callers, the United States still have all three of their combos intact, which is why
Oh my god.
they still have this lead, but it's getting
But
really
it's so
small.
close. This inverse might be a bit tricky, but none of the US players seems to be dropping any sort of accuracy, and if they can hold just for a couple more seconds, they should have this secured. Will the nerves kick in at the end? It doesn't seem like it. A-Sharp starting to hit a little bit spread, so is Sun Apple, and there's a drop on accuracy from A-Sharp. And
There was an accuracy drop.
oh my god,
Oh
Vietnam
my
is taking the
gosh.
lead, but it is so short and it's flickering back and forth into the very last couple notes. It seems like Vietnam solidified the lead a little
I
bit, but
think
Miklik is dropping, and
Miklik
so
is
is Sevilla. But at the end, it is the United States by just 200 points, 260.
Wow.
What?
What a
What
score
the
from
hell?
Lot! What a score
Wow.
from Lot!
Oh, the score from Load is ridiculous, but the United States still takes it by the skin of the teeth. Oh my goodness, it's just a ratio. It's just A-Sharp's ratio being the difference here, like between him and
Wow.
Siberia. What just happened? That was insanely close until the very last note. It is, after all, a break point, but oof, what a break point.
United States can breathe. That was really scary.
Wow.
But if anything that really shows that Vietnam can take on United States on LLANs, there are still 3 LLAN maps available.
Well, surely you can, but arguably I think this is the better chance for Vietnam because it was the easier chance for them to secure a 3-way FC, which they did. By the way, we had a 6-way FC, like semifinals. Hello, guys. Like, that shouldn't be normal, shouldn't be frequent. Especially when we're talking about 2 of the teams that still have to play another match, like, later today. Like, maybe you expect this from, like, top 8 material, but still,
Players are just getting better.
players are just
And
getting so much
formidable
better. It's
enemy
ridiculous.
comes out. Yep.
Yeah, and I was talking about this as well. They wanted to go for a map like this, like, even though the referee got the pick wrongly at the start, and it was like it was evident that the United States was at some point going to pick formidable enemy. I am no surprise in this like this. And honestly, I expect the US to just crush this. Like, I would have thought they maybe wanted to go for this at first instead of like a riskier Rise 7. But I guess they maybe were practicing like Terminal a little bit before the match started, and they wanted to secure that without chokes, which they did fairly well. They only had a single miss. But this one, it should be more like bread and butter accuracy, and they should be fine, I think.
Yeah, United States did play the consistency map of last round, which was NP Addiction. It was the same 3 players. Grip Warrior and Dev got 997, Mitter got 986.
Yeah, you don't beat that. It's literally less than 10,000 points off of the 2
Yeah.
millions. Well, we have to see here. Vietnam is also being fairly good at accuracy all around, but I mean, when it gets this hard, 246 BPM dense jump stream is very, very fast. And again, stamina is gonna certainly be a factor, as they are mentioning in the chart, like on the chat here. Dev being the main one.
So apparently what I'm seeing in the chat is that Tridon is sick, which is why they are... Oh! Okay,
which
I'm
is
gonna
why
eat
they're
my
bringing
words.
him in.
What? I'm being lied to from the chat. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking.
Well, Lord is not playing this one, so
Yeah, that's interesting.
choice. Well, hopefully Tridone's sickness is not too big of an issue. And if it is, really, maybe resting might be a better choice for him, like healthy reasons. But again, we shall see. Maybe he just crushes the map and is actually a buff. We don't know. Hopefully it
Sickness
is
buff,
for
let's
Vietnam.
go.
I mean, we have seen so many different weird types of buffs, really, in the mania scene. I'm not even gonna mention some of them.
Likewise, I do know some as well. Well, let's get into this.
Alright, we start to see so far a bit of a lead for the United States off of this early good accuracy, which is, again, like I said, expected from the United States to see very, very high accuracy just like this. And even though these releases and these lands can be a bit tricky for your ag, nobody's really dropping much on him. And as Manifiesto is trying his best to pull ahead and equalize compared to the other US players, Tridon is actually doing fairly well himself, but
Yeah.
Sevilla, as we saw in the previous rights pick, a little bit behind in comparison.
That's the difference maker right now. But with a map this long and a map this stamina draining, you shouldn't be surprised to see any drops from either side.
Oh, absolutely. Misses might just happen off of the stamina requirements, really, of this chart, and during the end mostly. Like, once we're starting to drain the stamina and get towards the very last few patterns, that's when we're going to start to see some stamina struggles and therefore some drops, maybe accuracy drops. But so far so good for both of the teams. Like, the United States have a clear lead, and now after the miss from Sevilla, they have an even clearer lead now in their favor. Pretty good there for the United States now taking a very, very, very good lead, really, because they can now afford to miss, and they will still have the accuracy advantage. And Sevilla,
Afford
again,
two
his
misses.
stamina is just tank.
Yeah, for Vietnam, I feel like, oh!
What?
Okay, let me take that back. Dev with a drop. I was about to say Vietnam is also kind of suffering with third player issues. But with that miss from Dev, now things start to shake up a little bit.
I mean, US should still be fairly comfortable in the lead here, but that was a spooky miss, and in one of the easier sections too, I'll argue. Obviously, like, we talk about the sections being a little bit easier, but sometimes transition, because they are so different to the autopilot mode, can be a bit complicated, but doesn't seem to be the case here, as Vietnam starting to collapse into these harder patterns, which is arguably, again, the hardest part of the chart here. And Seville is just not being able to keep up properly with this. 2 misses already from that section, and 1 from Tridone. And as though Manifesto is still holding... Oh, whoa, Dev!
That is...
Dev, that was a
pretty
huge
bad
drop.
Dev.
But
Seville
Seville is
is
also
dropping
dropping...
as well,
Oh, but Dev is...
Dev,
Dev is
Dev,
just... What just happened? Dev,
Okay. That lead started to shrink really fast, but Tridon will trade it back. But
Dev is
Dev
still
is
dropping!
just...
Dev is just gone! He's gone! What's happening? What? Client? Hello?
Oh, wait.
Did his keyboard just DC? What?
We'll have to find out. Because it did seem like United States still had a pretty comfortable lead despite Dev, I guess.
But that was
seeing
so
but-
weird. At some point, he was like holding the first column and the accuracy was not shaking at all. And as soon as he started pressing some keys, the accuracy just went straight into the 97s. And that's gonna, I mean, at this point, it doesn't even matter whatever US tries to do. Vietnam just has this point on the back as long as this is valid.
I mean, it has to be valid at this point. We're so far into the map.
It should be, but again, we never
But
know.
we'll have to see what was the issue.
Yeah.
Boy and Mitter though, both finishing with 99.9s.
Like, we saw a clear struggle there by Dev at some point, but then he just straight up DC. Like, that was a V1 double S, by the way, by Mitter.
Wow.
Double 997,000 points on this map. It's crazy. And even though Manifiesto and Tridone, without those misses, well, but like without the misses from Tridone, really, they will have probably not necessarily matched, but being fairly close. it was mostly the difference between Siberia and Dev again. And this time you can't really blame anything. 86 misses, that was like a huge, the computer just freezing. It did look like it was some sort of like hardware malfunction. And it very well was. Vietnam takes the point. A break point that very much needed. Maybe not in the most conventional of ways and not the most desirable ones either. But match still go on. And Lot is going to make the second pick now for Vietnam.
I'm thinking they could try and dip their legs into the hybrid waters.
I was thinking the same, but I'm not so sure. Like, maybe they feel comfortable with like 2 Ys for you. Like, if they can get a 3-way FC on it, I think it's a good pick. If they have consistency problems with LN2, they probably want to go for a hybrid. I agree with you.
Vietnam
They're
are
gonna
requesting a
request a
timeout.
timeout.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, winning a map like that when you didn't expect it to may change your strategy in some way, but I'm not sure. Like, you wouldn't just go for like another consistency pick off of this performance by the US really, because they destroyed the chat. It was just a technical difficulty. Like, I can see if Vietnam won this off of a choke or something, picking straight into Rise again just off of tilt is sometimes a decent strategy. But in this regard, I think the timeout is mostly just to like mentally prepare for what's coming now, and maybe discuss between LN2 and hybrid. I'm not sure which hybrid specifically, really. Probably hybrid 1?
I think hybrid 1 is fine. Like, if we look at the last round statistics, Vietnam were really close on last round's hybrid 1 and hybrid 3 compared to the United States. Like, if we look at Meteor and trucks, like, United States was 2974, Vietnam 2972. For Azure Vixen, United States was 2968, Vietnam 2963. So just off a couple thousand points.
I mean, when the difficulty increases, usually the team that has the upper hand in the earlier stages will make a bigger difference in the later game. At least if they keep the same roster, that is, right? If they have to make player swaps, then it can be anything. So at this point, again, we are mostly, I mean, with the both of us seems to agree. It is either LN2 or Hybrid 1, and yeah, they're going for LN2.
There you go.
They're going for 2 Ys for you. This song.
It's great. What do you mean? Density. Alright, time to bring back the big gun. Sun Apple is in the lobby.
My god, why is the US always so silly on the chat? It just never changes. It doesn't matter the game mode, doesn't matter the year, doesn't matter who's the captain, it's always like it. I don't know, it's on their veins, it's on their blood.
American culture.
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, what do I say? What can I even say about it? And the worst part is that it is contagious. Like, it's not just Grip Warriors. Like, the team is just getting into it. I just hope the referee doesn't get contagious.
Oh no! Anyways, we're just waiting for the third party from Vietnam.
Yeah, I think they're waiting for Sevilla apparently. So.
Yep.
No, Mickey? which was playing on the LN1, I think. But we see, oh, actually, yeah, there is Mikli.
Oh, okay. I mean, Siberia did play the LN maps from last round, but I guess it can be interchangeable.
There is the third player. Oh no, it is full. The transformation is complete. The United States ready to play now.
So is Vietnam.
You know what would be very funny? Is that they were like typing something silly in the chat and then the map just starts with a very sudden SV and they just cannot get it.
I mean, that's why both SV maps are banned, right?
Absolutely. It's just for banter purposes. Alright, then here we go. 2-1 to the United States. This is Vietnam's pick. Second pick, in fact. And it's LN2 Katagiri, 2 Wise for you, 200 BPM LN density, and mostly just the same for 3 minutes.
Yeah, pretty much. It just really tests your consistency.
It's very easy to drop in maps like this, and not only that, but when you miss on maps like this, it's very easy to drop a lot of accuracy. So you have to be very, very careful and make sure to mitigate the damage as much as possible. When you see you're starting to drag or rush, trying to accommodate is sometimes not a good idea. You really need to be good at noticing if it is a rush or a drag to accommodate as soon as possible. And there is a first miss actually by Sunapple. It was that instance of rushing
miss.
A little bit.
Yeah.
It was fairly
to Vietnam.
Could have been worse. And there's Mitter now.
Second miss on Mitter.
Oh, this is like a
Vietnam really hitting.
Vietnam.
Yeah, they're just hitting all of the right notes. Great Warrior, of course, being the king right now. 99.88, but the 2 misses is gonna hurt.
It seems like the ratio overall from Vietnam is not as spectacular, but they're keeping their consistency right and there. But there's Mikli's first miss. It was a very clean miss though, so it's not gonna switch the lead that like drastically, really.
Yeah, that would trade with Mitter's accuracy, but now Sunapple is just a difference maker.
I'm also looking at Stride and look at his hit concentration. He's getting a little bit too wide for comfort, really. And he's starting to drag a little bit. He seems to be accommodating now, but any one of those drags, long drags, can end in disaster for Vietnam, and they are dropping a little bit of accuracy as time goes on.
Yeah, a little bit of a break section here, just to, calm your nerves down a little bit, but Trigon picking up 200 there, as we go straight back into LN density.
As long as they can keep up this section, it should be fine. There's a couple 200s being dropped there by the Vietnamese side, and the lead is shrinking. It's not shrinking to the degree where it gets too dangerous until the end. If it is a miss from Vietnam, then there is a chance for the United States. Otherwise, I imagine this is sealed and deal. But will it happen as we get into the very, very last few sort of pseudo-imbo section? It's Mitter who drops from the United States. That's gonna give just the lead, the advantage. Yeah, it should just give the leeway for the Vietnamese. And there's another one as well. Very, very clean misses, by the way, by Mitter. But even still, it's not gonna matter as Vietnam with two-way FCs, Lot and Tridon Gaming, after a single miss again from Sunapple, will take their second point in a row. Mikli being the only miss on the Vietnamese team.
Oh my god.
And even though the 200 counts were huge for the United States, it wasn't quite enough. 5 misses was a little bit too much.
Grip with 1 200. We are all square.
Yeah. Great scores there by Grip Warrior and Law. Both getting very, very solid ratios, 10-1.
Okay, back to United States pick. I mean, we're probably gonna see another Vice map. The question is which one?
I mean, I'm not sure. I probably want to go for another sort of jump stream like pick, right? So,
I mean, Kasuga?
Yeah, sounds about right. It's a bit too fast, isn't it? I don't recall. I mean, honestly, any rise should probably be fine. For Mid of Enemy was honestly the best chance they had to just win a match. like very convincingly on the Rice department, and they had this unfortunate like hardware malfunction.
Yeah.
They're going straight for Genova here. Actually, they mentioned this in the
Genova?
chat. Yeah. So this is streams, right? It's a Joel map.
This is dumb streams. 262, I think.
Good old dump stream.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah.
What did you say? 262?
262, yeah.
That sounds about right.
Manifestio is in the wrong slot, but that should be the 3 players from Vietnam. I think they're just waiting for Dev, maybe? If Dev is still okay to play. Hopefully what happened in Formidable Enemy doesn't affect them too much. Okay, so Dev should be coming back. So something also to point out, last round's Dumbstream map, which was a Fiona, I believe, Tridon scored the 4th best score in that. And they are playing.
I mean, honestly, this looks like the ideal Rice team for Vietnam. Like Magnifestio, Lot, and Tridon. I think it's the first time we're actually seeing the 3 all together on the same map. Because in the past we saw Lot, Magnifiesto, and Sevilla, Tridon, Magnifiesto, and Sevilla, and now we're seeing Lot, Tridon, and Magnifestio, right? So it's the first time I believe we're seeing this 3. For the US, this is just bread and butter at this point. Mitter, Dev, Rip Warrior for Rice.
Yeah.
A Sharp mostly plays Lens, right? So
yeah, so is
like
Sun
the
Apple.
Rice sim. Yeah, and Sun Apple.
Oh, there's a swap actually?
Oh.
So Sivelia's coming in for this one.
Well, seems like we're not getting the dream team that we were expecting to.
Maybe this could work out.
We shall see if this works out because they are ready to start here. And with all the players getting loaded, it is time for map number 5 of a possible third. I was about to say 13. Yes, so 13 is the right number.
Oh,
So
also I'm getting corrected.
5.
It is 350. Whoops.
Oh, it's 1/8.
My bad.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's 1/8. I thought it was 1/6. My eyes are just stupid.
I mean, again, I thought it was like single streams 350 or like 260, like you were saying dumb streams, so it would make sense to be 260. Oh, Lot.
Oh, very
Hello?
early drop from Lot. That's a fine place to miss, but that's not a good start for Vietnam.
I mean, you don't want to miss. Yeah, this is single streams. I told you. I was right. Anyways, into the single streams, 350 BPM. Essentially, raw physicality being tested here. And Sevilla, yeah, I was about to mention Sevilla's not having a great time with it. Oh, this was a great pick by the United States. They're certainly hitting Vietnam on the weakness here, and even Magnifestio now dropping. So
yeah, all of Vietnam drop now.
Yeah, so even with Tridon, like imagine Tridon was on a better condition here. Maybe he was supposed to be the one playing this map. Like even still, you see a miss from Magnifestio, and US is still very, very solidly on the lead. Even Lord is starting to struggle to keep up with this. And the US is just chilling, like absolutely destroying this chart. Well, until Dev misses, but even still, they are still destroying the chart, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, 99.85 and 86 from Mitter and Grip Warrior.
How can people have this degree of control over single streams is beyond me. I'll never understand it.
This is the standard of the Mania World Cup.
Yeah.
Seed 11, by the way, on your left.
Like, how do you get a 99.88 on this? It's ridiculous. Great War is just absolutely destroying this shot. And even like the rest of the United States is also doing fantastically well. With the miss now from Mitter, unfortunately it's gonna not necessarily ruin the score, but certainly hurt it a little bit. The US is still in a huge lead right now. It doesn't even matter.
It's over.
It's mostly just about flexing now. And there's a 200 by Greek Warrior, unfortunately, by the very end. I think it's the only 200, maybe two.
Is that one 200?
I think they may
Is
have
that the
been
only one?
two, but it could have been just one. Oh, it was just
Oh my
that
god,
200.
it was the only
oh
one.
my god. They have 5 200s across the entire team, and the lowest 200 come from Vietnam is 8. And the ratios as well, it doesn't even make sense. 10-1, even better than that from Greek Warrior. That is a monstrous performance here by the United States. This
Straight
is
away
this
encryption.
this is just illegal.
We should be seeing more changes again. A Sharp, maybe Sun Apple probably coming back in.
Oh, encryption, man. I could take notes.
Yep.
It's just so good. I'll like it. I'll never get tired of tracks by Anne. Like, they are all majestic. That being said, this is one of the ones I like the least, but I still like it. There you go, you have both of the swaps you were calling for, Sun Apple and A-Shop joining the United States here. And Vietnam, well, they're figuring out their swaps. Seems like Lot is certainly going to stay in. And at this point, I mean, I imagine Miklik is gonna join, as we expect from LNs in general. You know what's insane as well? The fact that US won the LN1 by 264 points now matters so much. Like, if Vietnam had that one, they would be now 3-2 on the lead on their pick. There is Tridom. Probably Miklik.
And there's Miklik.
Yeah, there it is. Should be getting ready now for map number 6 now. And we shall see. They're starting to run out of picks, Vietnam that is. LM4 should work. I think Vietnam might have the upper hand on this, like 60-40 maybe. But then on LN3 it gets a bit tricky, and into the hybrids. Again, you have hybrid 1, which is probably fine. You can try your luck on hybrid 3, although I'm not sure if it favors Vietnam as much as it would have last week. I don't know. This is the usual turning point of Mania. Yeah, of Mania World Cup usually has this theme, right? When you have two teams, that one is better on the Rise department, one is better on the LN department. So the Rise team just goes for the insanely hard and dense, like, Rise picks across the board. The LN team goes for the release-oriented and control picks, and it is very clear who wins each map. And once the match just tracks a little bit, it is either the Rise team having the upper hand on the easier maps, therefore not dropping any points, or the LN team being not strong enough to keep up on the hybrids. So that's usually the dynamic you see in a match between two teams that are very, very close to each other, but have a clear strength above the other. And this strength is a lane for Vietnam, but we saw them losing already on it. See if they can keep it up though after the convincing win on LN2. Sun Apple is struggling with the accuracy here so much compared to everybody else.
The releases in this map are brutal.
Yeah, they are. They almost feel random at points, but you have to pay so close attention to the gaps, really. Like the noises. Yeah, the lead is shrinking because of Miklik's accuracy dropping as well. have to pay a lot of attention. The gaps are very, very inconsistent, and although there are sound cues to identify the length of a long note, even when you know it, it gets very hard. And there's a miss by Tridon as well.
That's a pretty brutal drop I saw from Tridon, down to 99.2. Mid-click almost dropping out of 99 as we say that. Now the United States have a good lead.
Oh, Tridon dropping a lot of accuracy, and there's the miss. I was waiting for it. When you see those kind of rushes of accuracy drops, it's only followed by a miss. And at this point, even though the US is not having the best of days when it comes to accuracy, certainly a better one compared to Vietnam, and a very, very considerable lead in the favor of the North Americans right now. This map is just brutal.
We're already halfway through. Lot is still holding the lobby MVP over Grid Warrior. It's just the two compatriots on the Vietnamese side.
Yeah, it really needs to be a bit of a collapse by one of the US players, or a double, maybe triple miss, if they have a chance to drop this. If they can keep their combos together and not hugely drop their accuracies, they should be fine. This lead is fairly decent. But again, we saw sections with very big accuracy drops on the Vietnamese side, and even though the US managed to hold on through it, they didn't remain untouched.
15,000 points of the lead.
With a map that is 4 minutes, that is a very significant lead.
There's still a lot of room for error from the United States, but there has to be multiple drops.
Yeah, this version in particular as well is more so like an accuracy builder, really, mostly filler, 1-4 lens with some consistent gaps, but now we're gonna get into a bit of a trickier, different style of imbus, and there is the miss by A-Sharp, the first one to drop from the US. It's not gonna be enough, but they have to be careful not to drop a little bit longer. Uncomfortable patterns here to hold the combination. Oh, Lot trades though! That was a miss by Sun Apple, but it's instantly traded by the full combo from Lot. And that's only gonna damage Vietnam, I think. It's not gonna help at all.
That's gonna hurt Vietnam even more, because now Lot's accuracy is lower than Grip.
And
that could be it if Grip always just holds on.
That's it, I think. At this point, it doesn't really have much time left unless a catastrophe happens, and it's only happening on Vietnam here as Tridon misses once again on the seam bus, while the US remains strong and solid. But there's another miss now by Sun Apple, instantly traded by Tridon. It's not gonna matter at all. There's only like 5 seconds remaining into this, and it is over. The US wins another breakpoint for themselves, 20,000 points of difference. And again, at this time it was mostly off of the back of the 200 counts, 51 and 55 for both Tridom and MyClick respectively. Lot crushing this map as he usually does with this kind of things. Not as good as Grid Warrior with his FC, the only one on the lobby. Actually, not the only one. The MyClick also got an FC.
Yeah. And Katuga. Now we're going into jump streams.
Is it Katuga or is it C-Thuga?
C-Thuga, Katuga, I don't know. It's like the Usao map.
Yeah, exactly. The total Usao map. And you know, people like to think this is like Katuga because of Cthulhu, I imagine. But I'm not sure, because you don't have the apostrophe, right? I'm not sure if that's the way you pronounce it. Anyway. Solar Flare 1.25, yeah. 266 is like... We were talking about the previous map being 262, even though it was 350 single streams. This is this 266 BPM like jump stream, right? This is very, very fast jump stream. And that's it. And again, we see, okay, this time we actually get to see the 3-man roster we want to see on Rise for Vietnam, or will we not? Like,
yeah,
again,
should be coming back in for you, US.
Yeah, I understand Tridon has been struggling a little bit with like being a bit sick, so that's probably the reason why he's not playing some, if not all, of the Rise. See Booga? Oh no.
No. Alright,
There's
Dev's
Dev.
in the lobby. This should be our finalized 6.
Oh no. Here comes the silliness again. Yeah, it is very funny to see a United States citizen calling their depth just 0. And meanwhile, I'm Argentinian. I'm like, if only.
Oops. Alright, let's go. You get to see that 3-man Rise roster from Vietnam.
First time,
Let's
actually,
see
yeah.
if it comes into fruition, yeah? Wait, this is a US pick, right?
Yeah. The
Yeah,
card
okay,
is wrong.
okay. Yeah, the
This
card's
is
wrong.
this
Alright,
is
cool.
US pick.
I got a little bit like shaken. Why did Vietnam pick Rice?
What if they win it though?
Oh, that will be the biggest shake-up. Because then Vietnam has some
What?
options in Rice. That will be a very early drop. Okay. I mean, it shouldn't dictate the entire map, but it's
It's
a
a
start.
fairly short, like, fast map, so if Vietnam have what it takes to FC this, which I think they do in a good run, then maybe that miss will end up proving to be devastating for the United States. As it stands right now, Vietnam is holding a very short lead. So it will come down to this
accuracies.
anchors.
Accuracy starting to drop a little bit from the Vietnamese side. Tridon and Magnifest still dropping a little bit. Good ball and Mitter both 49.9, and Dev is slowly climbing back up to 99.8.
Oh boy. It is very, very close. That lead is shrinking with time, and I think with enough time, the United States is going to recover off of that miss. And they are slowly but surely starting to pull it in their way, and they are ahead into the break section. They managed to do it, overcome that single miss on the very early stages off of the back of their accuracies. It's a very, very short margin. They cannot really afford to drop any single combo, nor many 200s.
Tridon right now is just dropping accuracy very slowly, which is why the lead is slowly going towards the United States.
Very last third, and there's a miss by Dev, and it gets treated by Manifestio. Oh my god, and it's like nothing happened. The US now has a better lead, even though mostly off the back of Tridon's accuracy and Law dropping a little bit. There's still some time for a big quick shake-up, but the United States certainly looking solid by the end of it, and with the miss from Manifestio, it's only looking better into the very, very final patterns. Grim Warrior is the one who drops, but I don't think it's going to be nearly enough. It's not enough time at all for the Vietnamese team to cash on it, and it's a 9,000 point lead for the United States, but that got very, very spooky to the end when we saw the miss by Dev. Had Manifesto FC that map, that was it. Like, with an FC, Manifesto, Vietnam wins that 100%.
It was just a 10,000 point difference. Without the misses,
Also,
that's a 990 at the least.
I want to take just a single second to notice that every player from the US has less than 200, 300.
Oh my gosh.
And Green Warrior has almost like a 20-to-1 ratio, which is like mad lad material.
Alright, Vietnam exhausting all of their LNs. We're going into I know there's a way to pronounce this, let me check it.
Oh, they just pulled the name off of the
Penblur. Apparently this is what it's called. If Vietnam loses, United States are at match point, so they need to win this. We click back in the lobby. Very quick shots from the United States.
So how was the way you pronounced this, you said?
Penblur.
Penblur.
Yeah, T-E-M-B-L-O-R. Yeah.
No, it makes sense, right? Because the X means 10 in like Roman numbers.
It's just down Vortex naming, it's ridiculous. But yeah, the subs coming in really quick. Sun Apple and A-Sharp are already back in. Mick is already in for Vietnam. We should be getting ourselves started soon.
Yeah, we see the Ellen roster where we usually see from Vietnam, Lot, Mikli, and Tridome. But yeah, things are looking a bit grim for Vietnam. If they really need to win this map, I mean, they're still just one break point off. If they win this, they break point once and they win their picks. This is the tiebreaker. But they have to start to win their own picks, really. They won 2 maps. One was a break point, so they only won a single one of their choices. So that was LN2.
This is a do or die map now for Vietnam.
I mean, it isn't like mathematically speaking, but it really
It's
is
not,
when
but
it comes to
yeah.
like how the match will end up looking like.
It's not a do or die map, it's a do or die pick.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Whatever's happening in the IRC chat, just don't get timed out right before the map starts.
Oh, it would be very funny if it happened.
Oh no.
Like the worst part is, like legally speaking, like if you get silenced by spamming, then you're gone. Like you can't get back, like because you don't have enough time, right? Back then, maybe if it was like a 5-minute silence, you could wait it out, but now you're just gone. So you really have to be careful. Into long no 3s, it is Templar.
Yeah, it's a mixed LN pick. There are some broken rhythms here and there.
Oh, A-Sharp
Already
dropping
catching A-Sharp.
a lot, actually.
Oh. That's a couple of drops. Vietnam have a very good lead now from the start.
Good start for Vietnam. Even in accuracy as well, Sun Apple is struggling a little bit compared to everyone else in the Vietnamese side. And even with this performance by Grip Warrior, Lord is outperforming him ever so slightly. So as it stands right now, the US is fighting an uphill battle on this pick, really, into the second third of the map. Vietnam is holding a lead, but the lead is not too big. Surely A-Sharp had a bit of a hiccup with that big drop at the very start, but it was still a very early miss, which puts Vietnam in an uncomfortable situation where they can't really afford to miss, even though they have certainly an accuracy advantage. But now with a miss by Sun Apple, that's exactly what Vietnam was actually looking for.
Yeah.
Because now they have a very comfortable lead and they can afford to do some accuracy mistakes. They are.
Yeah, this is a very big question. This is a lead that we rarely see from Vietnam, but I don't have a miss.
That was a 0.2 accuracy as well, drop. Does the US have enough time to pull ahead? Yeah, they should
there
be.
Needs to be another.
But this is getting dangerously close. Like, surely it's not enough as we hit the 400 combo cap here. But this section is very tricky and McClick is dropping accuracy. Oh, will it get down to the wire? I don't think at this point, yeah, this is it. There isn't enough difficulty for them to drop, and it's a 6,000 point lead for Vietnam. And the scores are just also similar.
Oh my gosh. Grip Warriors is getting lobby MVP. But it is just the scores from Vietnam overall.
That was a 2 FC for Vietnam and a single FC from the United States. But it was still insanely close. Like, the 200s were almost identical across the board. I think they were like, how many? They were like 1, maybe 2 200s of difference between both teams, like across the board. And the ratios were also fairly similar. Like, Grip Warrior is a little bit better than Lot, but that equalizes with the difference between Tridom and iShop and Sun, Apple, and Mikli. So in a lens, they're really, really, really evenly matched, and it comes down to this sort of mistakes that happen every now and then. Vietnam that takes their 3rd point. 2nd, they win on their own picks and into Delirium. And even still, like, it doesn't look like it, but US starting to run out of rice picks as well. If they win both of the rice picks that are remaining, they win the match, of course. But if Vietnam breaks point just a single time, then they are forced to go to hybrids at some point.
Vietnam has to win a Rice. That's the most important thing.
Yep. They already did one in a unconventional fashion again, like you said,
Yeah.
with the DC sort of like situation. But they were very close at some point as well in some of the consistency picks, one of the easier picks. So it'll come down to Delirium, and the last one that we have is also Corjax, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think the US will still have the upper hand when it comes to Corjax, but we're starting to get into this sort of, not necessarily gimmick, but unorthodox, let's say, Rise skill sets.
Very specific skill set.
Yeah, that is the word. Specific is a better word for it.
Magnifico coming back in.
Seems like Tridom is refusing to go. Again, I can only imagine this is a situation of captain of Vietnam Lord trying to give Lottie, like, to Tridon rather some rest due to him not feeling the best. But it's
What
so
are you
hard.
asking for? Oh, Tridon wants to try.
It's like, coach, put me in. I got this.
Let's see. If Vietnam win this, oh boy, that's a statement.
Oh boy, that
I
would
mean,
be
if
that would
they-
be some sort of fairy tale.
Yeah, if Vietnam do lose this, it's still fine because they still get freedom of choice to pick.
Yeah, they have to go for hybrids. That's the only thing.
Yeah. I mean, it will have to be the Elon hybrid, which is Ultima Thule.
Yeah.
But let's see.
This map is so tricky. It is so easy to
Oh,
drop,
man.
like everywhere. There's just not a single
Two gaze
portion
attack.
of the map where you cannot like relax. Dorito patterns, the mini jacks all over the place. It is so easy if you don't have the speed to control this and you have to actually force your hand a little bit for the mini jacks. It is insane.
Yeah, and this is the US playground, I would say, lot with a drop.
I think there were two actually as well.
Drops,
not
yeah.
just well, like two consecutive drops, which is not really gonna matter all that much because it just hits your accuracy for a bit harder, and his accuracy still decent.
You can just see
Just
the
gonna be a
accuracy from the US. Oh my gosh.
Oh, they're great, but they're not that big of a difference. Like the difference is not huge. It's not massive between the two teams. And though this is a map that is fairly short, a minor mistake, like a drop, can chain into multiple misses. And if that happens to the US, this is certainly not a big enough lead for that not to swap it. So they have to be careful. I don't expect the US to really miss at any point for this map though, but they really have to be
It's
careful. They can't
possible.
afford. And there's a miss by
Manifesto
Manifesto.
drops.
And Tridon as well. Okay, this
The
gives a
entire
lot of
Vietnam
breathing room.
Yeah.
Yep. That's it. The US is just gonna run away with this. As you see, the lead just keeps growing
This-
and growing.
This team score from the US is
Is
just...
this a 3v1 double S? 3-way B1 double... No!
Oh my
No!
God.
Oh my God.
I really cursed them.
No. If they have a 3-way B1 double S with 2 misses, I'm gonna be so mad at myself. Like, so mad at myself. I think Greek Warrior got like a 100 or a 50 off of that chain miss. But I'm gonna be so mad at myself. Oh my... Oh, okay, never mind. Oh my God. Oh my God. When I saw those 2 zeros on the back row, I was like, no, don't.
It can't be right.
Oh
Oh
my
man,
goodness,
that
that's
is
that's
such
a
an
team
insane score.
I mean,
Yeah,
don't
without the
discredit
misses.
Vietnam. Don't discredit Vietnam on
Oh,
this
of
either.
course
Like,
not.
they had incredible showing here. If they didn't miss at all, they probably win this. Like with 3-way FC, I think they win this.
Oh, can you imagine if they were still holding FCs and then the double drop from the US happens? That would be insane. But now it is Vietnam's pick. 1 rice, 4 hybrids.
So Ultima,
Oh,
Oh no, actually they're going for hybrid through. Okay.
going for Revelation, which is the rice-based hybrid. Interesting.
The name of the
Frostleaf
song is so
is in the
long
lobby.
that it doesn't even fit.
Yeah, I just call it Revelation. Frostleaf in the
Revelation.
lobby. Who should be coming in for Vietnam?
Frostleaf?
For the third. No, for the third player, because Tridon is swapping out. I think. Are they?
Yeah, I imagine this is gonna be what's gonna be Sevilla, maybe? Oh, but this not having Tridon hurts so much. Oh, it's my click.
Yeah,
actually.
McClick is in.
Click. We're seeing Frosty for the first time here in this matchup.
Alright, now, previously it was a do or die pick, now it's a do or die map. If Vietnam loses, they are out of the tournament. They are gonna fight for tournament lives from here on out.
But is there a pick?
But
So we shall
this is
see.
gonna be interesting. Hybrids, both teams have been so close.
Yeah, but again, not having Tridon for this, I think it's gonna hurt them a little bit too much. I don't want to discredit Frostleaf's like consistency on maps like this. Neither Miklik. Oh, well, I mean, he doesn't have the greatest of the start. I'll say that much. We shall see.
It is very early on, so hopefully it shouldn't tank too much of damage.
Oh, it really shouldn't, but you can't really afford to give any sort of lead to a team like the United States. Because just the most minor of mistakes they can easily capitalize off. And they are certainly doing as much, at least this early into the Hyper 2 pick here. Pretty short map as well, 2 minutes. And we know the accuracy favors the US quite heavily. Now is Michael just struggling so much with this. And so does Frostleaf. Oh, Vietnam is just gone. Yep.
Yeah, still
That's
3-way FC from the United States, still holding out. Oh, okay. 2-way FC from the United States, still holding 99.8 from both lists.
Yeah, but at this point, again, even if we curse as much as we can, it's not really gonna matter. This lead is just absurdly big. 50, maybe 60,000 points. This is not a lead you can come back from at all. When you see a player that is on a 99.62 and is the lowest of a team against a 98.8, that difference is just not something you can really recover from.
Oh.
There's like missed by Grip Warrior. Again, this accuracy disadvantage is just too big.
Yeah. I was just thinking maybe he could give a little bit of luck like Vietnam, but...
Mikli's just struggling with the mini jack so much he can't keep up with this.
And that should be it. As the map closes.
Another miss
We
by
probably
Grip
have another
Warrior.
miss towards the end. Middle and lot with the only FCs in lobby. Very respectable accuracies as well. And that should be it. The United States will take it 7-3 and they will advance into the next stage. Commiserations to Vietnam.
Wow.
They performed extremely well. A lot. Wow.
And Mitter as well. Like,
Yep.
that score by Mitter is huge. Like, very, very insane ratio too. But hey, that's the end of the road for Vietnam. They have been improving so much compared to previous years. And they should be really proud for reaching this far. And against a team with so much history behind their shoulders, like the United States. Like,
It's a really good performance from the start all the way to the end. And like, Vietnam has also been just climbing in terms of their tournament rosters as well. So hopefully next year they could also come up with a similar roster or even better, and it could go even further. But it is United States taking this one. They will be facing another United team in
oh my
the
God.
Kingdom.
Are we playing United in that matchup, please?
United against United. It's just the States and the Kingdom. That will happen at 18 UTC.
Yeah, that's a match for. I was about to say tomorrow, but it's technically today.
Yeah, time zones.
Yeah,
But with
exactly.
that,
I think it would it be tomorrow for you? I think it is, right?
It will be tomorrow for me. It would be 2 a.m. on a Monday.
Yikes. Well, I mean, if you probably have better things to do like sleeping, but otherwise you don't want to meet that much. I think that's one of the most interesting matches of the entire weekend.
Oh, that
I mean, honestly,
really
I'm kind of lying because every match right now is so interesting. Like, there's not a single match I'd want to. Like, every match I would not miss at all if I had the chance.
Hey, speaking of matches you don't want to miss, 9 UTC, the next match, Philippines and South Korea. I don't think you want to miss that. It's a very...
Oh, no.
It's a...
Absolutely no. It is a hype match. It is a hype match and a half, honestly.
Oh,
because
man. If we were talking about like a few years before, then it would be, you know, could be Korea crushing it. But now, oh, things are so much different.
they are so close to each other in terms of skill. Like, and again, this is a matchup we are like used to see. It's something that happens fairly regularly to see Philippines against Korea. Of course, I'm a boomer, so I remember the 2014 finals, which is ancient.
Oh my
god!
And
it was not against the. It was not against the. It was actually against the Philippines. Yeah, they faced Malaysia on the semifinals, and they beat the Philippines on the finals. Back on the days where Arkwin was playing and Tokiwa, I think, was also playing. Those were some old days.
Ancient names. Not so ancient players now, though. But yeah, I think with that, we should be closing the stream soon. Banners, do get them. The World Cup is about to end soon.
Yeah, you should definitely get some banners. Like, you have like maybe just a single week, and you already have a decent picture of all the teams that are remaining. Remember, if you pick the team that wins the tournament, then you get to keep your banner for a bit longer. So maybe pick wisely, or maybe you just pick the team you support the most. You can even be an eliminated team. Like, I could get an Argentinian banner right now if I wanted, even though they are already eliminated. It's mostly just to support the tournament, really, more than anything else. But of course, you get your shiny badge for the team you support the most, and it's a way to support the players and the teams as well, because it helps founding the tournament just in general. And it's only $2.5 US, I think. Yes.
That sounds about right.
I actually made a trivia question for this on COE, so I should know this.
Oh, also today is Arkwin's birthday, so just shout outs to them.
Oh.
Before the Philippines match, yeah.
Oh well, maybe he gets
maybe
the
some
present.
good luck.
Yeah. Who knows? The good part about this match is that whoever loses doesn't really get eliminated.
Yeah, it's a winner's bracket match.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, of course,
I think
you want to secure top 3, right? Like, the winner of this secures top 3, and you definitely want to do that. So yeah, enough rambling. That was it for the stream. We will be back in about 3 hours for winners bracket encounter and into the very last stretch of the semifinals. So you don't want to miss it. Philippines, Korea, and then Japan, China. Like, honestly, like I said, every single match remaining right now is going to be insane. You don't want to miss any of them. If you have the chance, stick for them all. If not, well, I hope I just see you for the next one then. Take care.
See you.
Have a good night, evening, afternoon, whatever it is. And see you for Philippines and Korea.
Prepare for an attack by an unknown enemy.
beasts as far as the eye can see. A plague on the surface, a disgusting swarm in the skies. With a crash of thunder, a new demon appears. Unfurling its rotten wings, it lets out a petrifying scream. Time to fight back.
Hi, and welcome back to the Osimania 4K World Cup 2022. It is Sunday, it is morning in my country at least. It might not be the first match of the day for some of you, but it is for me technically. And wow, this is a winner's bracket match, Philippines versus South Korea. This is going to be pretty hype. South Korea has been a fantastic country historically, so going to be very interesting. I will be commentating. I am Pachiraj, and I will be joined by Potassium. How are you?
I'm so excited right now. As you said, this is a winner's bracket match. The first winner's bracket match that we've seen so far in this weekend. All of them have been losers bracket matches so far, but this one is going to be extremely exciting. Philippines and South Korea being seed number 2 and seed number 3. And of course, the winner of this match is going to guarantee podium. They're going to guarantee top 3 in the tournament to face off in the winners finals next week. So massive stakes here on the line, and two extremely strong teams. Looking at last week's performance from both of them, it's actually not very clear-cut which team is stronger overall.
Yeah, the thing is, as I said, South Korea is historically a very strong team, especially in the late game. And we are definitely in the late game right now. We are in the semifinals, guys. Philippines, however, has perhaps their best lineup so far in terms of NWC. Like their lineup is absolutely stacked, and they are actually going for favorite right now.
Yeah, Philippines this year in particular being a ridiculously strong roster, and they've proven it so far with some fantastic team scores across the board. This is an interesting ban phase right now. Genova, I guess, makes sense for South Korea. Maybe they're not fairly comfortable on that speed pick there, but Philippines actually banning Formidable Enemy. So more of the stamina pick being banned out by the Philippines, and they're going to pick Encryption, which I think makes a lot of sense. Philippines so far has been extraordinarily strong on the LN picks.
It's quite interesting to see those bans, as you say. Genova coming from South Korea might indicate a lack of physicality, while Formidable Enemy might indicate a lack of consistency coming from the Philippines. Or maybe it's the other way around. I don't actually remember.
It could be. Both teams have been fairly consistent, though, from what I've seen. But as you said, this map pool we are now into more of the late game style. So at this point, maybe a couple of the players from both teams are starting to get less comfortable with reaching high accuracies on these maps. So we're going to see, interestingly enough as well, both SVs are up. Those are going to be massive wildcard picks. I don't think either team are going to be looking to pick the SV maps anytime soon, but maybe they'll pop up at the end.
Yeah, personally, I've been behind the scenes for the SV map pooling decisions and I guess background work, so to speak. And we are actually working on finals SVs as we speak. This is surely going to be interesting, and I'm looking forward to see the results on SVs, if they actually get picked.
Here we go. This is Encryption. This is one of the hardest of the LN maps to try and get accuracy on, specifically in this first half. Some really difficult releases. And we've got Philippines, of course, Apol, Els, and Forken being the LN squad. Poker, Gay Soul, and Sudden Death for South Korea.
As we are going through this intro, which is already load-packed with releases and so on, we already see Sudden Death being a little bit behind in terms of accuracy, but there's still a whole 3 minutes and 42 seconds to catch up, and Sudden Death is already catching up, but tripping a little bit on some 200s. But they're not alone in catching 200s, at least.
Yeah, definitely not far behind the rest of the players right now. Everyone struggling a little bit to avoid the 200, understandably, given the nature of this section of the map here. Highest accuracy right now is actually Silweska Els, 99.67, followed by Apol, so that's giving Philippines a little bit of an edge. Sudden Death actually completely recovering in that accuracy. 99.56, now very comparable to Forken.
Yeah, it might be worth noting that Silweska Els might be one of the best LN players of the world. And look, she's at 99.70 only, which is relatively low compared to the other stages. So we are in semifinals, guys.
Oh yeah, if you've seen any of the matches from the losers bracket, you know just how difficult it is to reach an accuracy like 99.7 on this map. But that said, it's only a small accuracy lead for the Philippines right now. We still have an entire, like more than half the map left. 6 full combos on the board as well.
Yeah, I feel like if the Philippines actually break the combo, the lead might shift towards South Korea. That's how close the accuracies are.
Right now, this accuracy lead is slowly getting bigger. Apol on 99.7 as well. So Apol and Silversca Els both the 2 highest accuracies on the board. Forken managing to beat out Gaysol and Sudden Death, so very strong accuracy for the Philippines, but South Korea is not too far behind. And now we're in the second half.
Yeah, Poca is actually doing great work at catching up some accuracy, maybe trying to catch up to the 99.7.
Yeah, Poca actually now completely recovering. All of South Korea slowly regaining their accuracy, and now we're getting into second half, which gets a little bit denser.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be all up to the last quarter, and the last quarter is not the easiest at all. I feel like the last quarter might be the most difficult in the map.
Absolutely, especially when it comes to the combo as well. But so far, all 6 players holding the full combo. Small leads across the board, but Els Apol actually now raising the accuracy to 99.76. Poca managing to hit the 99.7, but Forken also raising towards 99.7.
Wow, this is an absolutely strong showing from both countries. You can see that both of these countries are respectively C2 and C3 in the standings.
Yeah, the difference right now, really, like the lowest accuracy in the entire lobby is 99.6, which is kind of ridiculous on a map like this, with an FC as well. And it looks like all 6 players are just going to comfortably FC this. Okay, well, there's still a little bit left, but...
Yeah, this might be a confident pick from the Philippines. Like, this is a first pick, and Philippines picking long notes might indicate a confidence in their skill sets, but look at South Korea's team score. They're doing really well. Like, the lowest score is 987k. That's a score that some teams right now are would be dreaming of.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at South Korea's team score, like, I think I'll have to go back and check after the match, but I think that team score might just beat almost every single team that we've seen so far play this. Like, that's an insanely good triple FC right there, but Philippines, 2 992k scores on a map like that. It was definitely a good first pick.
Yeah, getting single-digit 200s on a pick like Encryption, it's like a 3 minutes and 42 minutes long pick.
It shouldn't happen.
How? That shouldn't happen. Yeah. That shouldn't usually happen.
Not only is it like 4 minutes long, but the releases in that map, they're just not hackable. I don't understand how people do it, but oh, hang on a second. This is interesting now. South Korea picking an LN themselves. I'm not exactly sure how this map is even supposed to be pronounced. I think someone once said Tembler.
Yeah, Tembler or Tumblr, like
Tumblr.
the website.
Yeah, okay, we can go with that one.
Tumblr.
But this one actually is an interesting pick from South Korea right after they lost the LN pick themselves. Obviously, this one being a very different LN pick. And they were quite close, all things considered, on Encryption. One miss could have done it on that map. And this one, definitely more chances on this map to find misses. More physically intense and faster.
Yeah, this is more on the physical side of things, so that might be the sort of long notes that South Korea is comfortable with. And as you can see, it's not a Rise versus LN matchup at all, and this might be very interesting in the dynamic of things.
Yeah, and South Korea definitely showed they were extremely strong at the physical hybrid style maps. We'll see if that transfers over here. Of course, Boji swapping in for the Philippines, one of their excellent late game members.
Yeah, it's kind of a reminder as to how versatile the Philippines team is. Like, usually most teams would have one single long node lineup, but here we have multiple long node lineups for different picks.
Ooh, right out the gates, very close between both teams here. Actually, the lowest accuracy, sudden death, 99.77. And I mean, as small of a lead that is, that's going to give Philippines a little bit of something at the intro here.
Yeah, it's only the intro, however, and there's a lot of density coming in the middle of the map.
Hawken drops accuracy a little bit down to 99. Oh wow, that's a big drop.
That's a catastrophic drop compared to the rest of the accuracies in the room and so far in the map. Like in the middle of the map, you don't drop that many accuracy.
And in any other match, I would say that would be perfectly fine, but right now, the level of this lobby is so ridiculously high that any small mistake is enough for South Korea to be able to capitalize on right now. Their lowest accuracy, 99.7, which is insane. And we're already in the last quarter of the map, it's very short.
Yeah, what's interesting to see, what is going to be interesting to see and compare at the end with the results is the accuracy department.
Yeah, everyone now dropping below 99.8, understandably. But as long as South Korea hold on to these combos, they should be fine in picking up their own point right back. They're going to manage it here. Barely close. Without those misses from Forken, it's hard to say. It's a hard call to make whether it would have been enough or not.
Yeah, it's very hard to say. Like Boji and Poka were not too far apart actually, and Elzier.
Yeah, 200 counts very similar across both teams as well.
Yeah, if you put Boji and Els and Poka and Sudden Death together, it's basically kind of a one-on-one matchup with a slight advantage towards Philippines. And it would have gotten between Forken and Gaysol, basically.
Yeah, but thankfully for South Korea, they do manage to pick up their own win. Turned out to be a successful pick. And now it's Philippines. It looks like we're just cleaning up the LNs. We might just play 4 LNs in a row.
You know, there's a tournament coming up like real soon. It's called Oceania Long Node Tournament 3. Maybe they're warming up for that tournament.
Bit of practice in there for these players. But we're getting another switch for the Philippines. Apol's going to come back in. This one, still a density pick. Kind of similar to Tembla in that sense, but this one significantly slower. Well, a little bit slower, that is. And a little
BPM.
bit denser.
Yeah, 200 BPM is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, it's still fairly fast. This one also lasting that a little bit longer, 2 minutes 45 seconds. And interesting to see this being picked up. Both teams, I mean, it's hard to say it's a bad pick. I think Philippines could win this, but I also think South Korea could win it. It's kind of a 50-50 whether a team really misses.
Too wise for you, I wonder. Is that the player from the Netherlands?
Oh, true. Yeah, sounds awfully familiar there.
Anyways, let's go into the pick. Very, very density.
Oh, Apol with a very early. That was a real miss, I think.
Yeah, that's not
and
playing at all.
Els, that's a real miss from Els as well. That's 2 misses early on for Philippines.
Yeah, that's a really big disadvantage. Like, it might be early combo breaks, but in this kind of pick, if South Korea is feeling very consistent, and South Korea has been consistent throughout the whole match already, it might spell doom.
Yeah, but that said, they are early, so it's possible to make up the difference with just accuracy, but Apol is taking a significant amount of time to try and catch back up. 99.62 still behind everyone on South Korea, but Els has caught up so quickly, 99.8. Already better than two of the South Korean players, and Boji, of course, the top of the lobby. So I think if Apol manages to raise the accuracy up a little bit higher, it's possible for this lead to shrink as the match goes on.
Yeah, the thing is, I was thinking that Boji's score was actually insane, but Poka has the same score.
Both of those players are just so ridiculously good, both cancelling each other out in that regard. Els at this point, much better accuracy than both Gaesol and Sudden Death, and Apol now actually catching up with Gaesol's accuracy. So now all of this advantage for South Korea is completely in those misses at the start of the map. The accuracy lead is slowly turning towards the Philippines. Okay, I see this lead.
The lead is slowly crawling back to the Philippines as I think Gaesol dropped some accuracy. And Sudden Death as well? Yeah, Gaesol's accuracy is trending downwards right now, and this means that the lead is actually coming closer to the Philippines, but the map is coming to its last quarter.
Yeah, that said, Boji did actually drop quite a lot of accuracy as well, a few 200s there, so Poker now having the advantage over Boji is going to keep this lead in South Korea's favor for just a little bit longer. They're going to still have to try and raise this accuracy as much as they can in this last section. It's close though. It's starting to flicker over. Any 200s now from South Korea could actually completely switch this lead. But Els doesn't miss at the very end, and that's going to basically seal the deal. That last miss could not be afforded by the Philippines. And South Korea showing their consistency. This is 3 FCs for 3 maps in a row.
I mean, let's look at the accuracies. I'm pretty sure that the Philippines' accuracy was superior. Yeah, look at those ratios. The ratios were definitely better twofold, actually.
Poker, Tello,
and
Score V1 double S, 996k. That's an incredible score.
Yeah, that's a score, Poka. Let's go. Let's go.
Wow, and that's going to be the first break point as well. South Korea looking strong on these, and I wonder if they do just pick up that last LN map left.
But yeah, the thing is, if the Philippines did not have this miss at the end, it would have been very close, like a couple of 100 points apart.
It's so hard to be able to call it. It looked like it was flickering towards the Philippines, but it's hard to tell if there was enough time left. But Philippines, they can't afford to be thinking back on what could have been. It's all about South Korea's pick now. Secret Sleuth is maybe... Well, it feels like a bit different to the LN maps that they've been winning.
Yeah,
so they're going to go with Party Starter, actually.
Yeah, I feel like Secret Sleuth is actually too close to encryption for South Korea to pick. So they're actually going to be exploring the hybrids, and we have been playing an anti-meta match so far. It's very interesting to see.
Yeah, and we'll think about the way that South Korea has been winning these maps so far. It's been off of misses from the Philippines, so why not pick a 4-minute long map where misses can happen at literally any point? If South Korea managed to win off of combo here, it's very possible for them to win this one.
Yeah, but remember encryption. Encryption was also the same length, like almost the same length. And the Philippines won that with great consistency, I may say.
Yeah, we are seeing Snow sent in actually for the first time this match as well for the Korean side. So we'll see how they perform on this one. Long map here. It's all going to be about this consistency. It's going to be about the accuracy as the map progresses.
Alright, going past the intro. Still the intro is fairly balanced, but there's still nothing really key in the map to decide the point yet.
Yeah, looks like a small lead flickering back and forth actually. Poker being the one to keep South Korea in it. 99.93%, but Boji actually just about tying that.
Yeah,
All
the
6
trend.
players.
The trend is not changing, even with those bursts coming into play.
And no major accuracy drops. Silaska Els actually drops a bit of accuracy down to 99.71. That's going to put South Korea in a little bit of a lead so far. Boji and Poker both tying each other. Sudden Death and 4Ken both very similar in accuracy.
Yeah, it's basically South Korea's game now. It's just a game of keeping your accuracy on an upwards trend.
We're about a third of the way into the map here right now. Ooh, everyone hitting those ones.
Yeah,
it's going to be
bursts,
South Korea maintaining lead.
The bursts are incredibly chokeable, but so far no one has choked them at all.
Yeah, extremely unforgiving if you do but choke on those ones as well because of the accuracy drop that's sure to come. Oh, and Poker! Actually, the highest accuracy for South Korea, and that's going to be the miss. Down to 99.82. Now it's going to start flickering towards the Philippines. It should. And Snow Sen as well.
Oh, in a second miss from Poker. That seals the deal. That's going to be the second break point in a row.
But it's only halfway through. We're only halfway through the map. It's so long.
Oh no, Sudden Death is also missing. And Poker is missing again. And the consistency from the South Korean side is actually starting to crumble.
This is the opposite of what we just saw on Two Wires for You right here. 3 FCs still on the Philippines. Accuracies have dropped a little bit for Els and 4Ken still. Boji's still holding on to a high accuracy, but overall, these misses are just doing so much damage to South Korea's team score.
Yeah, it's all up to the Philippines to keep this 3-way full combo going.
Yeah, I think the accuracies are actually just about tied between the two teams, but that's like 4 or 5 misses across South Korean side versus 0 on Philippines. That's... Philippines now, they're just going to have to hold on. They can afford 1 or 2 misses.
Yeah, especially at this point in the map.
And Els does actually find a miss. That's a pretty significant accuracy drop. That's going to do a lot to the score difference right here. But it shouldn't be enough for South Korea, I don't think. As we're approaching the end of the map now, there's not too much left. That's another drop from Els.
It's getting into risky territory right now.
Yeah, it's getting quite close right now, actually. And at the very end of the map, Els misses again. Actually, the score lead flickers. Els running out of stamina at the end on the rise sections. That's going to give South Korea the point, stealing it back at the very end despite the 2 full combos from Philippines.
No, that's heartbreaking.
That's so close there.
That's absolutely heartbreaking. All the misses were concentrated in the end. Look at that combo.
Yeah, these combos for Philippines all so much higher than South Korea because of the places that they miss there. But just really unfortunate to be able to lose footing at the end of the map. Just barely winning. South Korea managing to take their own point, and they're going to build up a lead 3-1 now, and Philippines get their next pick.
But yeah, look at the accuracy from the South Korean side. Like, they all had single-digit 200s. The fact of the matter is, even if you're down several misses, you're still gonna keep going on. You're still gonna be playing your pick as best as possible. There's always a comeback that is possible, especially at this point of the tournament. Semifinals is no joke.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Philippines, what do they pick? I mean, there's Secret Sleuth left. It's hard to say that's a bad pick, but the rest of the pool feels so unexplored right now. Like, we have no idea how the Rise is going to go between these two teams. And the SV, well, they're not going to pick SV.
The SV is the most unpredictable part of the map pool. I feel like Rise, South Korea, and Philippines are kind of stuck in a limbo of not having enough physicality and consistency, respectively.
Oh my god.
To decide.
It's going to be Zenithalize. It's going to be the Jack pick. This is a huge risk from Philippines, but that said, think back to last week, Justify My Love. I think Philippines got one of the highest team scores out of any team.
Yeah, I think they're betting on their own Jack players. Like, Bochi, Volpsy, and Falcon looks like a very strong lineup, but what can South Korea do to answer his call?
Yes, it's an interesting pick. Last week, Philippines' second best team, only behind Brazil, with 2.995 million team score. But the issue with this is that South Korea didn't play Justify My Love. We actually have no information as to how good South Korea are on these jacks.
God, I feel like this is going to be as volatile as an SV pick in terms of outcome. I have no idea how it's going to go.
And this one's really difficult as well. We are going to see some misses if there's any kind of discomfort in this BPM.
Yeah, the thing is with core jack picks, it's either you handle the pick like a champ or you completely fall apart. It's like at some point, at some arbitrary BPM, you go from 99.9 to 99.0.
Or even 98.0. Very possible at this kind of speed. But if Philippines pick it, they are going to be confident, you have to imagine. And right now we can see, oh my god, Lianic actually getting the first miss. That's going to be a big lead now for Philippines, at least early on in this match. And oh my, look at this, 99.93 is the lowest accuracy on the Philippines.
Yeah, I feel like they went for this pick in confidence.
But Poker and Snow Scent right now are scary. Those accuracies, 99.99, 99.96. Philippines can't afford any kind of mistake, even though they're in the lead right now. Lianic actually finds a second miss, just as I say that.
Yeah, Lianic is still doing decent in terms of accuracy, but these combo breaks are actually setting a pretty substantial lead for the Philippines. But we saw that lead go away in Party Starter.
What is this team score right now for the Philippines? Volpsy, 99.98 is the highest in the lobby, but Boji and Poker both on 99.97, and it's crazy that the fifth lowest accuracy, or the second lowest accuracy I should say, is 4Ken right now on 99.93. Which in a semi-finals jack pick, right, is just ridiculous. Volpsy actually drops a 200, I think, in those bursts there. But so far, it's still Philippines in the lead.
Yeah. One of the Philippines players could have a huge accuracy drop. It's always possible in a core jack pick to lose a lot of accuracy if you just call him lock or something.
Yeah, definitely the potential here, but we're at the end of the map. Even if there's a miss now, there might not be enough time left in the map. And at these last pans, it looks like everyone's going to hit them. What? Lianic freezing a little bit, but that shouldn't matter because this is a 2992 from Philippines.
What a performance!
200. 200 from the entire team. That is it. 46 300s for Boji.
I feel like Poka might have gotten offset in the later half. Like Poka was definitely going ham in the first half, but 120 seems a little bit high for what Poka was doing in the first half.
Yeah, I think it was due to those bursts towards the start of that second half. They can definitely throw off your ratio. Very, very difficult to ratio there, but overall, that was such a strong performance from the Philippines, and that's definitely what they needed to get themselves back in this match. 2-3, it's only 1 point of difference.
Yeah, so the departure of Lianic is not going to change the outcome of the points. The Philippines still are going to get their point for Zenithalize, and South Korea is going to have another occasion to get a point from any other pick.
Yeah, and I wonder what South Korea picked now. I think hybrids. It's hard to say that Party Starter was a good pick for South Korea because that was very, very nearly a definitive loss for them. But it looks like they are going to continue with the hybrids.
That's gonna be the good and hybrid. The ultimate tool.
Yeah, this one being a little bit more fast, that is, a little bit physical here, 241 BPM, and a fairly long one as well, not quite as long as the first hybrid we saw just before.
I feel like going from what happened in Party Starter, the Philippines could definitely have a chance at getting a breakpoint on this, but it all depends on stamina and consistency from the whole team. In my opinion, I feel like the Philippines have had the accuracy advantage in those types of picks so far, but it all comes to combo.
I feel like Philippines have had a slight accuracy advantage in almost every map so far, but it's been so tiny that it's hard to really call it definitive. And as we're waiting for whatever this is, okay, here we go. We'll just have to wait for the accuracies to not be balked. I don't think Els is on 71%.
Yeah, this is either client or an abort waiting to happen.
So far, the other 5 players right now all holding very strong.
Come on.
I'm starting to get concerned.
Me too.
I'm starting to get slightly concerned. Right now, it looks like... Well, the other 5 players are fairly tied. It's just we're not sure right now what the situation with Els is. That might have actually been a real miss, or a real... Not just a single miss. That must have been an entire not being ready at the start of the map, or a tab out or something like that.
Yeah, like a false start of some sort. But yeah, I feel like if this really was a client glitch, that might be the longest client glitch I've ever seen.
Usually it's fixed by now. We'll have to wait and see. But the other 5 players, it is actually looking like Boji and Poker fairly similar. 4Ken and Snowsen also fairly similar in accuracy. It would basically come down to a 1v1 Els and sudden death. It's hard to really say. This map would be fairly close, but I think Els definitely did get a few misses in there, regardless of whether the start was client or not. It's an unfortunate situation that because of if that start was real, then it's gonna take something catastrophic for South Korea to be able to drop this one.
Yeah, I'm just so confused at the situation, but yeah, the rest of the lobby is actually doing fantastic right now.
Sudden Death actually finding a miss there at the very end. That's going to be the first miss from the other 5 players that we've seen so far. Well, the first one that's definitely a real miss, I'll say that.
Yeah, it doesn't give us enough information about the lead. It's just kind of a scuff situation where we have to do it, to kind of judge it by ear.
Yeah, and we'll see now.
That's a real miss.
Yeah, L's managing to get the S at the end, but it is going to be South Korea's point, I believe. If I just wait for the MP link to show. Yeah, it looks like it was
real.
Yeah, 133 misses at the start. There was something going on at the start there that was just unfortunate. Probably some kind of hardware issue or tab, Windows key. Things happen all the time like this, but very unfortunate that it happens here. I guess on the plus side for Philippines, this was South Korea's pick. So it's not the end of the world. It wasn't a break point. And Philippines can just wait to see if they can win a break point from South Korea later on in the match. But looking at these scores, oh, this is a double S from Snowset, by the way. Just shout out to Snowset. But Boji and 4Ken, Poker and Snowset all had fairly similar scores. So it would have been a very Osu got alt tabbed. That's really unfortunate.
Yeah, you have to remember that you can actually kind of try to signal to your referee that something's going on. In the first 30 seconds, that's the rule.
Oh my god, cranking. We're cranking now.
Oh, we're going cranking. Is that gonna be a Philippines bias?
Yeah, I mean, this is a Philippines map, right? So
yeah,
Philippines have the mapper advantage. Maybe not on the team, but in spirit. It's going to be an interesting one. Philippines definitely a very strong SV team from what we've seen in the past, but South Korea have also been quite scary on the SV themselves. And on a map like Kranken, this is definitely harder than any other SV map that we've had so far. Both of the SVs this round are way harder than any SV in the past. So past information between these two teams is not going to be very reliable in determining how well they perform on this.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the jump from quarterfinals to semifinals, we know, is very substantial. And yeah, this will be very interesting to see as a kind of a wild card pick.
Well, but the one thing that we do know is the Mystery L is pretty damn good at SV.
Oh, that's for sure. And that's gonna let some players like Fulk and rest a little bit. And it seems that South Korea's lineup is kind of similar to one of their long node lineups, or Rice lineups?
Yeah, I mean, Gaysol has been playing some of the long notes. Lyanic was playing Zenith Allies, so a bit of a mix of both. Of course, Poker being the mainstay here in the South Korean team. But not every day that you see very similar teams for SV and other maps. And here we go. This start is very difficult. I mean, the entire map is difficult, as you can pretty clearly see. But everyone actually holding very high accuracies. 99.5 is the lowest right now. Poker drops down a little bit though.
Yeah, this beginning is very disorientating, and it is very disorientating for South Korea's accuracy, actually.
Yeah, I don't know what Mystery L is doing right now. 99.91, playing this as if there was no SV at all in this map. But so far it's an accuracy lead for the Philippines, but everyone on South Korea is holding well above 99%, so it's not a very big difference, all things considered so far, especially when there's so many different SV tricks up ahead.
Yeah, I'm scared of what's gonna happen in the main drop. How is the LNSV gonna go?
These releases are really weird to time, and we get, a few 200s here, Lyanic, but Els finds a miss. It's a fairly clean miss, only down to 99.4, so the accuracy lead is still well in Philippines' favor, but the question is that enough? With a map with so few notes as this, Lyanic and Gaysol both dropping in accuracy, but Poker has fully recovered 99.65 now.
Yeah,
it looks like it's not enough though. This lead is still staying in Philippines' favor despite the miss.
Yeah, the accuracy from the Philippine side is enough to carry them ahead of the South Korean team.
The Mystery L is just cracked. What is this? 99.88? And here we go. This is the last kind of section here. These are very difficult to read, especially these LNs.
Yeah,
but
you have to read
Els,
higher. It's kind of like a fast jam.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, these LNs very easy to lose accuracy on. But right now, it's still a definitive lead for the Philippines, and Els is well and truly in the 400 combo mark. So despite looking like a three-way FC from South Korea, all with 99% just about, it is going to be a win for the Philippines here. With
What is
some
this score
monstrous
from Mystery L?
That's not allowed.
No.
That's a 996k just about. Score V1SS, 1-200 from Boji. And I mean, like, Els and Poker as well, 3 200s each, just with the 250s slider breaks on those sliders for Els.
This
and, oh yeah, well that's That's definitely a pick for the Philippines right there. That's going to be 3-4 now.
Yeah, that's gonna be encouraging them to go towards the direction of Shower Beer, the other SV pick. If they're feeling that much confidence in terms of SV compared to South Korea, then this should be the plan going forward.
It does open up Shower Beer as a possibility here, but the scary thing is with Shower Beer, with the SVs, is that you kind of look over at South Korea and say, okay, yeah, well, Philippines won, but South Korea got a 3-way full combo with 99%. That does not leave much room for error for the Philippines.
And thing is, South Korea could have put Shower Beer in priority in training and kind of let Crankin as a secondary option that they could just lose.
Very well could be. I do know a lot of players actually do find shower beer quite a lot harder as well, so it really does depend on the individual players on the Philippines specifically if they want to decide to pick it, if they feel comfortable with that kind of SV. But for now, South Korea's pick, of course, they're going to continue picking out all the hybrids here. It's going to be the T-Deck one. I can't remember the name and I can't read it.
I think it's Revelation. We should call it Revelation.
Revelation? Yeah, there it is. That's such a long title. What? The artist and the title just goes off the screen right there.
Yeah, it's actually hell. But yeah, we still have no major information about technical Rise or jump stream Rise. And I'm scared to see such picks come into play here. The score is very close, like the overall score is very close. It's 4-3 right now for the South Korean side.
That said, South Korea are 1 breakpoint up. They have won the only breakpoint so far in the match, so Philippines are looking for a breakpoint back at some point. And this could be the opportunity here. It's a hybrid pick. Philippines have been fairly close on one of the hybrids at the very least.
Yeah, Patistata was really interesting to watch because, as we said before, the Philippines theoretically have the accuracy advantage, but in terms of consistency, anything goes here, really, in this match.
These are some high accuracies right out the gates here. Both teams fairly similar overall. Forken with 99.85 is somehow the lowest. And Poker right now is keeping it in the lead for the South Korea just temporarily on 99.92. But here we go, this is the Rice section here. Everyone finding it comfortable so far at least.
Yeah, everyone...
Silesk Els drops a little bit in accuracy, but not too much.
Everyone just have their machine guns ready at on. Then getting those small releases, Els kind of a tiny bit behind in terms of accuracy, so that gives the lead to South Korea.
It's not going to be far behind Gaysol though. Poker right now actually being the top of the lobby, that's also helping out South Korea's accuracy quite a lot. There's still half the map left. And a couple of 200s I think would probably be enough to start swinging this lead over to the other way.
Yeah, Gaysol is actually going downwards below 99.8, which might indicate a sign of vulnerability.
Ooh, but Boji finding a miss for Team Philippines. That's going to give quite a large lead now for South Korea. It's going to take at least 2 misses for the Philippines to come back from this, but it is so late in the map right now. Even if there are a couple misses from the South Korea, it might be too late. And yeah, here we are at the outro. Yep, there's just no chance.
Yeah, there's basically nothing in this outro, by the way. Just a trill. Funny trill.
Oh, funny trill? Do we get... No, nothing. No misses.
Oh, it's such a clean miss from Boji as well.
Wait, look at this. South Korea. Triple Score V1 double S.
Oh, wait, does that still happen in semifinals?
There are 4... There were almost 4. There were almost 5. There were almost 6 double S's here.
Yeah, apparently this pick is easy. That's just how it goes.
The accuracy pick. South Korea is showing so much consistency. And, oh, here we go. Shower beer instantly. Philippines say, well, Crankin worked out even though there was a miss. It still was a comfortable win for the Philippines on Crankin. So Shower beer right away.
Wait, do they have a different lineup?
It does look like it. Volpsy.
Lineup?
Volpsy coming in here instead of Boji, who played Kranken before.
Oh, that's incredibly interesting. Like the
Yeah.
the dedicated SV players from the Philippines, like Els and Mystriel, are really strong SV leads actually. Trained both maps, and the rest of the players actually spread one SV each, which is actually interesting in terms of training strategy.
Yeah, it's interesting. Either it was a training strategy, or the truly scary thing would be if they all actually practice the SV and they're all just so good that the smallest of differences mean that they swap out a player.
Got it.
We'll have to see. This is a very difficult one, especially to try and get accuracy on. And one mistake in some of these sections can completely end your score.
Just waiting for Dianic. Okay, how is the accuracy gonna be in the slow jams? It's gonna be very volatile in this intro.
Yeah, very easy here. We've got a little bit of a trill coming up. Yeah, a few 200s being dropped so far. Philippines faring quite well in the intro slow jams. It's mostly just Lionic and Gay Soul struggling a little bit in the accuracy, but it shouldn't take too long to be able to catch up.
Yeah, watch out for those ghost taps in in between those chords.
Those LNs for Lionic. So many 200s on those, down to 97%. Volpsy actually dropping down to 98.7 as well, but overall Philippines still holding the advantage.
This might come down to combo as well, because it's very easy to just lose focus and completely bomb the section.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, Mystriel is doing Mystriel things right now. 99.92, just towering over the lobby right now. Lionic is actually catching up very quickly. 98.5% already catching up to Volpsy.
Yeah, it's actually fairly comparable compared to Kranken, so this might be a riskier pick for the Philippines here.
Yeah, accuracies. Oh, that's a rough miss from Lionic on those stairs there. Volpsy actually trades it out though, so...
Oh, what?
Volpsy missing twice, but Lionic also following up with another miss. These are trades though. This suits Philippines just fine, I think. The score lead shouldn't change too much at the end of the day, and overall it's still an accuracy lead for the Philippines. Volpsy is still beating out Lionic in terms of the accuracy, and of course Mystriel crushing the rest of the lobby. Els has dropped down below 99%, but it shouldn't be too much of a big deal considering it's not too far behind Poker and Gay Soul.
Okay, this section right here might be very volatile for either one of the players.
Is it going to come down to the trill?
Oh, yeah,
Is it actually going to come down to the trill? Or they all hit it. They all hit it. And that's it. Slow outro here. It's 11,000 points the lead. I don't think there's enough notes here for Philippines to possibly mess up on.
Yeah, I think it's far too late in the game to actually get it back.
There is a wacko release at the end that I can't get a 300 on, but loss in accuracy is not going to be enough right now, and it's going to be another Watt score from Mystriel. Another score V1SS. How does he do it? I actually don't know. I actually don't know how that can even happen. That's just Gay Soul as well with only 8 200s is crazy, but 994. That's almost a 995k as well.
Jeez, comparatively speaking, between Shower Beer and Kranken, this was actually fairly close as far as SV showdowns go.
Yeah, it was fairly close. All of that difference was basically between Volpsy and Lionic. Volpsy just managing to keep the accuracy higher at the end of the day, missing I think one less time as well. And that's where pretty much all of that difference came from. But at the end of the day, it is Philippines winning both of the ASV maps. They managed to win their own pick, so now it's back to South Korea. And now South Korea have the big choice. They've picked all 3 hybrids in a row. They've picked they picked one of the LN density maps, that is. Do they go for a rice now? There's only one map that's not a rice map in the entire pool. They've just picked out all of the hybrids, all the LNs, all the SVs.
I mean, we are gonna play a rice at some point. There's at least 2 picks remaining for the match to be over. So we are definitely gonna be seeing either technical or... oh, okay. We're gonna be seeing Delirium.
Yeah, Delirium it is. Okay, we're going to be seeing a technical map for the first time. We actually haven't really seen much at all this round from either of these teams. The only rice map being played, of course, was as far away as you could possibly get to a pick like this.
Yeah, I feel like South Korea is avoiding Secret Sleuth because they actually convincingly lost Encryption. I feel like that's the main reason why they're not going for it. Secret Sleuth is also less physical than the other picks, so the Philippines will get the advantage on paper at least.
Not very good to rely on a combo choke on Secret Sleuth, and Philippines definitely very strong on that one. So this one makes sense, but we'll see how it goes exactly, because it's a bit of an unknown. Oh, Poker. Very early miss from Poker there. That's going to give Philippines a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, remember, this is South Korea's pick. If South Korea gets doesn't get the point on this, it's all back to the status quo. The South Korean
but
team will
Volpsy.
lose.
Volpsy and Boji finding a miss. That's going to go over to South Korea now. They have a little bit of an accuracy lead. Poker and Volpsy both tied in terms of that accuracy. But Volpsy finds another miss.
The physical advantage might not be towards the Philippines, but maybe it's because of the jacks in particular.
Yeah, very hard to maintain combo through a lot of these patterns. But Poker actually finding another miss. Very uncharacteristic of him.
Yeah, Poker has been a monster this entire map.
Gasol as well. This is actually going to start to swing a little bit back. There's a few misses for either side now. Forken and Snowscent, the only 2 full combos, but Snowscent is the one that's holding 99.88, the best in the lobby right now, but it's flickering back and forth. Gasol still not hit that combo cap. So I think at the end of the day, it's going to slightly go over to the Philippines.
If you sum up the combo breaks and the accuracies, both teams are tied actually, so it all comes down to whoever catches up in terms of accuracy the best.
Oh, it's so close, but Snowsen actually drops down in accuracy to 99.82. And that gives a little bit of a lead over to the Philippines. We're at the end of the map now. They just need to hold on to this combo.
Oh my god.
And Boji, despite the miss, has the highest accuracy in the entire lobby.
We're touching the end of the map. There's not much left.
Oh, that's going to be a break point just barely for the Philippines. Somehow, the entire team managing to combo the entire second half.
Wow, nice Boji.
And Boji! Oh, that was 94 300s. If it wasn't for that one miss, that would have been such a ridiculously insane score.
Like, granted, you look at Snowscent's score, you're already asking yourself, how do people 994, like almost 995 this in semifinals? And yeah.
Yeah, 3 of these scores are so close, 1 note away from the double S. But 2 of them being on the Philippines, that's what gave them the advantage there. So now, break point for the Philippines. They are tied up, but I think actually this is in Philippines' favor now, because look at the maps that are remaining. We've got Secret Sleuth, which is going to be straight away picked by the Philippines, and 3 rice maps. So we are guaranteed to play 2 more maps. This is kind of mean from the Philippines. South Korea is now going to get forced to pick one of the 3 rice maps at the end of the day.
It's just going to be quite an interesting turn of events. There are 2 points for each team to get to the victory. And I don't know what's going to happen on the rice. So this is the Philippines' last pick, I believe. And after was going to be South Korea's last pick, and I feel like South Korea's last pick is going to be extremely decisive.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes with this one. This is, of course, the last possible pick for the Philippines. We've got teams going all the way back to map number 1 of this match. These are the exact same 2 squads. Back in encryption.
Man. Yep, it's as if the match hasn't even started, and we are in a best of 3.
And here we go, another one of these really release-heavy LN maps. And we'll see if the accuracy is going to do it for the Philippines in this one like they're hoping.
Yeah, let's see the accuracy, because South Korea's lens is nothing to sleep on.
Yeah, and it actually flickers back and forth. Sudden Death and Els both lagging behind a little bit, but they're cancelling each other out, really. It's mostly right now A-Pole, 99.9 somehow. 800 notes into the map.
Yeah, I tend to forget that Apple is actually their sniper, so to speak.
And that's all of this lead. The entire lead currently coming from Apple. But it's not much.
That's absolutely nothing. Look at the lead. It's absolutely minuscule. It's absolutely non-existent.
Yeah, Boji and Poker both holding similar accuracies themselves. Els currently is kind of cancelling out Gaysol as well.
Oh dear. It's just a test of focus right now, like consistency on accuracy, which is completely different from consistency on combo, which you still have to maintain if you want to keep the lead.
Yeah, this takes so much focus. This is a long map as well, 3.5 minutes long. So keeping this focus to try and sharpshoot accuracy like this is insane. And right now this lead, it's not growing, it's not shrinking, it's just kind of staying this tiny 1,000 or so point lead.
Which it drops a tiny bit of accuracy, which gives a little bit of breathing room, but Gaysol!
That's the first miss. 5 full combos still on the board. Philippines now have a little bit of breathing room. Still half the map left though. Still so much that could possibly happen.
Yeah, the Philippines right now have a fair amount of breathing room. They both have the lead in terms of accuracy and combo, especially if Gaysol is going to be missing again. So that is going to be extremely good for the Philippines. They're in a really good situation right now, but the map is not over.
How did Apol keep that accuracy through that section? 99.87, still same accuracy as they had from the very start of the map.
Yeah, this is extremely hard to get accuracy on. Like, this is 37.7, which is higher than average.
Right now, this is just such a strong team performance from the Philippines. South Korea hoping that there's a miss if they want to be able to take this point back. But we're at the end of the map, and it's still this 2-miss advantage for the Philippines, as well as this accuracy lead.
Yeah, Poca still maintaining the same accuracy as they had from the beginning, actually.
That was an early leave right there. That happens when a player leaves immediately, but that's a score V1 double S from Apol. What?
Whoa! How do you V1 double S this?
Yeah, that's it. That's insane. There's nothing else to really say. And this team score from Philippines as well, like 11 200s combined for all 3 players on the Philippines. It's like the same number of 200s that Sudden Death got by himself, and even then, Sudden Death 990k is extremely good.
I love looking at the chat, seeing Apol say sorry was drinking, proceeds to get a V1 double S on Secret Sleuth. Just casually.
Sorry was drinking. Okay.
Yeah, sorry was drinking, just casually. That whoop. V1 double S.
And now this is it. Philippines now, they are for the first time in a while, in a very long while in this match, Philippines are ahead and they have match point. They are 1 map away from winning and proceeding to top 3 in the tournament. South Korea, though, they get 1 pick left, and they have to win this point if they want to force a tiebreaker out of the Philippines. But it's going to have to be on one of these 3 Rice maps that you see in the middle column there. And it's going to be tough beating Philippines on any of those.
I feel like going from what happened on Delirium, I think like Tuga might be South Korea's choice. It's like the most consistent. And South Korea, at least on the Rice and physical department, have been doing well. Not necessarily better on every single pick, but perhaps they might wager their last chance on this. And I have no idea how the tiebreaker is gonna go. Both teams are actually balanced on the tiebreaker, I feel like, but
they're going to pick FBs.
Yeah, we're not allowed to say the F word on stream, unfortunately, but we are allowed to display it, at least.
Apparently so. You can read what the song name is called here, but it's going to be the pick for South Korea. This is another technical map. Fairly technical, but has a lot of that jump stream element as well. We saw Delirium was actually quite close for a lot of the time, so we'll see if South Korea trying to win on these miscounts coming out from Philippines potentially.
But yeah, this is gonna be very intriguing, because this is also maybe slightly less mini jack oriented than Delirium, so South Korea might have a better time on it. Especially if I think did Gaesel play on Delirium? I don't remember.
This is just gonna be wondrous, I can tell.
Yes, it was Gaesel. Gaesel, Poker, and Snowscent were the players for Delirium. Now it's going to be Sudden Death in for a Rice map here.
Yeah.
And we'll see starting it out, all players. It's going to be 4Ken actually finding a little bit of a drop down to 99.6, so that's going to give South Korea a small advantage. Right now, Poker and Snowscent, along with Volpsy and Boji actually as well.
Yeah, the map has barely started, and it's one of those maps which is 3 minutes and 20 seconds long, so you saw what happened on some of those longer picks. What could happen at the end, especially.
Yeah, especially when the density picks up at the end of this map, but for now, all players holding on, full combos for all 6. It's going to be a small accuracy advantage over to South Korea because of these 2 99.95 scores. One of them being cancelled out by Boji, but Volpsy is just, I mean, I don't want to say Volpsy is behind. That's a 99.88.
Yeah, it's barely nothing behind, but it still matters in the grand scheme of things because South Korea is actually destroying this.
Both teams are looking comfortable so far, but all 2 misses, Volpsy and Sudden Death. But that's going to be a big accuracy drop for Sudden Death. Volpsy managing to contain that to just a little bit of an accuracy drop.
That was, like, comparatively speaking, like, this is a trade for sure, and Sudden Death still has good occasions to catch that accuracy back up, especially if 4Ken is a little bit behind it compared to Snowscent and Poker.
It looks like the Philippines has a small lead now, but it's so tiny. Sudden Death is actually having a little bit of a difficulties catching up in the accuracy. Still at 99.6.
Yeah, I think it's up to Volpsy and 4Ken to keep that accuracy. And let's go for the long jacks! Oh my god.
Oh, they make me so nervous. They make me so nervous watching these. But here we go. A little bit of a rest.
Yeah, it's kind of the meme pause, like it's the elevator music before you go into war.
And this last section is brutal. 4Ken finding a miss. That's a disconnect.
What?
Oh, is that a disconnect? Oh, that would be tragic.
No, that's way too far in the map to actually restart it. So that's actually gonna be the most heartbreaking tiebreaker for the Philippines, actually. What?
We'll see what happens for the rest of the players. Actually, Forken, Sudden Death, and Snowset all miss at the end.
Yeah, the ending is so dense compared to the rest of the match. It's very backloaded.
Oh, but so unfortunate for Philippines, unless Volpsy is still playing somehow and manages to screenshot the result. This is going to be a win for South Korea on this pick, this last pick.
Yeah, and you gotta wonder.
Oh my god, Boji.
Like we can see that the lead from South Korea is 989k. So if the remaining player from the Philippines had more than 989k, it would have been the Philippines win.
989k? Well, Volpsy did have a miss.
Yeah, so it's very possible.
It would have been possible if Volpsy managed to full combo the rest of the map, that is.
Yeah, thing is, I think Volpsy had enough accuracy that a 989k could happen, but getting a 989k with a combo break is actually really hard. So I think
the accuracy was high enough for a 989, even with a miss. But if Volpsy found another miss at the end section, then it might not have been enough. It would have been close either way, but unfortunately, there's not much point in discussing what ifs here because it is going to be a tiebreaker. Despite how unfortunate that ended up happening, South Korea are going to take that point, so we are going to the very last map here. The be-all and end-all.
Yeah, regardless, I think we're definitely going into the tiebreaker pick. Even if we're asking for screenshots, if Phobes is actually able to provide it. So I believe we're gonna have a little bit of a timeout because I think it's basically the only time in the match people are gonna be able to use their timeout. Like remember in the rules you can actually use a timeout.
Okay, so Philippines claiming that Volpsy did actually finish the map. They found the screenshot, but it would not have been enough either way. Less than that 989,000 point that they needed. So, thankfully enough, Volpsy did finish the map, so it was going to be South Korea's win either way.
All fair game. It's a fair tiebreaker. It was meant to happen.
A real tiebreaker, completely legitimate tiebreaker now, has been confirmed. So now we are going into multi-genre SmackDown for the second time this weekend, and it is going to be a winner's bracket match now.
Wow, can you believe that? Like there's twice least matches in as quarterfinals, and we still get. I think we get more tiebreakers than in quarterfinals. I haven't counted actually.
Here we go. We've got all the big players, big names for either side playing in here.
Alright. Test. Gonna be testing those releases. And so far, every single player has passed the test. But yeah, this is gonna be 6 minutes and 35 seconds of intense physicality battle.
Yeah, this is a long one. It is going to be hard to keep up stamina for this long. But right now, actually, Forken being the first one to miss here. That's going to give South Korea a bit of a lead. That's a fair accuracy drop as well, down to 99.4. But we haven't really gotten into the real meat of the chart yet.
Yeah, this is a fairly bad sign from Forken, especially since South Korea tends to scale really well towards late game, and especially towards finals. And we're gonna see a little bit of this information leaking out for the upcoming finals.
Well, so far, South Korea holding this lead, actually. All players holding really well right now. It's a small one, 4,000 points, as you can see here is the lead.
Yeah, like Forcan could very well ace a section that the South Korean team could bomb on, and there are plenty of sections where that could happen.
Oh, let's go. So far, there's so many full combos still in this map.
Yeah, the focus is still very high among the players. We're only a third in, but there's still like 4 minutes to last.
Oh, this is insane. Boji right now, 99.87. That's the highest in the entire room. Snowscent, 99.79. Overall accuracy looks like it's very slightly in favor of South Korea with 1 miss advantage as well. But that just means that if South Korea misses once, I think this could flip right back to Philippines.
Yeah, the lead is actually getting smaller and smaller as Els and Falcon are actually catching back up in terms of accuracy, and the accuracy is actually going downwards for South Korea, looking dangerous.
They still do have those 3 full combos. That's really what's doing it for them right now. We're reaching kind of the halfway mark pretty soon now. And it's still such a tense game. Gate's actually finding a miss now. Dropping actually down to 99.5.
The combo game is even for both of the teams, and it's coming down to accuracy right now. We just have to wait for Geisel to catch back up to that 400 combo to compare.
Do you think South Korea have the accuracy lead now? Silueska Els has dropped down a little bit, down to 99.56. Same place that Geisel is, really.
Yeah, I think the accuracy in this Electro Swing section is going to be telling a lot of things.
Boji's dropped a little bit of accuracy down. Still the highest in the room, though, so that's helping out the Philippines quite a lot. And it's come down. This looks like 2,000 points of difference between the two teams.
Yeah, I think... Yeah, Forcan and Els are on par with Geisel in terms of accuracy, but Poke and Snowscent are carrying South Korea right now.
Yeah, Boji is definitely matching Snowscent even better, actually, but Poker doesn't really have any counterpart that can compare right now, especially with Poker still on the full combo. And somehow there's 4 full combos still, this late into the map.
Yeah, I think it might come down to that Camellia section, so to speak.
It's going to come down to the last section. Oh, it's so tense.
And you gotta stay focused, even in the quiet section, because it has happened multiple times that players would just drop in the quietest sections, but here right now we're going into the burst. And Poker actually drops!
Oh my god, Poker, that was one of the highest accuracies for South Korea. Now it's going to start flicking towards the Philippines, but now we're in the LN section. Extremely dense and fast here, but Philippines, they're going to start to take a little bit of a lead. Poker finds another miss. The accuracy drop as well.
This is Philippines' recovery story.
What are they doing? How is there 5 full combos through that whole section?
Oh man.
How do 5 people combo that? There's still map to go though. They have to hold on.
The Philippines have 1 combo break, and it was at the beginning.
Oh my god, it's so tense. There's 1 section left.
Wait, Poker still has 99.6? Those are such clean misses, what?
Poker's accuracy is still the 3rd highest in the entire lobby, even with 2 misses. This accuracy lead, I think, is basically tied.
No.
There is no difference here.
No, it's just coming down to the 727 BPM section.
Oh, it is. It's coming down right now. Els finding a miss. But Poker!
Oh no! What? Wait,
3
why
misses!
does Poker miss up to 727?
3 misses right there.
The
Geisel and Forcan both trading. That's not going to do much in terms of the score lead. It's staying in Philippines' favor for now.
The lead is balanced.
Oh, but it's so close. Forcan finding another drop. That might be able to do it. Is there enough time, though? It's slowly going over.
This is literally a battle of stamina. Oh no! Two misses at the same time!
Oh my god! Oh
Wait,
no!
wait, what is this league? What?
There is
no!
way.
You're gonna be kidding me! You're gonna be kidding me! I
200
did not
points.
just watch this! I did not just watch this!
295 points! There is no way that it comes down to this!
I did not just watch this happen! No!
That's it. South Korea are going to win. They are going to guarantee themselves top 3 podium.
Also, there are 0 full combos. We were going from 2 full combos from the Philippines side, like basically 3 if you don't count Forkan's miss in the beginning, to absolute destruction in the end.
Every player, all 6 players got wiped on that last section. And it just barely favored South Korea at the end of the day. Oh my god, what a match that was.
I think, like, before the ending on one of the LNs, I was looking at the lead and it was looking like double-digit score. Like, I gotta replay the VOD to see what was the difference between the 2 players, but I think the last burst actually went towards South Korea just a little bit, but just not by much. It was still a few hundred points of difference. What was that tiebreaker? Oh my god.
That was crazy. South Korea, congratulations though, they're going to continue on. And of course, Philippines, they're still in it. They still have big chances left in especially after a performance like that, in the losers bracket. But they're going to have to fight a little bit more to be able to secure that top 3.
Ah, Jesus. So, I believe on the other side of the winners bracket, there's Brazil waiting.
Yeah, Brazil and Malaysia are going to be the other side of the winners bracket. As we can see now, Philippines being knocked down. They're going to face the winner of Japan versus China. And the other side is USA and UK. These lower brackets are scary. All of these teams are so strong right now.
What is this? Oh my god, this losers bracket is looking really, really dangerous. And the countries that will make the finals are absolutely talented. Those are basically the best players in the world. And this is gonna be even more insane than this actually. Like, we saw the difficulty towards the end of the tiebreaker, and that was basically finals difficulty.
Yeah, and we were seeing some insane combos. People were comboing that so well. But now, we're going to have to take a bit of a break. We're going to have to calm down a little bit for about 2 hours. It's going to be the next match. Still 3 in this weekend. Japan versus China in 2 hours, 12:30 UTC. You don't want to miss that one, of course. That is going to determine the opponent for the Philippines next week.
God, I absolutely need that break, and I think everyone here should be thankful for that break, because I am so exhausted from that tiebreaker alone.
Yeah, make sure you all catch a break for yourselves after watching that, but make sure to come back in 2 hours. Until then, we'll see you later.
Anyways, yeah, see ya.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Ostumania 4Q World Cup 2022. In the semi-finals, we've got 3 matches left this weekend. After that absolute banger of a winner's bracket match that we saw, Philippines versus Korea. We're here with another one that should be pretty close, Japan versus China in the losers bracket. I'm Potassium F here commentating once again with Patraj. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing. I'm recovering still from the previous tiebreaker, and yeah, look at the match log. Like there have been 5 matches, 2 tiebreakers, and the rest of the matches are not even like total sweeps or anything. It's just a close matchup. It's upon close matchup, and this one, it is China who just recovered from one of those tiebreakers.
Oh yeah, China out hot against the tiebreaker against Thailand, I believe. So China's feeling good after that win, but Japan as well actually winning over Singapore. So both of these teams having a win. Fairly close matches in both of them as well. And now an interesting thing here that we're going to see is that both teams kind of know some of their scores.
Yeah, they're going to be able to strategize around them. And especially we see that Japan actually has some scores that might be a little bit better than China, but you know, it doesn't matter what the theory is. It matters what the result on the field is.
Yeah, you look at the scores yesterday and you say, okay, on paper, a lot of these look like Japan wins, but a lot of them are very close. Like some of them, Kathuga, Japan winning by, you know, theoretically, if it was yesterday, Japan would have won that by a couple thousand points. So definitely not very one-sided in the slightest here. And right now, was that a 99 roll?
I don't know if it's one that counts or if they already rolled before. I feel like they rolled before, but I'm not absolutely sure.
That's an impressive roll if that is the roll though. We'll have to wait and see when the bans start coming in, but I can definitely imagine China's going to ban SV. Yeah, they do. Shower Beer going to be the ban. Japan actually knew China's scores on Shower Beer. And of course Japan being one of the strongest SV teams in the tournament pretty easily.
Well, they're not seed number 1 for a reason. Without a reason, I guess.
Oh, this is a really interesting ban here. Party Starter going to be the ban from Japan.
That might be kind of a preference ban more than anything. Maybe Japan is really not comfortable on this pick in particular.
Hard to say. Japan did play Party Starter yesterday against Singapore. They did win as well with pretty decent team score, all things considered, but maybe they're just not feeling it today, fair enough, and they're going to go wasting no time straight to Kranken. We actually didn't see Japan play Kranken yesterday, I don't think. No, we did actually. No, we did. Oh, actually, Japan lost this.
Yeah, that's quite interesting, but yeah, the thing is, they were against Singapore, also a very strong SV lineup, and it was AWD and X-Men, well, Aishiteru, who both got above 990k on this. So it was kind of a hard battle if you were going against a determined team who were going for the win.
Yeah, we also do get a little bit of confirmation. The rolls was legitimately 99 and 4. So that is 95 gap between those, the biggest difference in rolls that I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, it's not 100 to 1, but it's close to it.
Yeah, it's as close as we're realistically going to be seeing. But here we go, we're getting into it here. Gozagoki, Ice Cake, Yoppie Yugen for Japan. This is a very scary SV lineup, so it makes a lot of sense why they're picking it first here.
Yeah, I
XZ,
feel like
Mafufu, and Sunny for China.
Yeah, I feel like they're going in this pick with pure confidence, and going with an SV pick first means that you're going out of warm up, outside the match, right into the SV, so you don't have to remember it for the rest of the match.
That is a fair point. A lot of the players, it's very easy for you to just completely forget how to play SV when you've been playing regular maps so much.
Yeah, especially if some of those players are actually playing other decks as well.
Here, right out the gates, we see Japan holding a pretty significant accuracy lead. XZ dropping a little bit below 99%, so does Sunny actually down 98.5. That's giving Japan quite a big early lead.
Yeah, Matthew with the quite confident run actually, 99.71, and still maintaining the accuracy even with this wild snaps.
Yeah, Japan's team score right now is monstrous. We'll see if they can keep it up through the entire thing. Yoki Yugen's just kind of doing the whole hand during those things. I didn't actually know that worked, but nice.
Yeah, it's low enough that you can actually quad the whole thing, yeah. Oh, Gyoza actually missing? And
Yay.
Sunny as well.
Okay, yeah, that was actually quite scary for Japan. Goki missing there, but Sunny trading it back. This is going to keep Japan in the lead for now, despite the miss. I think even if Sunny didn't miss, this accuracy lead is quite significant. I think Japan probably would have still had the lead.
Yeah, Gyoza's miss was actually fairly clean for an SV miss.
Yeah, it was the highest accuracy on Japan though, so unfortunate there. Oh, and XZ missing there just before the mini jacks.
Yeah, quite chokeable when you're going in between reading some of those snaps. And speaking of snaps, this one you have to read quite a little bit higher than you're used to.
Oh, and XZ missing. Once more, this score lead is widening quite significantly now. All of these accuracies, Goki actually finding another miss here. But still higher accuracy than most of the players on the Chinese side. So it shouldn't matter too much. Of course, Ice Cake and Yopi Yugen are crushing this right now. That's going to be 990 for both of them.
Alright, they actually got their second chance. And wow! Their scores are actually really closely tied together. It was like 1-300 apart and some judgments here and there.
Yeah, just a 200 and a 100 there from Yopi Yugen. Ice Cake with the Scorpion SS, 993k.
Respectable 980k from Makuku. Full combos, right?
Yeah, actually, Goki has the best ratio by quite a bit of the entire lobby, but the unfortunate miss is there. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter too much. It is still Japan picking up a comfortable first point here. Ooh, and here we see this is going to be the strategy for China. We're going to go for 2 Ys for you. The LN picks are coming out.
Yeah, might also be kind of a country bias. I believe that U East might be Chinese.
Actually, yeah, pretty interesting there. Could give them a little bit of a buff. But this was not played by Japan, so China don't have the best, might not have the exact idea of how Japan is going to perform on this, but it is probably, I would say, a comfort pick for China here. They should be able to play this quite well, all things considered. Yeah, China's score yesterday, 2971k. Over a 990 average is pretty insane.
Oh yeah, I think they're going in with confidence on this one, even without information from the Japanese side. But you know what? The Japanese side is also very LN capable, so let's see what they have in the bag.
Yeah, absolutely. This isn't just Japan of past years that struggle to play the LNs. This is now a Japan that is absolutely tough.
Reform Japan.
Yeah, Reform Japan here, Ice Cake and Yopi Yugen providing some massive boost in terms of LN skill.
Alright, let's go into this pick. And I feel like it's going to be a very interesting, very pivotal one. If China wins this one, then yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a back and forth, but it's going to be kind of a fun back and forth.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I feel like otherwise China might be in a lot of trouble if they lose this pick.
Oh, but hold on, Yopi Yugen struggling in accuracy at the very start, and Sleep Girl as well, finding a miss very early on in the map. This is going to be quite a significant early lead for China.
This is a good sign so far, eh?
Yeah, Ice Cake, though, is doing their best to try and cancel out some of these Chinese accuracies, dropping in accuracy a little bit now, a few 200s here and there. And China still have extraordinarily strong accuracies here, 99.79 for 2 players, Mafifu and Mias, and Yoppie Yugen now finding a miss.
Yeah, just only one full combo on the Japanese side. It all lies on the shoulders of Ice Cake.
And Ice Cake is matching, or doing better than Sunny at least. So it is a very solid score from Ice Cake, but that's only one full combo now. The other 2 scores, Sleep Girl still trying to catch up in accuracy. Almost there, actually. Yoppie Yugen just a little bit behind as well.
Yeah, they're not actually too far apart in terms of total accuracy. It's just that Japan actually missed twice, so it wasn't a fair disadvantage. And Ice Cake's gonna break the last full combo of the Japanese team.
Yeah, that's 3 misses now for Japan. It's not looking too good for Japan here, but looking very, very comfortable for China. 3 FCs still halfway through the map. There's still a long way to go, but the comfort levels, I think, are showing here.
Yeah, definitely. Wow, how are they holding still 99.7 even with loose misses? Like, I feel like Japan could challenge China in terms of accuracy in the other end place as well. Like, this one might be a little bit straightforward in terms of accuracy. Like, its density, it's all snapped in a straightforward way. So, maybe on a pick like Tremolo, like XB10R, if you want to recognize it on the map full screen, maybe this one could actually go towards Japan.
Yeah, actually, Japan's accuracies are rising really quickly. Ice Cake, Yoppie Yugen especially, 99.75, coming from a 99.6 earlier. This is a massive hack improvement, and actually this score lead is shrinking a little bit. I don't think it's going to be enough. But if there's one miss from China, I think that's all the difference right now.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be nearly enough, though. China has a triple full combo of this.
That makes 6 out of 6 full combos for China in this map. They've full comboed it 6 times.
That is pure consistency. That is a pick that they made in absolute confidence.
They are comfortable with this one, and they showed it there. Very solid point for Team China.
Like
combo gaming.
Yeah, combo gaming. Like the difference is not huge. However, there's like 4,000 points difference.
I think if Japan found like 1 or 2 less misses, it would have definitely gone Japan's way, but they did. At the end of the day, it's very easy to make misses on maps like these, so if you do have the confidence to be able to get 3-man full combos, that is usually going to be enough to win you a point. And this is an interesting pick now. Japan is going straight, obviously no more SV picks for them to pick up, they're going straight for tech, and the wackiest tech pick as well.
Absolutely. I think they're looking to trip up China, make them miss, force them to trip up into the mud, and drag them into defeat.
Yeah, and we've got some switch outs, of course, from both teams here. G2T and Aim Dusky are switching in for Ice Cake and Yoppie Yugen. XZ coming back in for Team China as well.
Yeah.
I wonder, actually, Japan does actually have knowledge about China's scores for this one from yesterday, but it's hard to beat these, I think. China are quite good at Rice and tech like this, but Japan probably going to also be confident. Players G2T and Aim Dusky have been playing so ridiculously well in the Rice pick, so this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's kind of a ballsy pick, but if you have the information that Japan has, and if you're making this pick, it might be a pick of confidence. But at the same time, what matters is what you are going to perform on the field.
Yeah, of course. This one is going to be decided, I think, by the misses. Misses are so easy.
100% correct on this one.
And here we go. A little bit of a slower start for XZ, starting at the low 99s. That's going to give Japan an early little lead.
Yeah, it's not much though. You could lose this accuracy very quick in these few notes, and especially numerous bursts.
Yeah, just one burst, and here we go. G2T finding the first miss, a second miss as well. Below 99% in accuracy as well. That's a pretty significant drop.
Yeah, maybe a lapse of focus, but this is only the beginning of the pick. Anything could still happen in the later 3/4 of the pick, really.
Yeah, still a lot left, and of course Sleek Girl right now and AM Dusky are both of them holding some incredible accuracies, beating the entire Chinese team. And G2T misses a third time there. China going to start to run away with a little bit of a lead, even though the accuracy you would think should be on Japan's favor if, you know, without those misses.
Yeah, this might be uncharacteristic. I feel like Japan should have done this pick in particular confidence. Especially since they know that China is capable of triple FCing this.
We'll have to see. There's still a lot of the map left, still plenty of places to miss. But now Japan are definitely banking on China to be the ones missing, but G2T finds another miss there. And there's still 5 full combos. This is going to hurt Japan's score even more. China are starting to build quite a significant lead. The accuracies are starting to drop on China's side, but the combo's well intact.
They'll have like the last third of the map to go. Still many occasions to make it back. We saw leads bigger than this get reduced to nothing.
Yeah, and this is definitely a map that it could happen.
Yeah, it's one of those maps. You just know it could happen in semifinals.
Oh, and Mia's. That's the first miss from China's side. The score gap is going to start going down. We have a quarter of the map left. But that one miss, I don't think is going to be enough for Japan to start coming back.
Yeah, it's an especially clean miss as well. Mia's is still towards the 99.67 accuracy.
Oh, this score lead is starting to waver a little bit back and forth, but it's still well in China's side. Not much of the map left. Japan are going to have to hope for China to miss soon.
Yeah, Sleetgun and AMD are both on a tear on this one. Absolutely destroying both of the leaders of the Chinese team, Mias and Sunny.
It is looking like if they all hit these rolls, oh, AMD finds a few 200s there. But it is going to be China taking a break point actually here.
That is really unfortunate.
Yeah, these scores from Sleek Girl and AMD are crazy good. 993, 992. We also have Sunny and XZ both getting full combos as well. But it's these difference in these third players, G2T, maybe with a little bit of nerves coming into a match like this.
It's either nerves, physicality, or actually technical problems. Like, it could happen. Anything could happen. And I feel like looking at the ratio of G2T is actually on par with players like Sunny. I feel like G2T is capable, it's perfectly capable of handling other picks, so it's not the end of the world for Japan here.
Yeah, when it comes to bursts like that, any small thing, anything that can catch, like, you know, divert your attention a little bit, lose your focus just a slight amount, could make you completely miss. So very hard to keep concentration for that long. But now it is China in the driver's seat now. They're 2-1 up and it's their own pick. And I wonder if they're going to keep at it with the LNs.
Yeah, I feel like they had a pretty confident win on 2x3.
Oh, not at all, actually.
Uh-huh.
Interesting pick here from China. This is Cthulhu. This one doesn't really match up with either of China's wins so far in this match, at least. It's not an LN pick, it's not a tech pick either. This is a straight up jump stream pick at 266 BPM, and what's more, I think I mentioned this earlier, but both teams played this in their matches yesterday, and Japan actually had the higher team score.
I don't understand this pick. I straight up don't understand this pick.
I do think this is at a speed that maybe the third player in Japan starts having a little bit of troubles with the speed. But that said, Sleet Girl and Aim Dusky crush this.
Yeah, they might be counting on G2T to actually drop some combo.
But I think G2T is good enough to play this as well. So this is a scary pick from China. I think China definitely could win this, but I think it's not certain at all. It is quite scary against Japan picking a map like this.
I don't know, it's a pretty ballsy pick, and if China actually wins this pick, it's a statement. Like, China is capable of triple FCing this, but the fact is they did not. They had a couple of misses against Silence.
And here, starting off the map here, a little bit of an act lead for Japan. Once again, off the back of Aim Dusky and Sleet Girl, but G2T actually finds an act drop on the jump trill there. Down to 99.3, still full combos for all 6 players though.
Yeah, the accuracies are actually fairly close because AMD actually caught some very nasty accuracy drops, and G2T is actually a little bit behind as well.
Oh yeah, it's starting to tip in China's favor. Sleet Girl right now doing their best to keep it on Japan's side, 99.88%, highest in the lobby here. Aim Dusky are matching Sunny just about right now. It's just G2T is falling a little bit behind XZ.
Oh yeah, we're still waiting for something to happen in terms of combo here. You know, it could happen in those transitions because the stop and start motion could actually get some players.
Oh, and the Scully is flickering back and forth now.
Oh, some accuracy drops.
Aim Dusky's accuracy has recovered quite a lot since the earlier accuracy drops, now 99.7, and all 6 are still on a full combo. But Sunny misses! That's such a messy miss as well, all the way down to 99.3. That's a big lead for Japan now, but they have to hold it.
Oh yeah, nothing is decided yet. The lead could shift back the same way, in the opposite direction.
When Sunny finds another drop, there's no drops from Japan so far.
I feel like the stamina is running low. It's running very low.
Oh my god, that is such a good score from Sleet Girl. That's an SS. 996k.
That's
991k from AMD. 350s. How did that happen?
That's clean. Oh, that's clean. And AMD actually tripped up like towards the first half. Actually, that might be the cause of AMD being down in the 99.5 region.
But yeah, very clean. Triple FC for Japan. 2 FCs from China as well. But just the one miss deciding it there, and Japan manages to sneak back a break point, and they're sticking with it. They're sticking with the rice.
Yeah, just going as the plan dictates it. I don't think Japan is going to go with long notes at all.
They're going to go with the B map.
The B movie. No, the B map. That's about it.
Well, interesting to note here, both teams actually played this yesterday as well.
We're getting comparisons, but we're not getting the same scores as
we're not getting this. Okay, these scores, I think both teams are actually playing better than their matches last time. But I'm just gonna say the team scores for both of these teams on this map yesterday were 109 points apart.
Oh,
in
no.
Japan's favor.
Oh no! Oh no! Yeah, you know the match is scary when even the Rice matchups are ambiguous.
let's see how it turns out right now. We've got the same players in once again. All players starting off with really high accuracies. 4 players on the 99.9%. XZ just a little bit behind, 99.8.
Yeah, just slowly witnessing the progress of all of those players before the real stuff happens.
Yeah, like once again, this is not going to be decided solely based on the accuracy. This is going to be decided based on the misses, if there are any that come through.
Yeah, the strong technical stuff is packed in, well, starting now and especially in the second half as well. So we can monitor those combos. Those combos aren't gonna last forever.
And G2T actually slipping a little bit, dropping a little bit of accuracy, but so does Sunny and XZ.
Yeah, the lead is slim right now, and it's actually going down as AMD actually misses.
Yeah, miss from AMD. That's going to give it over to China now. China going to start to build up a little bit of a lead. Oh, and Sleek Girl as well. The highest 2 accuracies from Japan, both finding breaks. Now China's going to start building up a fairly significant lead.
We might be getting break points in a row now. Like, teams losing their own picks in a row. Just, where is this match going?
Japan do have the accuracy lead, but G2 finding a miss. That's all 3 full combos gone from Japan. China still has all 3 of their full combos as well, but Japan still have the accuracy lead overall. This is very similar to what we saw on 2 Wise for You just earlier.
Yeah, Japan just has to hope that China goes into a sandstorm, so to speak.
Still holding on, all these players right now. Sleek Girl with the highest accuracy despite the miss.
Wow,
G2T finding another miss there.
Yeah, those bursts are not forgiving to the Japanese.
Oh, that was a rough mini jack for G2T right now. China still with 3 full combos going into the last section here. And Aim Dusky are missing now as well. Japan struggling to hold their combo. Mias finds the first break for China.
Yeah, it's only the first break for China, so China still has a gigantic lead, comparatively speaking, at this point of the map.
Ooh, XZ finds a break now, but the accuracy lead is not necessarily Japanese in the Japan side anymore. So even with these breaks, I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, it's not nearly enough for Japan to make it back on their own pick. That is kind of a bad sign for Japan, actually.
And that's 3 breakpoints in a row, actually. Only FC on the board being from Sunny. But actually, Sleek Girl managing to win MVP somehow, despite the miss, just pure accuracy alone. Overall, though, China showing real consistency in this combo, and that's really helping them.
Yeah, the ratios on the Japanese side are still consistently strong. It's just a combo that is not really that consistent. I feel like Japan might want to take a break from the Rise picks and maybe go for some less physical options. I feel like they could even win Secret Sleuth out of a inaccuracy prowess.
You say Japan should take a break from the Rice. I think China's thinking the same thing here. They're going to go for the hybrids right now.
Where are they taking us? Where are they taking us?
We're going all the way. China are just picking new maps every single time. They're not interested in picking the same type of map that they've won before. They're just going with different things every time, and now we're seeing the first hybrid coming in. We're going to get a few swaps.
Yeah, maybe those Rise players do need a genuine break.
Yeah, it is going to be Mafufu coming in. We're going to get Yoppie Yugen and Ice Cake both coming back in for Team Japan.
Yeah, this one is going to be a fair bit of a test. I feel like among the hybrids, this one is fairly physical.
Yeah, definitely. high BPM, and a lot of mix of both kinds of patterns in here. We'll see. This is China's own pick. Will we have 4 breakpoints in a row? That's what I want to know right now.
Is this match gonna be made entirely of breakpoints? This is one of those matches.
Keep the breakpoint streak all the way up until tiebreaker. Let's have that.
Even the tiebreaker is a breakpoint.
Right now, it looks like Ice Cake off to a little bit of a shaky start, down to 99%. Still holding. Actually, no, there was a miss from Ice Cake early on. I missed that one. In the first 20 combo, it looks like. Not going to be too significant. First 20 combo is not going to affect the score too much.
Yeah, as long as you catch up in terms of accuracy. A miss is still detrimental to accuracy, so you're still going to make it back.
This lead is still in China's favor, but it's flickering a little bit. Accuracy for Japan is starting to look quite good. Okay, that was Client. That was Client. That was Client. Hard attack for a second there.
Yeah, it's just up to the Chinese team to actually trip up somewhere and make something happen. But China is looking fairly solid. Mafufu and Sunny at the same accuracy, actually, almost. Mafufu actually catching up with some accuracy, and then, oh god, Mia's.
That's an important break from Mia's right there. Dropping accuracy down below Ice Cake's now, so now, Sunny missing as well. Now this is a big accuracy lead for Japan, as well as those 2 misses coming in. Ice Cake's miss does not matter anywhere near as much as Mia's and Sunny's miss just then. It's going to be Japan working on a little bit of a lead now.
Yeah, they're actually building up their confidence in terms of accuracy. Ice Cake is actually gaining some accuracy in Sleep, though, is looking to join Yoppiyugen in the 99.8 region, something that the Chinese team is not capable of doing so at the moment.
Yeah, and Ice Cake, despite off to a bit of a rocky start at the very start of the map, now is actually matching in accuracy with all Chinese players, now even better than all 3 Chinese players in terms of the accuracy. So this accuracy lead is massive. Yoppiyugen finding a miss though. That's a fairly messy miss, down to 99.6. But still higher than the Chinese players. It's 2 misses each. But I think Japan should still have the advantage here.
Yeah, there's still room for China to make it back if something tremendous actually happens to Japan. But Mafufu is going to trip up and going to give that lead back to Japan more than it already is.
All the full combos gone from China. Only 1 left in Japan. I mean, 1.5 really.
Yeah, just a dire situation. Just going to give that breakpoint again for the 4th time in a row. What is this match?
Yeah, 4 breakpoints in a row. Both teams just don't want to pick maps that they're going to win right now. And Sleek Girl here, absolutely MVP performance. 992, the only full combo. Ice Cake would have been a full combo as well, but that's fine. But yeah, and I already know what Japan are going to pick. They just had the 2 LN players sub out. They're picking Rice, like guaranteed.
Yeah, well.
The 2 LN players leave the lobby. They're picking Delirium. I don't like this pick. I don't like Delirium as a pick.
I don't know. Maybe Japan is actually hoping for kind of a breakthrough. I know that Japan is on paper way superior than China in terms of accuracy, but what matters also is the combo game.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? Like, if you want to pick for your Rice accuracy, I think a better pick would probably be, like, you know, the jump stream maps, where it's not going to be completely decided by missing on mini-jacks, like in the tech picks. But yeah, they did lose both tech maps so far. So that's why I'm just a little bit concerned about this pick, because both of the other tech maps went the way of China, and, I mean, unless this is just that much more comfortable for Japan, it's hard to really think of a reason why I can say this is a good pick for Japan.
Yeah, I'm just slightly confused. Japan actually confidently won Katuga, so I don't know.
Yeah, well, that said, Japan definitely can take this. There's no way that this is a one-sided map, but it just makes me nervous that so far China has been the one performing better on these tech picks so far. We'll see how it turns out here, though.
Will we break the breakpoint curse? That seems like it is breaking.
Yeah, a fairly strong start for Japan here. The accuracy lead definitely in their favor because of Aim Duskia and Sleek Girl. XZ falling behind a little bit in the accuracy, so is Sunny, but G2T is kind of matching Sunny between these two teams.
Yeah, I feel like Japan is relying on the expertise of Sleek Girl and AMD, and Mies is gonna be dropping combo. Mies was the highest accuracy among the Chinese players, so it's gonna hurt a lot.
Yeah, that's massive. Mia's was the only one with accuracy that could be comparable to Sleek Girl, but now, with that accuracy gone, the combo gone, these accuracies from Sleek Girl and AMD just, they're so much higher. G2T now is actually higher than the entire Chinese team as well.
Oh yeah, so this lead is starting to become very substantial and very imposing from the Japanese side.
Yeah, but G2T finds a miss there. Gonna drop down to 99.66, same as Mia's, so they'll both have basically tied scores, all things considered. And that lead from Sleek Girl and Aim Dusky is still gonna stay.
Yeah, seems like a clean miss as well, so that's another less clean miss, down to 99.60, but still, lead is intact.
Yeah, one more miss and there would be some serious trouble for Japan, but we're at the very end of the map, there's not enough time anymore. And it will be the accuracy that prevails here for Japan. Two Scorpion 1 double S's for Japan, and look at what are these 200 counts from all 6 players, by the way?
Okay, that's
5 as the most.
That's a clean board. That's a clean board. Well,
that's a scary. This is a scary match. This is a scary lobby.
Yeah. Like you don't look at the misses. This is a clean board. Like those are world class players. They deserve to be here.
That's a crazy performance from Japan. I take it back. That's a good pick in hindsight. 2020.
Okay. Yeah. Feel free to prove us wrong.
Just ignore the other 2 tech maps. Delirium was a good pick.
Yeah, it's just something that happens.
And that's the first one in a while where the team that has picked the map has won it. And we'll see now, the challenge is for China, can they win their own map pick now that Japan has?
I feel like China should go back to long notes.
I think long notes were looking pretty good, and LN3, that's exactly the map that I was looking at there. Tembler gonna be the pick for China. The other one that's fairly dense, fairly density focused in terms of LNs.
Yeah, this one seems to be challengeable by Japan, if Japan actually focuses on combo enough. I feel like they could challenge China at least on the accuracy.
Yeah, we did see what happened before on 2 Wise for You, right? Japan did have the overall better accuracy, but misses from all 3 Japan players against 3 FCs for China. So if this is another map that China feels like they can combo comfortably, then misses can be completely fatal for Japan's side. And I think China do have a very good shot in this one.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the outcome of this pick in particular, because the outcome of this pick might decide the upcoming strategy on the 2 other remaining events.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe not so much for Secret Sleuth, but there is definitely an argument for encryption here. If China do ending up with the better scores overall in this one. Well, I think either way, the other LNs I think are just really risky for China in general.
Yeah, but what can China go for at this point? I feel like they might want to go risk for Rice again, like they did with Kuga. Maybe go for a formidable enemy in hopes that Japan actually breaks multiple times.
I mean, technically you're not wrong, but whenever I'm thinking of the prospect of picking a stamina map against Japan, that terrifies me.
Yeah, that's just something wrong.
There's something wrong here.
Yeah, that's something wrong with picking stamina against players like Sneakin and AMD.
Every single Japan match in the past, the opponent has banned the stamina map. That's just nature. That's just how it works. Picking it against Japan just doesn't sit well with me. But I think in this case, it may just work out for China. But we'll have to see. For now, they have picked the LN map. We'll see if this works out for them, and I think that will, as you said, dictate how they decide to pick for the rest of the match after this.
Yeah, if they're not deciding with going for another hybrid, that is. Like the other hybrids, I think there's only one remaining hybrid though. They banned Party Starter.
That is true. So only one left over. If they decide to go for it, could be an idea, but we'll have to see here.
Yeah, I feel like the remaining hybrid is kind of a wild card, so to speak. It might go towards Japan due to accuracy though.
Here we are, LN pick once again. This one more of a fast one. So far, no significant lead. All players off to a fairly good start.
Oh, Yopi again!
That's a big one as well. Down to 99.0. Big accuracy drop. China now has a little bit of a lead.
A little bit of a commentary curse, if I dare say so.
Ice Cake is holding this accuracy up ridiculously high though, so if Yoppie Yugen can bring the accuracy back to match China, there could be this accuracy lead in favor of Japan once more.
Yeah, it just depends on how Yoppie Yugen manages to recover, because, like, compared to the accuracy of Mafufu, for example, I feel like it's doable for Yoppie Yugen to recover the accuracy back.
Yeah, if there is a bit of an actual... but a miss from Mia's, and now I think it's definitely going back in Japan's favor, but Sleek Girl!
Yeah, the density is getting everyone in the room, actually. Mafufu is actually going to be missing as well, and the lead is actually going back and forth. Oh no, Mafufu misses again, and
oh my god!
Oh!
Everyone, that's 3 misses from China, 1 miss for Japan. They've still got Yoppie Yugen and Ice Cake with big combos here. Ice Cake is the only one on the full combo now. And with all 3 players on China missing at the end there, I don't think that... Oh my god! Sleek Girl and Yoppie Yugen both finding a miss. But Ice Cake is holding on. I don't think that's going to be enough. As long as Ice Cake holds on to this full combo, I think it's Japan winning another break point.
Oh, jeez. If this pick was any longer, it would have gotten a fair bit closer as well, because some of the misses at the end were very, very scary. But yeah, China just fell apart, like missed almost at the same time on the same section.
Yeah, so close there between the 2 teams. It really just came down to those misses at the end of the day. But now Japan, for the first time, having a very solid lead in this match, 5-3, and they have picked the jump stream map. Japan are doing what they do best here. AM Dusky are coming into the lobby.
Alright, Japan picking stamina so that China doesn't have to. But yeah, 3 minutes and 41 seconds of 246 BPM jump streams. It's a battle of focus. I feel like every player in the room might be able to sustain that physically. But if they stand that for 3 minutes and 41 seconds, it might be up to the third players especially.
Yeah, I think all 6 players have definitely shown they have the physical capability to play this, but there's just some slightly concerning things in the chat here. 2 of the Chinese players saying that they're not comfortable with FCing this one, or not able to FC this one. Most likely due to that stamina factor, right? Not being able to keep up with it with the entire length, maybe losing focus at some point as well can find you a miss here, but we'll have to see. There's always a first time for everything. Maybe we could see a 3-way FC from China for the first time.
Yeah, you just never know. Everything is possible in here. You can just find bouts of stamina laying around in the confines of your arms or fingers or whatever you use to play the game.
Feet.
Oh no, not feet!
Okay, but early on here, it looks like a little bit of a lead starting to be made by Japan here. XZ actually dropping a little bit in accuracy down to 99.6. But it is Mia's right now, top of the lobby, 99.94. It's giving China a very good shot here in terms of accuracy.
Yeah, it's just the intro with some of those long notes that might matter in the finest accuracy department, but here we go. We are in the main stamina component of the map.
Oh, and it's so close. XZ now recovering accuracy all the way up to 99.7. And all the other players are so close. Sleep Girl, AM Dusky, Mia's Sunny. All 99.9.
Yeah, the accuracy trend of both teams does not tell us who's gonna win this one.
XZ still recovering the accuracy. It's now almost reached G2T's accuracy. Once it does, I think... Oh my god, G2... Sleek Girl. Sorry, Sleek Girl finding the miss there. That's going to give the lead over to Team China. But that said, Sunny actually dropped quite a lot of accuracy down to 99.6. And Sleek Girl's miss was quite clean.
Yeah, clean misses on such a long pick is going to allow you to recover like really well. On those types of picks where there are a lot of nodes and a lot of duration, accuracy matters a lot more than combo.
Yeah, and we see Sleep Girl's accuracy is 99.8, still higher than both XZ and Sunny. And this is going to give Japan a bit of an accuracy lead, and we can see this score lead is very, very small for China. If this keeps up, I think Japan could steal it back.
Yeah. Well, the combo break is one of the devices that China has in order to take it back from Japan. But taking a stamina point from Japan is really, really hard, as you can see.
Oh my god, it's flickering back and forth here. G2T dropped a little bit of accuracy, but... Oh, it's now in Japan's favor. They have the smallest of leads right now. No one can afford to be breaking combo at all, or even 200s would be enough to give it over to China here. Sleek Girl continuously building up that accuracy once again.
Yeah, it all comes to the accuracy trends. Sunny is down to 99.6 and XZ is... Oh no, Sunny is actually breaking. That's catastrophic for China.
Yeah, an unfortunate break here for Sunny. That's going to mean that it's one miss each, so even on the misses, but the accuracy is definitely in favor of Japan. AM Dusky are still on 99.88.
Yeah, we're touching the final bouts of the map now, and this looks like a Japanese point. And this would be the match point for Japan.
Yeah, we're at the outro now. Not too much left of the map, and there's no real difficulty spikes either. And it is going to be Japan winning their own pick. Once again, they are now running away with this match 6-3.
Yeah, in terms of ratio, there's no question about it. Like, Slategut and AMD are doing absolute work, putting it against some of China's best players. Mia's actually getting a 994k on this with only 1-200. That was actually a really good run. Like the run with the least amount of 200 is actually...
Yeah, a lot of these scores from China are very, very close to Japan's. It was just that one miss from Sunny there. That was what really tipped it in Japan's favor at the end of the day. But now this is do or die for China. One map away from China being eliminated from the tournament. They have to win the next 3 maps in a row to be able to force tiebreaker. But they do get to pick 2 of them.
Yeah, both of those countries are actually fighting for their place in the finals week. By the way, the showcase is gonna happen after the last match. That is gonna be the UK versus the US. And speaking of countries, do you want to support your home country or maybe even another country? You can do so by buying an Nosu banner. Where can I find that?
Yeah, I wonder where you can find it. I have a feeling you might be able to find it on the Osu store.
Yeah, the Osu store. Home of many surprising things, including Osu stocks. At some point, I did not know that Osu stocks were on sale. But yeah, they cost a hefty amount of money, but you can actually support the game and support the players, actually. You can actually support the players by buying banners, because I do believe that some of the sum does actually go towards providing the prize pools for those players.
Yeah, definitely. So make sure you go check it out. Of course, a great way to support the teams that you want to support as well. And if the team that you support wins, you'll get that banner for a little bit longer on your profile.
Oh yeah, you can actually also contribute directly towards the prize pool through the Open Collective. That is linked in the chat right now.
But yeah, definitely. While we have this little break here, while China are discussing their next pick, perfect opportunity right there. But we'll have to see what China end up picking here, because it's a pretty tough decision. We have 2 LN maps, but I'm not sure if that's a good idea right now. Encryption and Secret Sleuth are both maps that are very accuracy based. Accuracy means a lot for both of those, so Japan showing pretty strong accuracy for the LNs. I'm not sure if China wants to verse that.
Yeah, I feel like this is a battle of accuracy versus consistency. And picks like Zenithalize, Court Jacks, could be considered, but know that if you're going Court Jacks, you're either expecting Japan to either combo break a lot and possibly take the victory, or you just lose the match because Japan just gets 99.9 of accuracy everywhere.
Yeah, I think Japan is going to have, at the very least, 2 extremely good Zenithalized scores, so that's really risky. But they are going to go with the hybrid. I think this is a fairly good pick from China out of the ones remaining.
It's a respectable pick. I feel like a pick like Genova might be a little bit ballsy, but Genova, not everyone has the confidence to pick Genova.
Yeah, Genova is a really risky one, a very, very difficult map at that as well. So China just deciding that they're going to want to stick with the hybrids. They're not going to go too crazy out there with the speed pick for now. Of course, China will get a second pick of their own if they want to make the full run to tiebreaker.
But yeah, for those reading the title at home, we just called that map Revelation 1.2.
Yeah, 1.2 of course.
Yeah, 1.2, just for the raids.
And here we go. This is going to be another one. We're getting a new combination here for Japan, and actually a new player for China that we haven't seen so far in this match. Rebellion coming in.
Yeah, China trying to rebel against the Japanese invasion. But yeah, it's one of the shorter picks of the map for 2 minutes and 2 seconds.
Yeah, and there's some absolutely brutal sections in this map as well. We're going to see Japan take an early small accuracy lead here. Rebellion struggling actually quite a lot, 99.3% compared to the other players.
Yeah, but G2T is not out of the woods yet. I feel like G2T and Rebellion might be going against each other here.
Ooh, 200s from both sides I'm seeing on these Elhen releases. Can be quite tricky, but here we go. Rice section.
Oh, the Rice section.
G2T, but Sunny trades it. Mia's also misses here. That's going to be in Japan's favor. 2 full combos to 1.
Oh, that hurts. This is match points, remember. If Japan wins this point, it's game over. Rebellion, no full combos on China's side. This is an absolute dire situation.
Yeah, and this accuracy lead definitely in favor of Japan as well. We still have Yoppyugen and Sleepville on 99.7. Both of them with the full combo still. And no one on China right now is able to match that kind of accuracy. But Yoppyugen does find a miss. That's one of the 2 full combos gone now for Japan, but the accuracy lead remains. Not a massive amount of... Oh, but now Yoppyugen with another miss. That's a big accuracy drop. The lead is going to start getting really small, and now with a 3rd miss in a row, chain misses. This is going to be China's advantage now at the very end of the map. They just need to hold on to the combos now, and Yoppyugen finding another miss. And at the very end, it looks like China's managed to steal it back, holding on to these 3 combos.
Okay. I was being swallowed by Discord, but I came back for... Oh. China's victory. What happened while I was being burned by Discord? Oh my god.
What happened indeed? China managing to come back from that one, managing to hold on to the combos at the end, and that is going to be a much needed point, of course. The first step on their way to a comeback here, but now it's going to be the most difficult task for them. Japan wastes no time. Zenith Allies right away. Jax.
Yeah, so looking at the results from when I was really having trouble with Discord, Yoppyugen actually missed 5 times. Wow. But yeah, despite having a really great ratio as well.
Yeah, it was repeated misses at the end. All of them actually separated as well. That's what really did it in the end for China. So just some unfortunate breaks there. But now, this is a map that you definitely cannot afford breaks on. Because this, Jack maps like these, if all of these players can play the Jack map, which I assume most of them are fairly comfortable on, given just their raw skill, we're going to see some high scores here. We're going to see some very high accuracies. So single misses is going to completely swing the lead back and forth.
Yeah, I feel like on this pick, the difference between a high full combo and a run with one or several misses, it's gonna mean maybe a couple of thousand of points of difference, maybe even dozen of thousands of points of difference.
But we'll have to see. This is another one that China must win if they want to come back. And Japan, this is Japan's best chance to be able to close out the map. The match, that is. 6 100%.
We're playing score V1.
Here we go. Early accuracy lead for Japan. G2T and AMD have some okay accuracies.
That's just okay before the actual court jack happens.
And here we go, 150 BPM here. And all 6 players are holding on very well, but overall it's Japan with the accuracy lead. All 3 of Japan's players above 99.9, but all of China's players below that point.
Japan still has the lead, and China's doing their best to kind of keep themselves right behind them, just waiting for something to happen.
Oh, big accuracy drop from AM Duskia actually, down to 99.8.
Yeah,
that was from a
can happen.
99.98.
Yeah, that might be another 50, another random 50 that AMD actually got earlier. Oh no, XZ!
Well, that's a miss from XZ, down to 99.7. Now China are banking everything on Japan missing at some point during the second half.
Yeah, I feel like the second half is gonna be the half that matters. It's the second half of life and death.
The accuracy lead between the two teams is not as big as it once was before G2T. Oh, Sunny! That is so unfortunate on the break section, finding a drop like that. And now Japan have a big lead.
Yeah, going from core checks to those bursts is actually kind of interesting. Sunny actually gets another miss in the transition between the bursts and the core checks again.
Still 3 full combos for Japan right now, and Sunny finds another miss. They're starting to run away with it right now, Japan. And it's the end of the map already. G2T finds a miss, but it's clean. 99.78. Sleek Girl now finding a miss. That's a big one from Team Japan, but it's not looking like it's going to be enough. Just those misses alone are not going to be the difference that China needs to be able to come back in the map.
Yeah, AMD just making the final victory run for Japan, and Japan is going to be making it to the finals round in the losers bracket.
Yeah, really close match there for China, but unfortunately China are going to be eliminated here. 7-4 at the end of the day, and Japan managed to win 2 matches in one weekend. They are going to be moving forward to, I believe their opponent next week is going to be none other than the Philippines.
Wow, Japan, Philippines. That's first of all, that's a scheduling heaven for those Asian countries. But second of all, that's gonna be interesting to watch, especially in the finals map pool.
Yeah, we'll have to see for that one, but definitely strong performance from Japan. Strong performance from both teams here, but it is Japan that ends up moving forward.
Yeah, I didn't expect China to actually make it this far. Like China, every single year, China just manages to exceed my expectations by a lot.
Yeah, China's just one of those teams that every single time they just kind of slip under the radar. I feel like a lot of the players are a little bit less known in the international tournament scene, so they end up just slipping through the cracks of people's expectations a little bit. But definitely a team to look out for, and I'm sure next year they'll come back really strong as well. But for now, of course, 27 minutes away is a big one here. The other winners bracket match, Brazil versus Malaysia, Seed 1 versus Seed 4. That is going to be happening at 14 UTC, so make sure you don't go anywhere.
Yeah, especially if you want to watch Malaysia. Malaysia, one of the contender countries to take away the lead, the distant lead that Brazil has gotten so far.
Yep, so stick around and we will be seeing all of you very soon.
Bye bye.
Drop it.
Dynamite, yo, rip up the bass.
Forced.
Hello everyone and welcome back again to the semifinals of the Mania World Cup. This is the second match of the winners bracket, the final match of the winners bracket rather, between Brazil and Malaysia. And for this, we'll be commentating. I'm Juan Crystal alongside Mifa. How you doing?
Hello, I'm doing very well to actually. This is very exciting as well, as this is also an important match in the winners bracket, as this is basically the juggernaut of the tournament between Brazil versus Malaysia.
Yeah, certainly it is. Like, Malaysia has historically been again a very good team, and they have been improving over the years to get some podium performances. And against a team like Brazil, surely they have to prove their worth if they want to take it. And it's going to be a very, very tricky battle, especially with these new faces that we're seeing on the Brazilian team that are just absolutely ridiculous when it comes to how good they are. Like, it doesn't make sense that Brazil has been so good over the past few years and they're only still getting better, even though they are already arguably the best team in the world. Yet they are still getting better.
I mean, we're be fooling ourselves to think that Brazil is getting better when we already said that like years ago, like 3 years ago maybe, after the win of the 2020 World Cup. And this is just getting better, and Brazil's a better team than the better on the last year. So it's basically a much better team overall. And Malaysia's no slouch either. I think Malaysia was also grabbing the podium as well in the last year. So I feel like this is a interesting lineup actually for Malaysia, especially when you consider the fact that last year's Malaysia has been doing like destroying the final score last year.
Yeah, they were doing really well for sure, but I think they were about the same team as they are this year. I don't think there were many, if any, swaps compared to Brazil, which tie on the roll. 18 against 18 on the rolls. That's a draw. The match is cancelled. Thank you very much for watching, following the Mania World Cup. See you next year.
Oh, that's a tie roll.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Oh my god. Andre. Don't. Okay, let's go.
That's certainly first. Oh, you said. Ah!
So what will Brazil be banning against Malaysia is a good question. I'm not sure. like usually you want to ban LNs against a team like Malaysia, but Brazil has been so good at LNs anyway that maybe just ban SVs, and they are going to. Yep, SB2 getting knocked out of the playfield already, as expected, and we kind of see this regularly between two teams. There's always one that bans SVs, or at least one. We have seen double SV bans like 2 times at least already in the semifinals. We shall see then. What is Malaysia going to ban? In response to cranking.
Seems like it's no surprise seeing Brazil banning the SV2, which is Kraken, and I mean, you know, Kraken itself is already an insane SV chart to begin with, and I think practicing it is actually taking up a lot of time practicing every other things.
Yeah, SV bans are not an uncommon thing from a team like Brazil, especially now that they don't have as many SV specialists as they had maybe in the past. And Malaysia is going to answer immediately with a ban of Genova, so no streams, not single streams for Brazil to pick. And it makes sense. This is a very physically demanding chart, and we have seen teams being able to control this level of difficulty fairly well and absolutely destroying the chart, like the United States. And instantly Malaysia just going for LN2 for 2 Ys for you, which arguably one of the better picks they have, really. LN density has been the Malaysian thing for many years now.
I think this is pretty much easily the best pick, I think, for Malaysia, just to start off. I mean, there could be probably better ones out there, but starting things off with a little bit more on the dense side is definitely what you can actually call a beginner pick. So I think we're probably seeing Demi and probably Nate, probably Silvango.
Yeah, Demi for sure. Amaron, probably Le Machino. Yeah, there it is.
Oh yeah, Le Machino, yeah. Also no slouch on the island. I mean, Le Machino has been like, from last year, been popping off really bad. And this is like, you can just expect him to like, get really good accuracy, like no question about it.
It is crazy again that a Brazilian team on the semi-finals is not having Nate nor Lotus on the main roster for a map. That's just mind-blowing.
I mean, it has been a thing for like since last year. I don't think like there has been like there's already those kinds of specialists to do, and Lotus is pretty much an all-rounder that you can just like you can just pick any of the Brazilians and they will do just fine, just as a Lotus replacement.
So the client was predicting that Leo would get a 965,000 points score.
Oh.
Hopefully he gets a little bit better than that.
I mean, yeah, certainly better than that. Yeah.
Here we go. Demi Fiend actually going to miss at the very start of the map. Kind of similar scenario to United States actually, and Amaron as well. This is the kind of maps that Amaron struggles a little bit with the lens, I think, as well. Sort of inverse denser chart. So, pretty decent pick here from Malaysia out of the gates already with a fairly decent advantage.
The only saving grace is that they missed like very early, so it doesn't impact the score too much. But considering Malaysia already had around average of 99.88, this is actually already scary.
Yeah, this is the kind of chart you have to see Chiwi just performing. He destroys his shots all the time, and honestly, Leon is also doing fantastically well.
I think I literally saw a 200 from Kiwi because I thought he dropped like a 99.94. Getting a 200 while you're already still at 99.9 is just absurd.
I'm not sure if it was a 200 or just a couple of 300s. Like, that actually is just too good for him to have a 200, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. So far seems like, everyone was actually like having multiple misses actually. Probably 2 on that same section.
Yeah, they were 2. They were 2, and it's halfway through the map already, and Leon actually seems to be the one to trade And this is honestly going to give Brazil a bit of a chance to come back here. The lead is not too good, like not too big, because the accuracy from Demi-Feed, despite that
No,
miss,
that is not a miss from.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, there is the lead. I was wondering a little bit. Leon was not missing after all. He's still holding the full combo, and that's the reason why the lead still keeping massively on the side of Malaysia.
All across the board, the accuracy has been very solid. Other than Amon missing like 3 times and Eddie missed on the very start. Which this is actually crazy. Well, to think about.
Into the last bit. The last section here is the only chance, or the last chance rather, for Brazil to recover from those misses. But Malaysia seems to be so much in control of this that they don't seem to be dropping at all. Hit concentration is very tight, no signs of stamina being an issue here, and they're still 18,000 points ahead. So even with a miss here, they should still be fine considering there aren't that many nodes remaining for Brazil to recover. And they are going to win this map after all with a 3-way FC. Malaysia takes the opening pick here of the matchup for the semifinals.
997.
Yep, that is a pretty ridiculous ratio by Chiwi. Same for Demi-Fiend. Like, don't get me wrong.
Better.
Yeah.
That is crazy recovery by Demi, even though with those 3 misses at the very start.
My goodness. Is this the first time that Brazil has been down on score on the entire tournament?
I think so, yeah. It's hard to tell, really. But yeah, Brazil will be picking the next song here. I mean, obviously, it's gonna be probably like a dumpster car because it's Fuga or Middle Enemy. I feel like it's their home ground, basically. Or Delirium, okay.
Yeah, not only this is the first time that Brazil has been down on the lead, but also the first time they actually lost a point, I think, the entire tournament.
Yeah, sure.
Though. I'm not sure if I like this pick as much.
I feel like this pick has been like, out of every matches that we've seen so far, been picking Delirium. I think I've seen like 2 or 3 occasions where they lost the pick, where it just took it to a break point on other teams. So this feels weird. So let's see, Oros and Nate here. No surprises at all for Brazil, as they're the 3 juggernauts of Rise picks.
Full team swap.
Absolutely, yeah. So I think we'll probably see either Transition from Malaysia. I feel like that's their main Rise pick. Yep, there you go. Not in the tournament server, but we'll be invited shortly. Alright, I think we probably should be getting started soon-ish. Once the players are ready, yep. Yeah, I'm wondering if we can actually see how the actresses are going to play out. I mean, Brazil is Brazil, which...
Oh, yeah. Like, I don't like this pick all that much because it's so easily chokeable, and Brazil has been known to be sort of vulnerable to chokes. But otherwise, they should absolutely crush this chart, like destroy it completely. Like, I expect ratios that are not going to be something you expect a human being to be able to get.
Yeah, absolutely. So far, the start looking great so far, I guess, for both teams.
Yeah, it's mostly a matter if Malaysia can keep up this consistency and maybe get... If they can get a 3-way FC, Malaysia has a chance here, I think. But that's like the only way, and it's a very hard chart to get a full FC. Especially considering how easy it is to choke again.
these few bits of stream, they're running about like 358-ish. I mean, sort of. It's not that fast enough. But the ratios are coming into play, and Brazil doesn't seem to phase at all, which concerns me that transition is a little bit on the lower side of accuracy. 99.7 is still very good, but other than the fact that the entire lobby is like 99.8 plus, which is even scarier.
Oros gets 200 over there, but it's not gonna matter all too much. Brazil's still on the lead here, but not by as much as I maybe hoped they would at the start. Chewy and XX are certainly, like apples, certainly doing really, really well on this chart, but it's not gonna be enough for transition being a little bit on the backside here. It really depends if Brazil finds the mids or not. Silly Fanger's accuracy, we seem better from Nate, let's say it that way. But with a quarter of the song still remaining, as long as he maintains this full combo, I think Brazil should be fine.
Doesn't seem to take that much of a damage really from Brazil. There's a couple like 300s, 200s like that from Oros, which still almost the highest accuracy, just on par with Lotus. But Lotus itself is also kind of something. You get some 300s, but
Down to
the
this very
overall
end.
average, yeah. Oh boy.
No misses, I think, on this mini jacks. This is not gonna happen. Brazil is gonna take their own point as they are 6,000 points of difference in their favor. The ratios, I think better, probably, but Chibi being the V1 double S alongside Lotus, who gets the best score of the lobby with a 996. This is an insane performance, by the way. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Brazil is not doing well. Like, every player on this lobby got almost 990k. Like, transition was 300 points off of a 990k. And we have two V1 double S's. Yeah, that's true. He got the best score, actually, in the Malaysian team. Like, that was a ridiculous performance as a team, just in general.
6-way FCs in semifinals is a rarity, that's for sure. Respect for Ultima Duel, which, this is, venturing on the hybrids does seem to have their risks, so seeing Neo here doesn't seem as a surprise to me, but it's a matter of just out-ag Brazilian players, and I think Neo will probably just do much of a job just to keep up combo, and this is very chokeable hybrid. Oh, seeing, more Machino instead of Oros or Nate is actually pretty interesting to me, but I feel like they should just do just fine. I mean, like really, like considering the fact that they already played the 2-4 for you, which was the Ellen density pick that we seen earlier. Alright, we're seeing here the first hybrid we've seen in this match, venturing outside of the pure long note picks anyway. This is pretty much like a 50-50 hybrid, you could say that. Well, this is a pretty rough start, along with Apple as well, but doesn't seem to catch any issues whatsoever, as Lotus already climbing back up just to get alongside the other two Brazilians.
Yeah, but the rough intro is going to give this early advantage to Brazil, even though it's a very slim one. They should have the overall better accuracy, so any early lead that you give up to a team like Brazil, it's going to be very, very hard to recover from. Nioxi is struggling a little bit with this difficulty, I believe. He's the only one really who's a bit behind in accuracy, because Q is holding the MVP at the moment, and Apples is actually alongside Lotus, not that far off. It's the main difference being between Marchino and Nioxi here.
The thing that I know about Neo is that he's very good at keeping consistent combo. Not so much in the accuracy, but that also plays along the fact that you're facing Brazil, which you need to also have that accuracy to back that up. But at the very least, this is very chokeable, and Neo playing this is absolutely like the kind of play that you need to combo things. But although they, that's a
Oh.
dirty drop.
That was
there by
that
Neo.
was a very very bad drag. Like drag. Oh Machina just blasted.
That's completely blasted by those lava sections. It's now in the lead from Malaysia.
This is what we were talking about. This is the kind of player you need in Yakuza with the combo coming in clutch after all, even with the accuracy not being also high. But Machina with this drop is actually matching him in terms of accuracy. So Malaysia has a decent lead now. We still have a lot of the song remaining. Like, I don't think there's enough time to Brazil to just recover off of the back of an accuracy climb. So it really comes down to Malaysia's performance here, I believe.
The thing that is also dangerous for Malaysia,
No!
there you go, Apple missing. Yeah, that is the thing that you won't really want to keep on your focus in here. This
On
is
the
really
rise
hard
as
because-
well. Brazil's on the lead again.
Switch back to an instant, and as well we get to another bits of LN. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for both teams really, but he is recovering his accuracy. His bearings a little bit more than Marcinho, but Apple drop is
Score lead
also
is so
way dirty.
small though. Score lead is so small though that it maybe happens at the very end with a miss from Amaron! And Malaysia's taking the lead back!
Oh, it's a tug of war. There's still.
No,
a little
they
bit to
have
go.
it. They have it. If they don't miss, they just have it right now. Into the very, very last section. There isn't enough difficulty for Malaysia to choke this surely. As they will not take it! Because Apples misses at the end! What is wrong with you? No! 700 points! No!
Oh, that was a B1SS too. That is so sad. Like I said before, this is really a tug of war. There's nothing left decided add to the last releases.
What? No way. No way that just happened. Surely they
can't-
had it.
You
Oh
can't
my
make
God.
this up.
Oh my goodness, they had it. They absolutely had it. What, like, Applers just couldn't handle the pressure at the very end. And it's a breakpoint for Brazil. Very dirty steal there by the South Americans, who are now in the lead and get to pick their own choice to push that advantage further. What we just seen, that was just crazy.
Missing the last releases is absolutely just brutal. We've seen that on Thailand versus China, where you just completely get bombed by the ending of that. I guess Philippines versus South Korea as well, getting bombed on that ending. Just decided on the last 20 notes of the tiebreaker, which is also very sad. But this is also happens, and this is the second time we've seen that, a steal, which is honestly very sad. Brazil be picking the next pick, which, I mean, they don't need to do anything fancy other than just going straight to the rice picks, but at this point is really, you can just take a guess, really. Oh, going for Zenith Alliance, I think? That seems like a random word to see. Yeah, Zenith Alliance, there you go. Going for more of the core jacks. You like to see it.
It makes a lot of sense, I think, for Brazil to go for core jack to renew.
Seeing a lot of recognizable names being Amaron and Suifranco, just having no issues to even combo like even this base of chords. I guess this is kind of very suitable BPM to be able to ratio for both of them, and I feel like
And no Chewy.
I mean, just surprised. I don't think I seen Chewy on Justify My Love from the last round too, so I feel like
No. But I mean, what I'm saying is that if you can pick something that forces Chewy out of the play, it's probably a good pick. So, like, I'm not saying Soul doesn't have what it takes. I'm just saying that Chewy has always been such an important player for Malaysia and being the MVP on so many maps. That if he's not playing, then at the very least, it's sort of a morale boost, I think, for the opponents. We'll see Brazil. I mean, Brazil again has been really good at core jacks historically. Like, if there's like the rice pick, they always win. It has been core jacks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this pick in particular is not only focusing on the core jack, it's also the hazardous streams that are running at like 300 BPM in between the breaks of it. So the focus actually kind of shifted away from core jacks, which can also be a bit of a sticky situation if you don't transition to it properly. No 100% already? What the hell? What the hell? I already seen 100% after the first 100 notes, but not in this match. Although jokes aside, the core jack started to kick in. I mean, this is a fairly lighter section, which at this point is just really you have to just keep your rainbow up and up as you're playing against Brazil. And yeah, you see like around the average of 99.98 on Brazil, which is pretty normal to me. Although these things start to take a little dent in the accuracy.
Oh, Amaron.
Oh, 99.8. Ooh, that's a dirt. I think that might have been 50 or 100.
No, that was 100. That was 100% 100. And it was very, very close to being missed. And now Malaysia is trying to fight for this little bit. And they're having it. They have the lead on the core jack.
Amaron actually taking a lot of damage from the 202. That might give the lead to Malaysia, but it's still going to take it momentarily. Oh my god, these accuracies. 2 players above 99.9. Lotus is just 0.2% away.
There are 4 players above the 99.9 right now. Soul, Apple, Sillyfanger, and Lotus are all holding above the 999. I mean, right, the 99.9. And Lotus is just crushing this, as you expect from a player like him. And it's just the difference between Amaron and Yoksha, who's proving to be Malaysia's advantage, really.
Amaron drops are very dirty, so the fact that Amaron drops are very dirty, this could have lead actually like a really good rainbow count by Amaron. And it's starting to shift away again to Brazil with that sheer accuracy.
Yeah, those 300 BPM burns were a problem, but Lotus drops! Oh my god, Malaysia has the lead, and they have a solid one. They just need to combo through this very last bit, and it's a very tricky one. They have been in the situation in the last pick, and they hold this time.
This section
and
is
on
really
this
hard. The transition versus the long jacks.
It is so tricky to keep combo through this, but if Malaysia they don't even need the accuracy, they just need to combo to get a breakpoint for their umps, and they will take it after all 5.5 thousand points. Brazil losing on Kojak despite the 50 regulars by Lotus against a 3-way B1 double S for Malaysia. If you needed to pull something like that, it had to be now. Oh my goodness. Nate just getting a single regular less than Apple, but it's not gonna matter at all as Malaysia just crushes this map. Full double S roster. What we have just seen. This match is just crazy.
That's also a break point to Malaysia, and this is honestly that was kind of unexpected, but I feel like this could actually open up some opportunities for Malaysia to take up some one of the rice here. But I feel like this is also consider the fact that Lotus did miss on the one of the bursts in between. I guess the transition into it. And something like alongside like
LN3? LN3?
Oh, Temblor, yep. Temblor is the LN / hybrid, I guess, if you want to call it that.
Wow. We have seen 2 breakpoints in a row, like back-to-back breakpoint here, and Malaysia's on the pick again. Match is tied. Templar is the pick. And it's crazy to think that Malaysia, they were like 1 choke at the very end to be ahead now. They will be 3-1 now without that. But they have to shrug that off, still try to capitalize off their LN sort of advantage, if they will. And pray that they can get another one of those performances, really. Like a 3v1 double S in a rice pick is ridiculous, regardless of the map. And core jacks of all of them, really. Brazil has to be very careful with what they pick from now on. Like I mentioned, Brazil being prone to chokes, and I was not lying. As you see, a player of the caliber of Lotus, who just gets an insanely stellar accuracy, just happening to choke at one of the sections, proving to be the difference maker between the two teams. If they have scenarios like that happening again in maps like Consistency, maybe Rise 2 or 3, then they might be in problems, really. They need to take some breakpoints if they want to get that safety net, really.
Can you imagine the world where in semifinals every point is decided by one fatal mistake, and that one fatal mistake just happens to be a clean miss and not a dirty one, and that's what happens in life, really. We're seeing Demi here. Instead of Larry Martinho, but which is also fairly respectable, as this is fairly physical, but also not that much of a hybrid in a way.
There we are. Seems like all the players are ready. We're about to start. No Le Machino, as you mentioned, Lotus being the replacement this time for LN3, which again makes sense. This is, as you said, kind of closer to a hybrid, if like that an LN pick. At least when it comes to the LN department, this is like the most hybrid it gets. So a player like Lotus who can all-rounder through most of it is certainly a good choice, I think. Chewy starting a bit harsh, I believe, on the start. He's actually climbing up.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us. Almost in every occasion that the problem has been at the very start. So it happens sometimes, which that also does happen with Kiwi and also with Demi in the two wish one for you as well.
So far, Brazil is on the lead. Amorous accuracy is not as solid as we usually see him from LNs. So that might be a bit of an indicator for Malaysia to maybe have a chance at later stage of the map. After the first third, when the LNs are gone, or what? Never mind. Chiwi just finds a miss.
Miss from Malaysia, and that's really pretty much going to Brazil in the lead. And that lead is also quite significant too, given that the other two players from Malaysia doesn't seem to keep up with 99.8s.
Oh, Apple miss?
Apple.
What? That was a very strange miss as well. Like, he just completely misread that section apparently, because that was a big accuracy drop as well.
Going further away with Brazil really has pretty much just a key combo, and probably not missing as much as Malaysians now. Like Cuban from Apple, for example. Neo is just putting up the work of combo. Amaron finally has the first miss on Brazil, but that's just what's too many. Alright, that's keeps interesting, but the accuracy is still pretty much still above Neo at the moment.
Yeah, it's mostly the accuracy from Apple here that is making the difference between the two teams. They're having some misses, of course, but it's not going to matter all too much when the difference between two players is like 0.4%. That's a huge amount of percentage in a mode like Mania. And because of that, Brazil will be taking another breakpoint, this time by 20,000 points, with a V1SS by Demi feeding and a 1-200 play by Lotus.
Yeah, as I was saying, like Neo's combo consistency is absolutely amazing, and that's just pretty much gonna keep the full points for Malaysia. But unfortunately, that accuracies alone are just way too strong.
Seems like there were some technical difficulties by Apollos. These teams, considering he's asking for a restart. Like, not asking, but rather restarting his game. So maybe that was a bit of an issue for Malaysia. Even still, there was a 20,000 point difference, which is pretty significant, especially in a map like this, where chokes are prone to happen even with good setup. But now it is Brazil's pick, and like I said, they have to be careful with maps like Suduga and Formidable Enemy, because I feel they should have the upper hand, especially in accuracy. But if they choke, there are maps that I can see Malaysia maybe getting a 3-way FC.
Suduga, yep. That's the jump straight, man. They're just gonna go with it. Nothing to do. They just not need to do anything fancy about it. It's just pretty simple 266 jump straight, which Brazil
Yeah,
really
yeah,
should
pretty
have
simple.
that,
Just
but-
266 jump string, right? Not fast at all. Huh.
Yeah, in the caliber, in the context of caliber of these players, it's just a walk in the park mostly.
Yeah, just warm up. Easy. Well, but
Yeah,
I mean, between the two picks again, this is the one I like the least. I would have preferred Formidable Enemy over this because it gives you better chances in case you choke. And also, I think that stamina is usually not a problem for Brazil, especially if Amaron is not playing, which I think is the only player who sort of struggles with stamina on the long run. So we shall see. Well, honestly, not even Amaron really. I don't think any Brazilian ever struggles with the stamina, but if I had to pick one, it would be him.
Just a Sion is like the better player to be able to capable of doing this, and Oros seems to do so.
Alright, so we should be getting ready to start. Seems to be, again, without Chiwi, the main Rice roster. Funnily enough, Malaysia won their breakpoint without Chiwi.
So this should have been it, right?
Another breakpoint confirmed.
I mean, if this happened, this is literally not. This is not a scripted match at all. If Chiwi action is not in this, like for real though, that would be a wicked breakpoint if that happens.
Here we go. It seems to be holding the better accuracy of the Brazilians now, but everyone is holding with an average 99.95, which is insanely ridiculous, especially considering the A+, which is the best score from the Malaysian side. It's not even only 99.9.
It should be enough to tank most of
Oh,
it.
transition.
Oh. I just always want to say transition is mostly mainly, but I think like they have a miss right now, which is a big buffer for Brazil, as Brazil has above 99.9 across the board.
Have to see if the chokes will end up being a bit of a problem, and they are! Lotus with the miss!
Oh boy. At least even out.
Oh, it's all trades.
Wow, yeah, that's a still one miss buffer with Brazil, but Brazil, even that accuracy is absolutely insane. That's still not going to pose too much of an issue.
Let's talk a little bit about Oros though, a player who apparently showed out of nowhere and absolutely trashing every single rice pick in the pool like since he joined the Brazilian team. Like imagine just being a name that you never seen the light of many tournaments before, and you just happen to be included on the best team in the world and just stop every rice map. And there's Lotus dropping two times.
Twice now.
No, it's not gonna matter, I think. But Nate is dropping though. That's gonna matter.
That's actually really bad for Brazil. It's at least going to go to Malaysia, but
no, but
Sol
Sol
did trade. Sol did find a trade, but Oros is still holding strong and doesn't seem to phase at all. He did one FC for each team, but Oros still is ahead.
I think without that miss from Sol, maybe they had a small chance. At this point, with the map almost over, it's going to be Brazil again with a 10,000 points lead. Great ratios again, and very good 200 counts. V1 double S per Apple, and Oros. Oros, man. Let's talk a little bit. 997.4 on this? No way.
That's also a miss flag by transition. Not with that miss, though, but that would have been also V1 SS. Crazy accuracies across the board too. Damn, that's not something you see very often.
Wait, I'm done. Oros is light. I'm so sorry.
Oros has been light for like last year. Like we've been talking about it.
Oh my god, I feel so sorry for you, like, because I feel I should have known this. I mean, to be fair, like this, no, like has been for a while in the game now, right? 3 years, 4 years, maybe.
I mean, it's the player that you would least expect.
Yeah.
Winning there.
I hate name change.
Oh, party starter. Ooh, they're going for the spiciest hybrid. This is the kind of char that you really don't want to mess around with. This is very long, but also the fact that this is also 11 guy style of hybrid, this is also not to be taken lightly at all. I like how this is basically like the second lowest star rating as a hybrid, and this is already like the hardest one.
Hey, Chewy now calling that Boros is actually light. I called it before.
It's basically fighting with 6 juggernauts as from the Brazilians. It's hard to top really, and I mean Apple being saying that is the final boss. I mean he's not. I mean not wrong either, but you know. Sometimes it happens to have a breakpoint once in a while, right? That could have been happening like Zenithalize, and this should be too. Although this is Malaysia's pick though. Pretty much normal accuracy tester as the basically what the first section is all about. Although Neo doesn't seem to have the brightest of accuracy in the intro of it. There's a trail, but doesn't seem to face that much. Neo seems like 99.5-ish right now. Almost completely behind by all the other players in the lobby. I've seen Flicker, which is I think by Nate dropping a bit of the 200s from the intro of it. Section is very hard to deal with. Some pseudo LS. Oh, Lotus
misses.
Choking there. Wow. Or yeah, like I was saying, this is very hard to even keep it consistent on. And it does seem to play in Neo's favor as Neo focuses just pretty much to combo everything of it.
Yeah, but the lead is very, very short, and mostly off the back of that accuracy difference that Neo's providing. And Brazil might have enough time to just recover off of accuracy here. I think they do, with just 2/3 of the song still going. Lotus actually finds another mid, so that's going to make things very harder. Even still, I think Brazil has enough time to recover off those 2 misses. But Lotus, please. I'm trying to give Brazil a chance on this map. Stop missing. That is the 3rd one in a row for the Brazilian. And at this point now, yeah, I believe that Malaysia, as long as they combo through this, they should have this. But again, comboing through this map is not an easy task. By no means. We see on this mini Jack and the Octa dropping a little bit of accuracy, but no combo whatsoever. And they're gonna still be on the lead here. Malaysia doing really well under the second half, and Lotus with a 4th miss now. And Amaron following up. That's a disaster for Brazil. Only Nate now holding the full combo. The accuracies for all the Brazilians are still incredibly high, but not good enough. With the miss from Nyokcha though, they may have a chance now to start the recovery phase into the last third. And this mini Jacks are proving to be a bit too hard to maintain the consistency through, as we see many misses happening across the board. Lotus, Amaron, and Nyokcha being the victims here. But as long as Apples and Chiwi hold as strong as they are here, Malaysia still holding a lead, and Amaron still dropping. Nate, as much as he's trying, not being able to carry the team here. They're still so close nonetheless. We are on the range, but like in this last quarter, Malaysia just drops one of their full combos and suddenly the lead just instantly switches. And that can very well happen. Brazil is just having the better accuracy across the whole thing, other than Chiwi's. Will they be able to keep up through this last ending? Bit of a rise-oriented section here, a bit different to the average lens we saw before. But Malaysia seems to be combo through them just fine. Nyokcha is the only one who's struggling maybe a little bit. Not really mattering all that much if they keep this combo up. As much as Brazil is just pulling a little bit with the accuracy along, I don't think they have enough time. But Malaysia needs to be very careful. They cannot afford a miss. Into the very last 500 combo. Will they get it? Oh, they got it. They actually got a 3.6 thousand points of difference for the Malaysians here. with a wow, that's a crazy score by the whole Brazilian team. It's just the misses really that are being the main difference maker here. Insane ratios by Lotus and very good 200 count by Amarom. But at the very end, the consistency from Chiwi and Apples is what's putting Malaysia into a 4-3 now. With Brazilians pick right now happening, Malaysia just needs a break point, and as long as they keep their owns, they should be fine for a tiebreaker. For picks now, Brazil starting not necessarily to exhaust the Rise department. Malaysia still has some double picks for Alliance, that being Secret Sleuth and Encryption, which I think are going to be the main two ones that they are going for. Revelation honestly is not too bad, but for Brazil it's a bit tricky. I will just go for counterclockwise at this point, but for middle enemy should work fine, I guess. Like counterclockwise is so much harder. Oh my god, that was scary.
I mean, I think it would probably make sense to see counterclockwise in this situation, but I feel like it's also the fact that middle enemy is also there, but maybe Vegas.
It's gonna be wondrous, I can tell.
Well, they're going for Raging Vegas, the only Rise pick I did not mention. But again, it should be fine. I think Brazil just has the upper hand on Rise regardless of the pick. They lost on Korjak, sure. But everything else, again, they seem to be having the better act in general, which is going to help them out. It's a matter of not choking. And the harder the maps get, the more expected a choke from Malaysia is. Therefore, nullifying this sort of disadvantage that Brazil may have on the consistency side.
I mean, this chart is basically choke central. As every aspect of this chart is like has some funny patterns to be thrown in, and I feel like the entire ending is also to be dealt with. This is very scary as well. Waiting on the other side player information. Kind of discussing on who's to play for this particular pick. I feel like this is also they have to be careful on comboing things.
Alright then, overranged rather, in Vegas. I'm not gonna read the last part, but apparently this guy, like, Kurorak, doesn't really like these.
AOWA, playing at things on here is so much easier. Yeah, okay there, buddy. Look how easy it is to fucking hit me out.
Oh my god, what is this song? There we go, we have the right lineup here for Malaysia. Sol, Apple, and Transition against Oros, also known as Light, Silly Vanguard, and Lotus.
You see to determine the other players for Malaysia right now.
Alright, and then here we are, pick number 8 out of a possible 13. Malaysia trying their best to get a breakpoint here in order to... Whoa! Sol with a bit of a struggle in the start here. But Malaysia trying their best really to get a breakpoint here in order to force things a little bit closer and perhaps get into tiebreaker, winning the whole thing. But as it stands, Brazil is holding a lead off the back of this early miss by my Sol. Or Malaysian Sol, if you will.
I swear, on my fucking dick.
Here we are then. It seems like Brazil is holding a very significant lead here off the back of the accuracy here. Light and Lotus both holding above the 99.95, and Nate still just behind on the 99.91. That advantage, even without the miss by Sol at the very start, Brazil is holding a very decent lead at the moment. Mini Jacks might be a bit of a tricky situation for the Brazilians, especially considering the chokes, but don't seem to be. Lotus misses. So Lotus misses, and now things are equal again. Malaysia might capitalize off of that. The accuracy still on the very much on the side of Brazil here, but the miss now from transition is going to trade this instantly with a 2 miss actually. Putting Brazil again on the lead with Sol now dropping again. This is just disaster for Malaysia. And Apples as well. No full combos remaining on the Asian side. And Brazil is going to run away with a huge lead now. They have to lead just with the miss from Lotus, even with a 3-way FC for Malaysia. And now that there are no FCs at all remaining, Brazil is just going to run away with this halfway through the map. Still everyone above the 99.88, and another miss from transition, pretty big one actually, big choke. There were like 2, maybe 3 misses, and now a follow-up by Applers. Brazil is just big control, on insane control of this map, and Malaysia is just not able to keep up at all. Transition is just dropping so often on the Jacks and Apples as well. It's just over for Malaysian this big. They got absolutely crashed here. And unfortunately for them, because they were holding very decently at the start. There's an orthodox barreling at the end, ended up causing them the opportunity to really fight back here in this pick. Most of the misses were fairly clean on the side of Apples and Sol, but Transition just not very happy with this map at all. On the 98, a bit too much behind compared to everybody else. Mini Jacks again, more misses from the Malaysian side, and Brazil just keeping up insanely well with Lotus accuracy on top of everything, and even with a miss, he might just be holding the better score on the lobby. Ever so slightly though. Nate and Oros both holding very, very solid accuracy as well. With the full combos, Brazil is just gonna take this map incredibly convincingly, so like almost 100,000 points of difference in their favor. And just a single 200 for Lotus. Only 2 by Apples as well, who got 6 misses. And overall, the 200 counts were very good across the entire thing. And with this map in favor of Brazil, the worst score being a 991k with 1 miss, by the way. And we're going straight into SB's Shower Veer is going to be the Hail Mary, I guess, from Malaysia here, trying anything they can in order to secure more points and force the Brazil into those rice picks they may not be as comfortable with. And at this point, I think counterclockwise should be a decent point for Brazil. But they are avoiding rice 3 for a reason, and it's consistency again. So if we get to that point, Malaysia can win this, then maybe there's a chance. Maybe there is a chance for Malaysia to pull out some miracles here. But 2 points down, even though it's their own pick, with SBs, if of all things. Star rating of 2.94, and don't get deceived by that. But hey, we had some technical difficulties on the commentary department, which means they're going to have a very quick, easy swap. And for that, I'll introduce my friend, no other than the legendary Sparky.
Hello, how's everybody doing? Glad I could pop in halfway through this. I was watching along. It looks like it is an exciting match so far. The most points Brazil has dropped so far this tournament, and it's exciting to see these two going blow for blow in the semifinals matchup. It looks like SV1 is the pick for Malaysia to try and regain some footing in this match, to not let Brazil get to match point just yet.
Yeah, and honestly, if they cannot win this, it's going to be very, very hard to recover from. Like, they are on the verge of dropping to the losers bracket here. And SBs, I think it's a good time to pick SBs. Like, of all points of the match, I think this is the most important point of the whole matchup. So if Malaysia has practiced this and enough, this is a great pick. We'll see. Brazil,
Yeah.
they have Marchino, which is like the SV specialist for the team, and Amaron has always been good at it. It's mostly a matter of Demi, I think.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a toss-up here. Can go either way. We've seen matches made and broken on SV picks, even this weekend so far. So it'll be interesting to see how the teams fare. If Brazil can make it match point, they have done a pretty good job getting these break points so far. This early accuracy can probably be written off as the map progresses, as we wait for everything to sync up as well. It looks like a little bit of
Machino's behind.
probably gonna see a little bit of a pause on the stream to get Marcinho caught up
Wait.
here, but
He gets to see the pattern before it happens on the other screen. No fair.
definitely a weird moment here, but this score is probably going to be a little bit misleading because Marcinho is going to be a little bit behind in terms of pushing that bar, so it's probably going to be swinging wildly throughout this map. But that being said, the overall accuracy from Malaysia looks to be ahead of Brazil, even despite the little bit of a delay from Le Marcinho here, 99.1, 99.2. But that being said, Le Marcinho 99.7, highest accuracy overall for Brazil, but the average accuracy for Malaysia doing impressively well going into the back half of this map.
Yeah, even though Marcino's accuracy is incredible here, Chiwi and Apples are both holding very solid ones as well. And like I said, this is mostly a thing we have to watch out for. In the side of Demi and Amaron, who are not the SV specialists. Amaron has been pretty good at it overall, but they are both dropping a bit too low compared to their Malaysian counterparts. And now that Apples has dropped a little bit, maybe things are a bit more equal considering Marcino's advantage, but I don't think they are. Malaysia seems to be holding a pretty decent lead into the last third here. And with a 6-way FC here, as long as Malaysia doesn't drop, I think they might be fine. They seem to be in big control of this SVs.
Yeah, even with those little 200 drops from Apple going into this back half, I think overall the consistency from this Malaysian roster to keep the Brazilians at bay has been just enough. A drop here this late into the map would be absolutely devastating from either of these countries. A quarter of the map left to go. There's still six FCs left on the board. This is an incredible run from both these teams.
Apple's very close to drop that combo at the very end on those trails, but I don't think there are many notes remaining. Even with a miss at that point, it wouldn't have mattered, I think. 30,000 points of difference in favor of Malaysia, who's gonna take this pick. Very, very clutch pick here. SV1 proving to be exactly what Malaysia needed to regain the composure, to force Brazil into another pick without any sort of pressure from themselves. And Demi seems to be freezing. Yep, he just quits the lobby too early. Good score there by Chiwi. 989k, best score in the lobby. Just behind it's Leon. And then Lemashino. So overall, pretty good, right? 6-way FC for an SB map is not something we're used to see.
Yeah, absolutely. There's always one drop to be expected. But I mean, the players in this lobby have been proving time and time again that they are not from this planet. And it looks like Brazil with the instant response going back up into the upper half of the map. We're going to go for a counterclockwise chant pattern here. Another tech map rounding out all three of those in the category to try and make this a match point situation.
And again, this is the pick I predicted would happen at this point. They are avoiding the stamina pick mostly. Again, I think for consistency reasons. Counterclockwise, although it's a very easy map to choke, it's much more focused on tech than any of the other previous maps we have seen so far. But when you are the physical powerhouse, when you have the better physicality to perform on maps like this, I think it only makes sense. Even when you are not as consistent as you would hope to be, this is the kind of maps I see Malaysia just struggling with. So even with some chokes from the Brazilians, it's not going to matter too much if Malaysia is not able to 6-way FC. Like 3-way FC rather. Like they have been doing on the maps. They really had a chance to take that lead off of Brazil. They won on the core checks before. Not necessarily for that reason, although they did with a 3v1 double S. They were just a better team. But when it comes to consistency, if you have trouble with consistency, you want to avoid the easier maps, the more straightforward maps, because it doesn't matter if the map is too easy or too hard. If you're prone to chokes, you're just going to choke them.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely lends itself to that little bit of a risk factor, but you definitely need to be able to perform on those styles of picks if you want to make it very far in this tournament. And Brazil is no stranger to these deep tournament runs, so definitely have the experience to maintain the composure on picks like this. Definitely an order of magnitude more difficult in terms of patterning, in terms of trying to maintain the consistency. So it'll be interesting to see who comes in for Malaysia to contest this pick. We see Oros, Silifango, and Lothus rounding out this Brazilian composition. Looks like they're going to try and get Sol in here for Malaysia. So right on cue, we see Sol come in. Gonna get readied up here in just a second, make sure everybody's settings are correct. It's always interesting to see who forgets to change their scroll speed back after SV picks. Hopefully it doesn't happen to any of these players.
Well, I mean, it shouldn't happen to any of these players, because I don't think we've seen any of the Malaysian players playing the SVs, and neither any of the Brazilians, right? So we had Demi, Amaron, and Marchino, and we had Chiwi, Leon, and who else was it?
I think it was Apple. Apple played the SV pick.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, so Apple is the only one who played both. So hopefully he's the one who doesn't get a scroll speed problem. It doesn't seem like it.
All things good to go here as we load into counterclockwise chant pattern. 3 minutes of some very, very difficult tech patterning, and Apple going to be finding the first drop here, going into the mini jack patterns. Still very early on, not over that 400 combo cap just yet, so not going to hurt just as much. But as you were saying earlier before this map started, the consistency from this Malaysian roster on these tech picks has been a spot of contention that Brazil has taken advantage of here.
Apples is the only one really dropping here. Brazil is holding an incredible accuracy as expected, but the fact that Apples is the only one who's struggling a little bit with the combo makes me wonder again about the scroll speed. I really hope it's not a scroll speed issue.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always one of those things where if you're like 1 or 2 ticks off, it just throws you for a loop. But right now it's doing very well to recover up into that 99% range, but everybody else holding steady. 99.8 the average for Brazil, 99.6s from the side of Malaysia. And it feels like as the burst really starts to kick up, and that's where we start seeing the drops from Apple, it might be a scroll speed thing happening here. So we make our way into the back half of the chart. This is quickly growing to be an insurmountable lead from the side of Brazil. All 3 of their players still holding on to their full combos here. Very consistent on a tech pick like this. That being said, the difficulty does start to ratchet up towards the end of the map. So it's not out of the woods just yet. It's only a minute and a half left to go, but it's still looking very good for Brazil here.
Another miss there by Apples, who seems to be the one struggling the most with this map. Even without the misses, I think, like even with the FC from Apples here with good accuracy, Brazil is just destroying the chart, and they are not missing at all. With a third of the map still remaining, anything could happen in that scenario, but at this point it's just game over. I think Brazil just has this pick on the back.
Yeah, you could throw a note card, a postage stamp, and you would cover all 3 of the Brazilian players with how close they are in terms of overall team score. It is an incredible performance from them. Last quarter of the map still to go. There's really not much Malaysia can do here this late on into the map. It would take a complete team collapse from Brazil to lend them any sort of hope. And I mean, Brazil's coasting right now on their way to making it match point here, really putting Malaysia under pressure to perform on these last couple of picks.
Oh, there's the miss by Nioxia, the second full combo to drop. The second person to miss on the map, actually. Only Sol now holding the FC for Malaysia, and every single one of the Brazilians still powering through the map.
This is a ridiculous score from Brazil here. 99.83, the lowest accuracy on their side. And I mean, highest accuracy for Malaysia, 99.6. Not much they could have done there. That is an incredible team score from
Oh, that's
Brazil
a
to make it
B1
match
double S,
point.
10-1 ratio. What? Nate?
Oh my goodness. What a way to make it a match point situation. And
I told you!
got it!
I told you! No! Oh my god.
The only person to play the SV and the only person to get caught out by the scroll speed. That explains so much there during that performance. It is unfortunate,
Oh my
but you
God.
need to make sure everything's ready before you hit that ready up button. That being said, it is going to be Malaysia's pick here, so an opportunity to try and get things back under control.
Oh my god. Why does it happen every time? Every year, every match there is SVs, the afterwatch. It happens all the time. So this is why the only thing I'm proud of my playstyle is that I never change scroll speed for SV, so I never have this problem.
Yeah, just never adjust. Never adjust. You make the SV conform to you.
Exactly. That's what you have to do.
But with that being said, Malaysia back into a bit of a corner here. Thankfully, this is a winner's bracket matchup, so we'll
I like this pick.
I was about to say, probably going to opt to go for something in the LN side of the pool, and Encryption going to be the pick here.
I like this pick because even though Amaron, who should be the MVP for this by a mile in the Brazilian side, like, it's very good at this type of map. There are some very tricky sort of intersections, especially at the end, where I can see him dropping combo. And if they can secure probably the best release player on Brazil to struggle on a section of a map, then it's probably a good pick. And this is why I like this pick for Malaysia. Again, we'll see Demi probably joining here alongside Lotus and Amaron. So we shall see if that is enough for Brazil to maybe secure the whole thing, really. At this point, they win any map, they are through and into the finals where Korea is waiting. After what a match that was, huh? Korea versus Philippines.
If you did not watch the Philippines take on South Korea, please go back and watch that VOD. That is a match for the ages.
That was a tiebreaker.
The slimmest of margins between those two teams. Definitely do go watch that after this, but for right now, it is going to be Encryption. We see Demi checking in for Brazil to back up Amaram and Lotus. Leon, Apple, and Chiwi going to be contesting for the side of Malaysia to keep their winner's bracket hopes alive. The MP Star Command comes out. We are going to get into this next LN map.
Could be the last one. This is very, very important for Malaysia to win. If they have a chance, they need to prove their worth here. This pick number 11 out of a possible 13. They have two more, like after this, if Malaysia wins. But again, Brazil most certainly going to pick the last remaining rice pick if they lose this. But they would much rather just win it right here, right now.
Yeah, just get it over with as soon as humanly possible to try and save yourself some stamina. I mean, the nerves have to go at some point if you're playing a match this long. And as we make our way
I'm really hoping Apros actually changed the scroll speed.
Yeah, it looks a little bit faster now. It might be back in that comfortable range here. That being said, lowest accuracy in the lobby, going down into that 99% range. Gonna be giving Brazil a little bit of a lead to work with out of this introduction.
I mean, seeing this performance by Apples, maybe this was the time to call for a timeout for Malaysia. They didn't, and they have to roll with it. Seems like Apple is slowly accommodating to the type of map he's playing right now. But Leon is going to be the one to drop the ball here for Malaysia as Brazil extends this lead they just had at this point.
Yeah, Brazil really taking one of those teams where if you give them an inch, they take a mile, it feels like so far this tournament. Demi, 99.82, highest accuracy in the lobby, followed closely behind by Chiwi. It's going to be them two really doing the heavy lifting for their teams going into the back half of the map. But right now, Brazil still in the lead off of the accuracy and that one extra slider break from Leon here.
As it stands, it is about a 15,000 point lead, I think, in favor of Brazil, which is a very good lead, especially in a map this long, 3 minutes and 42 seconds. We're only halfway through, anything could happen.
Yeah, a little bit more coordination focused here. A lot of the releases get very awkward to time, and it's very easy to find yourself dropping 200s. No players have broken yet going into this back half of the map. That being said, there are only 5 FCs left on the board. Malaysia trying to stay in lockstep with Brazil, but Brazil is not relenting so far as we get a tiny bit of a break, a chance to catch your breath before you dive right back on into it. And oh my goodness, again, this consistency from this Brazilian roster is something to be marveled at. Sure, they had a couple of hiccups early on in this match, but they have seemed to recover in full force. 99.760, lowest accuracy from their side, making this a tall task for Malaysia to try and get back into this going into the last quarter of the map.
Oh,
low the time to drop.
Right before the transition into this sort of pseudo-imber section, what I believe might have a bit of trouble. Have to see. Doesn't seem like it. He seems to be in big control of this. Lead shrunk a little bit, but it's not going to be enough really. Malaysia needs something more if they want to have a chance to continue playing this match.
Yeah, they're going to need somebody to find a slider break and fast. Last sliver of map left to go. The window of opportunity is quickly closing on this Malaysian roster. They gave it a really good fight, giving Brazil the toughest test they have had so far this tournament. But so far, it seems that there is no team capable of stopping them just yet. A couple more notes to go here.
And as much as these accuracies have been climbing on the side of Malaysia, it's not going to be enough. With Demi Fiend leading the charge here for Brazil, the newcomer finally getting the MVP he so much was looking for. 19.85995K. And Brazil is again in the finals after beating Malaysia 7-4. And in incredible fashion, honestly, really. This is a great team score on LN4 rather.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to Brazil punching their ticket into finals weekend on the winner side for the 3rd year in a row. I believe Malaysia gave them a really good test to really ask some questions in terms of how resilient this Brazilian roster is, and they really came up, stepped up to the plate to give them a good show here. They will be dropping down into that lower bracket, and I believe that was the penultimate match of this semifinals weekend. There is only one match left to round out this weekend, and it will be the United States going up against Great Britain in a couple of hours here.
It is the battle against Uniteds.
Yep. So that will be taking place at, I believe, 18 UTC, if I do recall correctly, as we see the brackets here. Just very quickly in the lower bracket, it will be the Philippines going up against Japan, and Malaysia will be facing the winner of this last match of the weekend. It'll be very interesting to see who comes out on top there.
That winner bracket though. Look at those two semifinals, like 7-6, 7-4. And on the side of Philippines and Korea, 6-4, 6-4 well, 6-5. Like the right side of the bracket was so close. And then you have the left side of the bracket, which has like Japan versus Vietnam, and that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, as things start to get a lot tighter, these map pools start to get more difficult. You start to see the teams come together to give us these exciting matchups, and oh boy, have we had some very tight matchups this weekend. But with that being said, that will do it for us in this tiny block of matches. In just a couple hours from now, we will be seeing that US Great Britain match. But Juan, unless we have anything else to say, I think there's a couple more orders of business left to do. I think we need to show a bit more support for the players in this tournament. How can people watching do stuff like that?
Oh, I'm wondering, maybe there was something they can get from the O store in order to show their love and support to the team they like the most. But what could that be?
I think it
Thinking.
comes in the form of a profile banner. If you want to
that's
support,
true.
if you want to support your favorite teams in this tournament, all 32 teams, even the ones that have been eliminated, have a profile banner up for you guys to buy to show your support, show your love and appreciation to those that have taken the time to participate in this tournament. It helps the prize pool overall. But if you feel like that is not enough, we also have the Open Collective, where you can donate even more to the prize pool for the players participating in this tournament. So if you feel like the 250 for the banner is not enough, or if you just want to give a tiny bit more, that's definitely an option for you guys as well.
Yep, it certainly is. Remember though that if you get to pick the winner team, your profile banner will stay for a little bit longer. So you get to brag, I guess, that you got the winning team right. So, you know, those who are maybe supporting Brazil or Korea might have a better chance now they're both on the finals. But you never know. Sometimes someone from the losers bracket just comes in clutch and ends up winning the whole thing. You never know.
You never know. But with that being said, that'll do it for us here. We'll see you guys in just a couple of hours for the final match of this semifinals weekend. See y'all then.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back once again to some more Osumania Floor Key World Cup 2022 action. We've got our final match of the semifinals weekend. It is a losers bracket match. Winner moves on into that finals week, top 6, and the loser will be unfortunately knocked out. We've got the two united teams, United States versus the United Kingdom. And I will be one of your commentators, Toph Daddy, joined once again by Sparky. How's it going?
It is going absolutely fantastic. A very exciting matchup to close out what has been a very electrifying semifinals weekend, and I cannot think of a better matchup than this. As you said, both united countries, United States and the United Kingdom going at it. Once again, this feels like a matchup as old as time itself.
It really does. I mean, we've seen these two teams duke it out against each other so many times in the past. We saw it happen in 2015, 2016, 2015 finals, 2016 semifinals, 2019 semifinals, 2019 semifinals in the losers bracket. But we've got two pretty much brand new rosters compared to the players that were facing off against each other in the previous years. So it's going to be maybe a bit of a different story than what we've seen in the past.
For sure, as you said, two very fresh lineups. I feel like the United States having the fresher roster, 5 of 6 new players to contest this matchup. The United Kingdom having a couple of their own, but definitely filled with a couple more veterans that are used to playing on a stage like this, especially with the pressure of that lower bracket elimination looming over their heads. So it looks like the United States has won the role, so the United Kingdom will be the ones banning first. Be interesting to see what they decide to go with here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, from the United Kingdom side, they've been pretty comfortable just banning out one of the long note picks. The United States kind of going for that SV area. But this is an interesting matchup because I don't know if the United Kingdom would want to ban LNs against a United States team. I'd expect them more to go for something a little further on the accuracy side, maybe something like Genova. We saw an absolutely disgusting United States score on Genova in their previous match, so...
Yeah, absolutely. These two teams definitely centered around the upper half of the map pool, but the United States having a bit of a better time on those more accuracy-oriented picks. And it looks like the United Kingdom are going to be banning out SV2, so last opportunity to see Kraken come out, not going to be happening here. And I imagine right on cue, SV1 is going to follow suit because I would not want to go on an SV pick against this United Kingdom squad.
Oh, and we're actually seeing a double SV ban. We actually saw the United States have another double SV ban in the previous match, so they will dodge a bullet, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely. As I was saying, you do not want to get into an SV fight against the United Kingdom. They have some very, very strong SV players. Ting Momentum, first player that comes to my mind in terms of that side of the map pool. So all straight and narrow here. Gonna keep it Rise, Hybrid, and LNs. It'll be interesting to see what is going to be the first pick here. And it looks like it's gonna be Formidable Enemies. So getting the stamina pick out of the way very early is the United States here.
Yeah, absolutely. Stamina. We saw them pick that in their previous match as well. Not really. Well, actually, was it? No, it wasn't ban because they had the double SV ban. I forgot. But yeah, this is something that they went for, something that they're very comfortable with, and it's exactly where I would expect the United States team to kind of delve into.
Yeah, absolutely. Unsurprising that they go for something a little bit more consistency-oriented. Can definitely put up some incredible numbers, as you were alluding to, with that Genova score. So right now we're just waiting to get the last player into this lobby. It looks like it's going to be Grip Warrior, Mitter, and A Sharp for the United States. Eliminate Ting Momentum. And I would imagine somebody like Zubin might be coming in for the UK here to round out this composition.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna have the stamina squads coming in for each team. Not surprising to see the United States squad in there. A Sharp, I don't believe, having played this in the previous match, actually. Having been replaced by Dev in that situation. But otherwise, expected from Mitter and Grip Warrior to be in on this. Eliminating Ting Momentum, staying in. I would imagine Zubin coming in for the United Kingdom, just waiting for that slot to be filled.
Yeah, it might just be an issue of getting them into the server and then into the lobby. But we'll get that squared away relatively quickly. And right on cue, here comes Zubin to round out this UK roster. And it looks like these are going to be the 6 players facing off on our first pick. It's going to be our stamina pick. formidable enemy just waiting for them to all ready up here.
Here we go, looking to ready up. Like you said, there's the MP setting, so we should be getting into that start command so that we can get into match number 1. United States' first pick, looking to, start this match off on the right foot.
And just making sure we have all 6 players loaded in. Looks like giving it just an extra second for A Sharp and Ting to get in. Want to make sure we don't miss anybody here.
Oh, I think that was just a weird client error. Everyone messing up that long note at the beginning. Unless Mitters was real, I'm not sure.
There we go.
There we go. Okay.
The fastest accuracy recovery on the planet, and here we go. It's going to be close to 4 minutes of non-stop jump and hand streams, and Ting finds the first break very early on in this map.
Yeah, gonna look good for the United States on their first pick, though. That is pretty early on, just before hitting that 400 combo mark, so it'll have a very slightly less impact than a miss from here on out would be, but you never really know. Lots of misses can happen, lots of accuracy breaks can happen. There's Grip Warrior missing to trade that back, and A Sharp doubling up on the misses for the United States, and the United Kingdom will start to take a score lead out of that.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 very clean drops. However, A Sharp still staying above that 99.8 mark. Grips being a little bit more costly, and that is going to hand the UK a tiny bit of a lead to work with here. Anything can still happen. We're still barely approaching the second quarter of the map, and this lead is not insurmountable by any stretch of the imagination. The US still in this going into the second third of the map.
Yeah, definitely, but there is the accuracy lead looking to be in the favor of the United Kingdom pretty much solely off of those misses there, but even then, there might be an opportunity for the United States to start dragging the scoreline back just off of the accuracy alone. We see A Sharp building up to the high 99.8s already, trying to reach Zubin, and Grip Warrior outmatching Ting momentum, while Mitter is just in that one-on-one battle with Eliminate as the 2 highest accuracies with those full combos.
Yeah, it's going to be up to Zubin and Eliminate to maintain the accuracy. If they begin to falter here going into the back half of the map, then you can start seeing the inroads being made as we proceed into this back half of the map. You can already see this lead start to shrink ever so slightly as both Grip and A Sharp begin to climb up to contest. If they can make it up to that 99.9 mark to back up Mitter here, they might be able to do some damage here as we make it into the last third of the map.
Yeah, Grip Warrior and A Sharp trying to approach that 99.9 range as we get into the final third of this map, but there are still 2 full combos on the side of the United Kingdom coming out from Zubin and Eliminate, both with very strong accuracy, but starting to be approached by the 2 non-FCs in the United States side. This lead, I think, is shrinking just a little bit, but I think the accuracies are too close together for the United Kingdom to lose this their lead right now, unless we start seeing some misses in this last quarter, but you never know what's going to happen. We did see plenty of people missing already that are more than capable of this stuff, even though this is pretty much just constant from here on out, and these players should be very comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. Approaching 3 minutes of solid hand stream to work with, and looks like all the players have recovered from their earlier misses. The FCs are still intact for both countries, 1 and 2 apiece here. The United Kingdom still holding on to the advantage. Gotta watch those LN releases. Any 200s here, any slip up in accuracy, and that just blows the door wide open for the United States to take advantage here. And as we make it to the last sliver of map, we see this lead decreasing ever so slightly.
It sure is doing that. Mitter dropping below the 99.9 range. I don't think we have much left in the way of difficult patterns, so it looks like the United Kingdom might just be able to take a breakpoint right away from the United States unless we see something insane in these last few notes, but it does not look like that is going to happen. And the United Kingdom, by about 1,000 points, just barely over, is going to take that breakpoint on the back of just 2 misses from the United States, so that was a very, very close pick.
Absolutely, the margins are so fine. You have 0 room for error on a pick like this, and I mean, that's just a credit to the consistency of all 6 players. The fact that only 1 miss across the board decided that pick, and it was only by 1,000 points. Any drop in accuracy could have swung that in the favor of the United States, but the UK takes that 1-0 advantage and is looking to double up here with their first pick.
Absolutely, and they'll have the pick of the litter here. I don't know exactly what kind of maps the United Kingdom are going to want to go with out of the gate. They did just win Formidable Enemy, but the accuracy advantage was in favor of the United States without those misses. So I'd be a little bit cautious if I was in the United Kingdom's shoes when it comes to trying to go with something that they're more comfortable with, and potentially wanting to, if I were in their shoes, I would potentially consider going for a hybrid or a long note pick here just to really attack the weaknesses of the United States.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more there. I could see them wanting to dip their toes a little bit in the hybrids in particular, maybe not fully commit to the LNs, because, oh boy, some of those LN picks are definitely worth proceeding with caution, if I do say so myself. You don't want to inadvertently hand over that breakpoint back to the United States by mispicking, and I feel like the hybrids might be a little bit safer. And yes, right on cue, hybrid 2 going to come out. Revelation going to be the first pick for the United Kingdom here.
Yeah, going for that hybrid pick, a more Rice-focused hybrid than we're seeing from the other two, Party Starter and Ultima Thule, but definitely starting to, push the weaknesses of the United States instead of going with what they're most comfortable with.
For sure, and it looks like we're probably going to get some substitutions here. I would not be surprised to see folks like Newson come in, or trying to think of who could come in for the United States. This might actually be their best hybrid roster in the context of this match, now that I think about it. But Eliminate going to be departing for right now.
Indeed, looks like we're seeing a similar team staying in for the United States. Eliminate coming in. Weren't they already in?
Yeah, they were already in. They might have just been needing to double check what they used to play this map with, whether or not they used Mirror or not.
Indeed, and we're seeing that Star Command come out, so we'll get right into it. Zubin, the only player in this lobby with the mirror, everyone else staying on the non-mirror. Looks like not too many mind blocks coming around for these players, but we'll have to see if how Zubin actually feels on this overall. But we're not seeing any roster changes overall for either of these two teams. Just sticking with the Hardy trios that we saw on the first map, Formidable Enemy, this time just for a hybrid.
Yeah, they might want to keep these rosters in just more for the Rice accuracy. The LNs might be less intrusive overall, that they might be able to navigate their way through them. And right now we see the United Kingdom take a bit of an advantage out of this introduction, but you'd imagine the accuracy is going to start to even out once we dive even deeper into the map.
Indeed, we're getting into this slower section. These scores are still flickering on either side. We see a little bit of an accuracy drop from Zubin, though, in this long note section. That's going to give the United States an opportunity to take a little bit of a score lead. Mitter falling a little bit behind, but not as much as Zubin. And A-Sharp and Griff Warrior absolutely leading the charge for the United States here. But that's a little bit of an accuracy drop there. Taking momentum above everyone else is just not enough with the accuracy drops elsewhere.
Yeah, and in that first quarter of the map, Eliminate found a slider break, so one full combo gone for this side of the United Kingdom, going to be giving an advantage to the United States going into the back half of the map to work with here. That being said, it was a really clean drop from Eliminate, 99.81, falling just behind Ting, who is really doing the heavy lifting for the United Kingdom to try and get this score lead back, but the overall consistency for the United States has been enough to keep them in the lead going into the last quarter of the map.
Absolutely. Keeping on with the consistent full combos, we have a little bit of a mini jack section that can be pretty hard to stay consistent on in terms of that combo, but transitioning out of it as we get to the last quarter, the United States is going to need to find a miss if the United Kingdom wants to protect their own pick. We're seeing a little bit of a drop in that score lead, but it's not going to be enough unless we see a combo break in this final bit. Just a couple of patterns, and they survive through it.
Just gotta watch out for that drill.
Yeah. Shouldn't be an issue, right?
Shouldn't?
No. We're good. The United States ends up taking that breakpoint right back from the United Kingdom, and we're square at a 1-1 scoreline.
Oh my goodness, what a team score across the board. 993s for the United States, and not too far behind the United Kingdom, Ting, the standout performer in the lobby, but not going to be enough as the United States makes it 1-1 now. And basically, these teams are picking each other's picks right now. It'll be interesting to see if the United States wants to adjust a little bit here moving forward now that they've seen the results
Doesn't
from
look
this.
that way though. Going with the OWA map, another tech pick. So sticking with the Rice, sticking with what they're comfortable with, though. To be completely honest, they would have won Formidable Enemy if they hadn't had the 2 drops from Grip Warrior and A Sharp in that map. So maybe they're just hoping that they're going to be a little bit more consistent on the combos for this pick here.
Yeah, Eurasian Vegas. Definitely not a pick to be trifled with. Littered with a lot of places to find chokes on. You could be on a wonderful run in one section at any given point can just put a damper on the score overall. So it's gonna be a real test of composure, going away from the consistency, going over to the tech for this pick. And still no substitutions for the United Kingdom. Zubin, Eliminate, and Ting, the stalwarts to try and contest this pick. We see Tristan Jacob coming in, substituting in for A Sharp here, probably more comfortable with these awkward tech patterns found in this pick.
Absolutely, looks like we see everyone coming in. No swap outs from the United Kingdom again, so we're seeing the same squad staying in for the first tech pick we're seeing out of either of these 2 teams. But Tristan Jacob is going to take the slot of A Sharp now. So we've seen our first actual swap in any of the picks so far.
Yeah, we see double mirrors coming out for Grip Warrior and Mitter. Might be preferring some of these patterns on the offhand. Definitely one of the maps where it might be preferred, especially once you get into the more mini-jack oriented patterns in this map.
Absolutely, but we have a little bit of a simpler opening. We saw a little bit of a drop in accuracy from Grip Warrior and Tristan Jacob, which gives the United Kingdom a little bit of an early advantage, but not by a whole lot. Regardless, both of these teams should have no trouble getting up to that 400 combo mark. So misses shouldn't be too much of an issue until we start getting into those mini-jack patterns, like you said. And the accuracy lead staying somewhat in favor of the United Kingdom, but it is so close that any mistakes can start to sway that lead in one team's favor.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like us being able to say that 99.87 is the lowest accuracy in the lobby is a testament once again to the level of performance both teams are putting out right now. It is the slimmest of margins, and I feel like the real battle is going to be between Mitter and Eliminate right now going into the second third of the map. Both of them top scoring for their respective countries, but you would imagine that Eliminate might have a bit of an advantage given how comfortable they are with jacks and mini jacks in general.
Absolutely no combo breaks coming in up to this point, but it looks like the United Kingdom is holding on to an accuracy lead, unlike what was going on in Formidable Enemy. No major issues happening from any players, but Tristan Jacob just falling a bit behind the other players in terms of accuracy. Mitter holding on with Eliminate, Grip Warrior, and Zubin matching with each other. It's just that 0.1% of difference that's making a score lead in the side of the United Kingdom between Tristan Jacob and Ting Momentum for this map up to this point. But we still have the hardest material of the chart to get to, especially once we hit that final quarter with the very, very intrusive mini jag patterns compared to the rest of the patterns.
Yeah, like this one right here. Not the most assuming, but can definitely take you for a bit of a ride if you start any of them off on the wrong foot. And it looks like everybody managed to survive that going into the last third of the map. And here comes some of the hardest parts of this map. Can definitely see some chokes happening here if the players aren't too careful going into it. And right now the United Kingdom still holding on to this lead, but it is by the slimmest of margins right now. Any 200 counts on these bursts could spell the end for the run. Oh, and there's the drop from Eliminate!
The first miss that's going to give the lead straight to the United States, but we still have the last quarter to go. The most difficult patterns here with the mini jacks coming in now. Gonna need to see some misses from the United States to swing this back, but it's looking good. But that's Tristan Jacob with a miss too. It trades back the miss from Eliminate. That's going to go closer to the United Kingdom as Eliminate starts hitting that 400 combo mark. But Grip Warrior is gonna find another miss, and that's gonna get the score squarely in the United Kingdom's favor.
Oh, it was looking good for the United States for just a moment, but both those misses coming at the very end of the chart. There's not a lot of time left, and it looks like it's going to be squarely in favor of the United Kingdom unless they find any drops to slate on the map, but I don't think there's enough time.
And that's a third breakpoint in a row to start off this match. The United Kingdom taking their second point in the match, and it's going to be their own pick to hopefully get themselves an actual own point for this. But if the United States has anything to say about it, they want to make sure that they're evening this out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, another opportunity for the UK to take advantage of a breakpoint. We saw them go into the hybrids, didn't work out too well here. They're seeing that they might have a bit of a composure advantage on the rice picks. So maybe they might want to go for something like that, but we see two of the UK players leaving. So it'll be interesting to see what the pick is going to be from the United Kingdom. I'm unsure if Ting might have made the pick for them with that comment, but it remains to be seen. Might need some clarification as to whether or not they were making a joke or if they're actually going for Too Wise for You, but
yeah, I'm not actually sure if that's a pick there. Maybe need to be a little more clear there.
yeah, absolutely. So the timer will still be going for the United Kingdom. Might have to clarify whether or not they're going to go for LN2 here. But, I mean, given the substitutions that we saw, or the players leaving after the last pick was over, might be the LN-based rosters coming in for both countries. So, remains to be seen here.
Looks like, okay, yeah, they were picking Too Wise for You, so they're digging into the long note pool, getting a little bit even further outside of the United States' comfort zone with a long note pick instead of that hybrid. But we did see a pretty impressive score come out from the United States. Sun Apple, A Sharp, and Grip Warrior all being extremely strong on the density side of things. You know, especially in comparison to when we start getting those more control-oriented maps in the pools. I'm kind of actually surprised we didn't see, you know, a more streamlined, but not streamlined, but a more awkward pick come out from the United Kingdom to really stick it to the United States, like Encryption. I would have been interested to see that come out from the United Kingdom, but I guess they're just testing the waters here.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe not wanting to roll the dice a little bit too much. Things can go incredibly wrong on some of the more coordination-based, or even something like LN1, Secret Sleuth might have been a little bit too risky to go for this early on in the match. So going with a safe pick, Too Wise for You, as safe as a 200 BPM density LN pick can be.
There's the start command getting ready very quickly. Sun, Apple, Grip Warrior, and A Sharp going to be the team for the United States. Eliminate Team Momentum and Newson coming in for the United Kingdom. First swap we've seen from the UK side, bringing Newson in, but that makes perfect sense given Newson's ability on maps like this.
Yeah, and as we get things underway, everybody handles that opening burst relatively well. Ting falling a little bit in terms of accuracy, but that's going to build up as the map progresses. There's plenty of opportunity to build accuracy with maps as dense as this. And it'll be interesting to see if anybody blinks and finds the slider break first. Right now, the United States holding on to a bit of an advantage here in terms of accuracy over the United Kingdom as Ting makes that recovery run. But A-Sharp's going to find the first slider break here.
Indeed, they are. But Team Momentum with a slider break to trade that right back, and looks like they had about equivalent accuracy drops as well, both getting down to the 99.4s before we get into this chorus. And Sun, Apple, and Eliminate fighting side by side with each other. Grip Warrior just behind Newson, so we could see a very close match right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really going to come down to the timing of those misses, and that earlier drop from Ting might have a couple extra bad judgments to contest with as A-Sharp makes their recovery run back up into that 99.6 range. Both of them virtually tied. We have a lot of cross-map battles going on. Grip Warrior against Nusen winning that one out. A-Sharp against Ting Momentum, both of them virtually tied. Sunapple versus Eliminate, and Sunapple is winning that fight, and it is too close to call right now going into the back half of the map, but Ting finds another slider break here.
That is another slider break. It is on the same person who didn't have the SC, but A-Sharp trades it right back. We're seeing both of the players who had the lower combos dropping that at the same time, and we're seeing a flickering battle here again as Ting Momentum hits the 400. A-Sharp hits it shortly after, but Ting finds another drop, and that's going to help the United States get that lead in their favor here going into the last third.
Last third of the map still to go. The one good thing about maps as dense as this is that getting back up to that 400 combo cap and being able to stem the bleeding is very fast. And the fact that this map is just under 3 minutes long, A-Sharp finding a break here on going into the break section isn't going to help matters for the United States, but they still manage to hold on to the lead here.
Indeed, and the 400 combo mark has been hit, and these scores are flickering yet again. We see 4 full combos across the board. The only 2 players to have missed so far being A-Sharp and Ting Momentum, looking so close together. It's just about keeping that accuracy strong. Nusen absolutely demolishing this map, but Eliminate loses one of the full combos for the United Kingdom side. That's going to be big and help the United States get that lead in their favor going into the very ending of this chart. There's just a little bit of time left. We're seeing the 2 full combos to 1. Sunapple and Grip Warrior looking to hold on and take potentially a 4th breakpoint in a row. What is this match?
Last sliver map left to go. It's still not over.
No
oh my goodness,
way.
the United States manages to hold on.
What is this? This is ridiculous. This shouldn't happen.
Toph, there's no way we get 5 breakpoints in a row.
There's no way, right? There can't be. We can't be seeing this right now.
There is no world where there is a 5th breakpoint handed over. If you are the United States, you are seeing that you're having success on the lower half of the map pool, and the United Kingdom having success on the upper half. I don't think either team saw this coming.
You know, what the crazy part about this is, too, is that, like, you know, if we didn't see the combo breaks that we did from either side on all 4 of the picks, they would have been just regular points. They wouldn't have been breaks. OWA Rage in Vegas would have gone to the United States, so would Formidable Enemy, and then on the other side... oh, but they're not even taking that into account. They're just going straight back into the rice pool with Cthulhu.
They are going to bash their heads against the wall of these rice picks until something gives. They are going to ride the upper half of the map pool until it is exhausted, whether they want to or not. They are going to go for Cthulhu here. The United States are. Mitter coming back in to assist A-Sharp and Grip Warrior. We're going to see Nusen tag out as well. Probably going to see Zubin make their reappearance here. This is quickly becoming a bit of a brawl here, if I do say so myself.
I mean, it's already been a brawl, so... I mean, United Kingdom had such a strong score on this, too, last week. Or not last week, but yesterday, rather. But interestingly enough, Nusen was playing for this and had an insane score, but they're just now swapping them out for Zubin here. The Rice squad that we've been seeing for every other pick, this match at least. So I'm a little bit surprised to see Nusen sticking out for this, but there is potential that it's mostly just trying to give Nusen a bit of a break. Had a really good score on 2 eyes for you there, and even just trying to make sure that their mental game stays positive, because I know that's been a problem for some players here. So not necessarily the worst thing. And I mean, when you have players like Zubin to back you up, definitely can go for that kind of switch.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like you alluded to a very important point. Composure is going to be the name of the game as these 2 teams get deeper and deeper into this match. Who can hold their nerve and who can resist getting frustrated at the results? You've given away 2 breakpoints, but you have to keep your head about you as you contest these picks. You still have an opportunity to take advantage of what has been given to you. And as they make their way into Cthulhu, it'll be up to the United States to be the ones to try and capitalize on these breakpoints that have been occurring so far this match.
Yeah, just coming out of the intro, it looks like Grip Warrior's falling a bit behind everyone else in terms of accuracy, so United Kingdom should have a slight lead. A-Sharp and Eliminate staying on par with each other, and Zubin and Mid are matching each other. It's just that tiny difference between Ting Momentum and Grip Warrior, but Ting Momentum finds a little bit of an accuracy drop, and that should be the United States with that lead now as we start to get into a bit of a break.
Yeah, second, third of the map upcoming, and again, it is the slimmest of margins on these rice picks. You cannot afford to find a Russia 300. You cannot afford to drop a single 200, let alone a break. A break is fatal, and the fact that we are saying that this far into the tournament, we're already in semifinals, and the fact that you are still not allowed to break on any of these maps is ridiculous, if I do say so myself.
Oh, it absolutely is ridiculous, and we're starting to see Mitter kind of take over that accuracy lead in that matchup against Zubin, and Ting Momentum having had that accuracy drop strengthens the lead for the United States, but we're still within a couple of 200s worth of points here as we get into the final chorus, where the density starts to pick up and the patterns get a little bit more awkward in certain spots. We'll have to see if the players are able to hold onto their composure. So far, the United States doing a very good job. Ting dropping just a little bit more accuracy again, and that's going to strengthen the lead even further. But that density is going to start picking up even more in just a second here.
Last sliver of map left to go. It is do or die time for the United States. If they want to try and take advantage of the breakpoint that has been given to them, now is the time. The United Kingdom doing everything in their power, but it doesn't seem like the accuracies are catching up to match. And as the map ends,
that's a six-way FC. The United States just barely holding on to that lead in 5 V1 double S's. Ting Momentum, the only one falling just a little bit behind, but that just a little bit behind is more than enough for the United States to take the first non-break point of the match.
Oh my goodness, those scores are illegal, if I do say so myself. These players are performing out of their minds. The fact that 993,000 points is not enough to put your team over the line is a testament to how clean those runs were from the United States.
Absolutely insane to see from these teams, but that is going to be the first non-break point. The United States take the lead for the first time in this match in a 3-2 fashion, and the United Kingdom will have a pick.
Yeah, I think now is the time that you might need to remove the band-aid a little bit on that lower half of the map pool. Might need to go for something a little bit more awkward. Encryption or Secret Sleuth might be on the cards here if you are the United Kingdom to really test that United States LN roster.
We'll have to see what the United Kingdom wants to go with. I think their ideas of going for Revelation and Two Eyes for You was the right option.
Oh, it's going to be Ultima Thule coming out, Hybrid 1, so not opting to go into those more awkward LN picks, still opting to stay relatively balanced in terms of what you're having to do during the map. So Hybrid 1 going to be the pick. And do we see Newson come in for this?
I think so. I think there's no way Newson doesn't come in. We already saw the swap out from Zubin, but yeah, there's Newson coming in. We even see Eliminate getting swapped out. I think we could see Ciaro coming in potentially if that is the case, or maybe Eliminate's just making sure that they're playing it with the right mods, making sure that they don't need mirror or anything.
Yeah, absolutely. In a match as tight as this, you want to make sure every single setting is precisely calculated and accounted for, because we've seen in other matches where if you're not sure what you're supposed to be playing on, it could spell disaster for the run overall right from the get-go. So Eliminate coming right back in, probably just double checking what they were playing with on this map.
Absolutely, and looks like we have our squads, the Good Luck Have Funs, come out, so we should get that MP setting soon as well. And the MP start command very quickly once everyone's rated up.
I don't know about you, Tope, but I am on the edge of my seat. Can the United Kingdom keep this square, or can the United States take another break point here to really push the tempo of this match?
And here we go into pick number 6. We've had a pretty much even match, 4 breakpoints in a row, followed by the first non-breakpoint from the United States. United Kingdom looking to match that achievement here on Ulma Thule with some interesting long note patterns, especially once we get towards that second half. The long note intensity of it will start to pick up, and we could potentially see some potentially uncomfortable nature from the United States, and we're already starting to see that with A Sharp having a miss very early on.
Yeah, and unlike some of these more dedicated LN picks, there are quite a couple of notes that can get you on the recovery run, but it does take a little bit longer than with something like 2Ys for you. So this is going to be the UK's best opportunity to really build that advantage and really develop a bit of a cushion to this American advance here. 99.91 from Grip Warrior, highest accuracy in the lobby. Midder not too far behind to lend their support as A Sharp back up over that 400 combo cap, going to be coming very quick to support and make some inroads in this lead.
Indeed, combo coming back up for A Sharp has been past that 400 combo for a while, but against the 3 full combos, it's not going to be enough unless we start seeing some mistakes coming out of the United Kingdom, and we're not even seeing accuracy drops from their side here. It's just about that miss right now, and that lead, I think if one of the UK members does drop, we could definitely see that lead swing over, but Midder, for the second miss on the side of the United States, is going to just help that United Kingdom advantage.
Absolutely, a couple of 200s coming out as well as they try to make the recovery from the miss, keep the damage to an absolute minimum. But going into the back half of the map, this is the largest cushion that the United Kingdom has had to work with on a map. And but Eliminate finds a drop on the transition, and that's going to make things a little bit interesting going into the last third of the map. Didn't immediately start swinging the lead over, but it definitely leaves the door open just a little bit here.
Indeed, and we're about to get into that solo section with the more difficult rice patterns, which should ideally favor the United States in this scenario, so that lead could potentially be seen shrinking a whole lot, but the 400 combo has been reached by Eliminate, and we're looking at a pretty consistent blue line now. It's going to take another 1 or 2 breaks from the United Kingdom to even this out, but the accuracy, I believe, is in favor of the United States, but just barely, but maybe not even. But maybe just off the back of Grip Warrior's insane 99.86 right now. It's just about keeping the consistency now.
Yeah, absolutely. And as this map begins to wind down, it doesn't seem like either of the UK players holding on to the FCs are going to want to give an inch here. As the map winds down, it looks like the United Kingdom will find their first self-pick. No more breakpoints allowed, and it is now 3-3.
Breakpoints. We do see the first 2 non-breakpoints coming out, and the United States will have an opportunity to pick again, but it is 3-3. We're in a best of 7 scenario after 6 maps. This has been such a close match. I need to look at the past scores and just how close has this been already? 4,500, 4,200, 1,200, 6,400, 8,500. And we have not had a single map that has had a difference in score higher than 10,000 points.
That is absolutely ridiculous. And the United States going to go for Geneva here. And I mean, you said it at the top of the broadcast. The United States had a ridiculous score on this in their match against Vietnam. See if they can replicate that performance here, because they're definitely going to need it. There is no room for error as we proceed into what is now officially a best of 7.
Yeah, they're starting to get to the point where the comfortable picks are somewhat running out. Genova, the United States potentially having more options than the United Kingdom in terms of comfort picks, just off of the size of that rice pool. And, you still have Genova available that they're going into now. They still have counterclockwise chant pattern as well, and Delirium, both of which they had. Actually, all 3 of these maps they've had absolutely insane runs on. But the United Kingdom not far behind on anything so far, just barely missing out on those points. This could be a completely different match. This could be 6-0 so easily right now for either team.
Yeah, it's the slimmest of margins. Whoever blinks first is the one on the short end of the stick. And as we load into the 7th map of this best of 13, it is going to be Genova. It is going to be Grip Warrior, A Sharp, and Mitter going against Eliminate Ting and Zubin, who came back in for Nusen for this Rice pick.
Indeed, getting to that intro, looking for the 100%. This intro is super easy for all these players. So who's gonna keep it the longest? Grip Warrior or A Sharp, both holding on to it still.
What does it make your predictions now? We're already over 150 notes in. Both of them still holding on to the 100% out of the roll. Both of them dropped at 300.
But here we go. First streams coming out. The main accuracy drop right now coming from Zubin down to the low 99.8s. Ting now falling behind as well with a couple of 200s. All 3 United States members out of that first stream above 99.9. The consistency is unreal right now.
Absolutely, but it can change in the blink of an eye.
Zubin with a miss is only going to help that accuracy lead that the United States has. A Sharp dropping a little bit of accuracy, dropping down to the 99.84s, but it's still higher accuracy than all 3 United Kingdom members. What is this? This is not okay.
Ting finds a drop now, and I mean, this is quickly getting very out of hand going into the back half of the map. It is so easy to mess up some of these runs if you start them off on the wrong foot or if you misread any of the patterns. Finding the recovery can leave you hitting your keyboard for a lot longer than usual, and as we take a bit of a break here, that's approaching 20,000 points.
We are seeing a little bit of an accuracy drop. A Sharp finally falling below one of the United Kingdom members, but Zubin and Ting Momentum so far behind the other 2 United States members. I mean, even though it's... Oh, wait, I didn't even notice that there were 2 drops on the United Kingdom side. I think even with 2 drops, there'd still be a pretty significant advantage for the US here. I think this is now like 3 or 4 misses of difference. And the consistency that the United States is showing, we see 1 miss there, right as I say that, but that's not going to be anywhere near enough going into this last quarter.
Absolutely. We saw A Sharp drop in that last transition, and the bar did not even budge. That is just a testament to how dominant Grip Warrior and Mitter have been, but Mitter finds a drop now, and we saw it flinch just a little bit here. Is there enough time, though?
Definitely not with just that miss. Another miss could potentially give that lead back, but Ting Momentum, I think that might just seal the deal and give United States yet another own pick and bring that to a 4-3 scoreline.
Yeah, absolutely. Barring any collapses here in the end, but there aren't a lot of notes left, and the United States are going to go up 4-3 now.
You're not supposed to be able to 997 that. I'm just going to say that right now. You're not supposed to be able to do that.
These players defy all expectations. We put the bar, and they clear it every single time.
Yeah, Zubin saying that they got an unfortunate fat finger in that first stream, but even if Zubin did not miss, I think the accuracies on the side of the United States were just too much to overcome there.
Yeah, for sure. It's one of those moments where you just got to like tip your cap and be like, okay, fine, you win that, and we'll just keep going.
Yeah, just got to keep going. Can't keep that one in their head. It was the United States pick, so they're not as much pressure to win those picks. It's really, when you're in these situations, it's really just about making sure that you can take your own picks. And, at that point, take your own picks. You'll at least guarantee yourself tiebreaker. And as long as you put practice into that, then you might actually be a couple steps ahead of the other team. So the United Kingdom, not in a bad situation at all, have an opportunity to pick something for themselves. Party Starter could definitely be an opportunity here for them. I would probably personally go for Encryption if I was in their scenario, though.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they decide to go for here. Definitely do still have avenues in, and it is going to be...
I finally got a prediction right.
They
finally did it.
It only took what?
Only took
4
5
rounds?
years of commentary to successfully predict what the players were going to do.
Listen, a broken clock is right twice a day, so
sure is.
Will not get us one.
Will not get us one of the two. We're seeing a swap out already. Sun Apple understandably coming in for Mitter on this map. A Sharp and Grip Warrior likely going to stay in. Nusen also coming in for the United Kingdom. In place of Zubin, another sensible swap out there. And if I were to expect anything, this is going to be the rosters for the two teams. And we just got to wait for everyone to ready up for map number 8. And has been an even game for 7 maps. United Kingdom looking to keep it that way with their 4th pick in this match.
And as we get loaded in, we see a couple more mirrors coming out from the side of the United States, again, wanting to play some of these more awkward patterns. This map definitely a bit of a test of your release coordination. Want to make sure that you're reading them as best as you can.
Yeah, we have this intro, which can be pretty tough to get the good accuracies on, especially with those mini LN. Sun Apple already starting to fall quite a bit behind, though Eliminate following suit as well. Grip Warrior and A Sharp dropping a little bit as well on their own ends. Same with Ting Momentum. But it looks like the overall accuracy based on that lower bit from Eliminate and now a miss is going to give United States some favor here.
Yeah, for sure. That being said, still in the introduction, going to be able to recover relatively quickly. Maybe not as fast as something like 2 Ys for you, but definitely enough to get your bearings straight. And you can already see Eliminate back up over that 400 combo cap. Going to be able to start contributing just a little bit, but this is a pretty massive cushion for the United States to work with going into the second quarter of the map, if I do say so.
It definitely is quite a nice lead for them. They have 3 full combos, but this is a very, very long map. Almost at that 4-minute mark, and we're only about a minute of the way through that. Lots of opportunities for breaks, especially as we get closer and closer to the ending. That ending is going to be a real interesting point of contention for these two teams, especially that now that we're seeing 5 full combos going into the first break here.
Yeah, and it's an opportunity to recover some of that accuracy. We saw Eliminate start to trend down closer to that 98% range, falling a little bit behind the pace of the rest of the lobby, but this will be their chance to climb up just a little bit here as we make our way into the back half of the map. And right now it's really a battle between Grip Warrior and Nusen, trying to keep both their countries afloat. This is getting so close. The margin is still in favor of the United States, and it's really just a deficit between Eliminate and A Sharp making the difference here. That extra slider break from Eliminate costing them a couple thousand points here. And as we get into the last third of the map, I did not like that ghost tap from Sun Apple going into the break. Now last third of the map, the United States still holding on to their full combos here. Nusen and Ting doing everything in their power to try and wrestle this lead back in their favor. Eliminate has done a very good job recovering from that earlier miss and getting back up to try and match A Sharp here. But now last quarter of the map still to go. The patterns get a lot more complicated, and you've been going for the better part of 3 minutes. You gotta keep your wits about you as you navigate these inverse structures. Can't afford to find any breaks here. And as we make our way into the last sliver of the map, the structures start to simplify just a little bit here. Still gotta make sure you're reading your way through. Cannot afford to take your foot off the gas pedal. Despite the best efforts of Nusen, it is being matched and cancelled out by Grip Warrior. Eliminate and Ting not able to overcome the battering ram that is A Sharp and Sun Apple, but Eliminate and Sun Apple find the breaks here. They trade them, and it remains squarely in favor of the United States. And as the map begins to wind down here, Eliminate finds another slider break, and that might spell the end of this pick. The United States are going to be able to pick up another break point and make it 5-3 now. And oh boy, what a crucial breakpoint for the United States. Able to take advantage of the United Kingdom's first foray into the LN picks, or second foray rather, the more riskier pick remaining. And now the United States with the opportunity to capitalize here. Can definitely see something like Zenithalize coming out, something a little bit easier structurally, but definitely lending itself to the accuracy that the United States possesses. That being said, Delirium and counterclockwise chant pattern, both pretty interesting picks to try and go for to really turn the screw, and it is going to be counterclockwise chant pattern coming out from the United States. And it'll be very interesting to see who comes in to contest this pick for both countries now that we're starting to approach this late stage of the match. So now as we wait for Rice 7 to get loaded up, it is going to be counterclockwise chant pattern. And I mean,
you can't expect anything else from the United States. They just got that breakpoint on encryption, a very important breakpoint here, and going with something that they're very comfortable with. This is another map that they had an incredible score on in the previous match.
Yeah, we see Mitter tagging back in for the United States, able to get a bit of a break here from reading through some of those harder Rice charts. This one's pretty hard in its own right, but it requires a different level of finger control to navigate, so definitely probably appreciates getting a chance to approach this with fresher hands. No substitutions so far from the United Kingdom.
No substitutions. We are seeing Newson looking to potentially stay in, eliminating Team Momentum, having played every single map so far, and there's the start command coming out, so it will be this squad staying in for the United Kingdom here.
Yep, and as we get everybody loaded in, it's going to be very interesting to see. Okay, am I thinking this right? A Nomad from the United Kingdom, a full mirror squad from the United States.
Were the entire United States on mirror like yesterday when they played? I actually don't know.
Imagine picking up Mind Block inside of 12 hours.
Yeah, crazy stuff if that's the case. But regardless, we're getting into this map, starting off with the more long jack heavy section. Looks like the United Kingdom might just be able to take, at least keep themselves together here. But 399.9s in this intro so far, but no misses. Should fare pretty well for both teams until we start getting into the more dense patterns that are a lot trickier to hold combo onto.
Yeah, this introduction is just a primer, and Ting finds the first break here very early on in the map, but everybody just crossed that 400 combo cap, so it's really going to start doing some damage as everybody starts to get full credit for their judgments here. Ting going to be lagging a little bit behind to try and make their score known here.
Yeah, the overall accuracy favoring the United States as well. Eliminate doing their best to stay above everyone, but Newson just a little bit behind Mitter, and Team Momentum, especially with that miss, is going to hold on just a little bit behind the both A Sharp and Mitter in this scenario as we start to get closer to that second, third, and we haven't seen any other combo breaks from anyone, despite the more brutal bursts and jacks starting to come in.
Yeah, it's really just once those bursts start to pick up, you start transitioning in and out of them from rolls into those mini jacks, and it's very hard to keep track of everything. 5 players, basically everybody making through that section relatively unscathed. It is still just that miss from Ting making all the difference here going into the back half of the map.
Absolutely, and we're getting a little bit more of the isolated patterns in this, a little bit more of a break outside of those long jacks that are still present. And here we go into the more bursty and chord jacky kind of patterns throughout this ending, as we still see 3 full combos on the side of the United States, but that is going to be cursed as A Sharp finds a break in that, a break in the break, and that's going to be 2 FCs to 2. The accuracy advantage, the only thing keeping the United States afloat right now.
Yeah, absolutely. A relatively clean drop, but that one's a lot messier from A Sharp, and now the lead starts to shrink just a little bit. It brings the United Kingdom back into contention here going to the last set of the map. A Sharp needs to get back over that 400 combo cap very quickly and recover that accuracy as best as they can. Still in that 99.7 range, still above Ting Momentum, but that extra miss is going to hand the lead over to the United Kingdom going into the last quarter.
Absolutely hitting the 400 combo mark just now as A Sharp has this lead, but Eliminate finds a second drop for the United Kingdom, and that's going to be 2 full combos to 1 in favor of the United States on top of that accuracy lead, and that lead just skyrocketed a bit for the United States off of that, and that was not the cleanest miss to eliminate, having had the highest accuracy, but A-Sharp's going to trade that right back, and the United Kingdom might be able to take the lead off of that.
It remains to be seen. The accuracies from Grip Warrior and Mitter are keeping the United Kingdom at bay, but Newson finding a massive drop down into the 99.6 range in line with A-Sharp. Another couple.
That's another one. That's 0 full combos on the United Kingdom now to the 2 from Grip Warrior and Mitter as we get into the final patterns, and it looks like the United States is just going to eke out their own point and bring it to match point in this match.
Oh my goodness. It's amazing how fast things can turn when you start getting those clean runs in, and the United States makes it
That's
6
a double
to
S from
3.
Mitter. What?
That
What? Is that possible?
They just did it.
They did just do it. It's in front of my eyes, but I don't believe it.
I refuse to believe it, but it is there for all to see, and it is backed against the wall time for the United Kingdom. They have been in this position before in other World Cups, and they have found it within themselves to make this a bit of a brawl. So definitely do not count them out here.
Party Starter coming out as the pick from the United Kingdom. Last legs backed into a corner, going back into the hybrids. They did win Ultima Thule. So maybe they're looking to just get that advantage. This is also very long and potentially stamina draining for many of these players. It's going to be really interesting to see. I definitely would... Ooh, Tristan Jacob coming in. Haven't seen them much this match, but looks like Party Starter is going to be the one for them.
Yeah, this could be one of those... They are a bit of a hybrid player. You would imagine A-Sharp might have a bit more accuracy, but given the fact that they've played so many maps and we saw the performance from Counterclockwise, might be time to give them a bit of a break and maybe put in the second best option to try and give them a bit of a chance to recover here.
Yeah, and looks like we have our 2 teams, Tristan Jacob, Grip Warrior, and Mitter for the United States, eliminate Team Momentum, and Zubin looking to hold on to their tournament lives, looking for that 4th point in the match. And they definitely, well, they don't have a choice anymore. If they want to stay in this tournament, they have to get the next 3 points and then win the tiebreaker. They are backed into a corner, but it's nothing that they haven't gone out of before. Last year finals, they were down 6-4 in the finals against Vietnam and took it back into a tiebreaker and won. So anything is possible now.
For sure, do not count either of these countries out. It is not over until the final note is played. And as we get underway in this map, it is basically too close to call as we make our way deeper into the chart.
Getting deeper in this intro, not going to be too bad for any of these players. Very comfortable to kinds of patterning, but we're getting into this transition. Once we get out of that, that's when the real fun starts. In some mini jacks and some difficult bursts. No misses here yet, but here we go.
Time to get that party started, and going into the second quarter of the map, the United Kingdom going to be having a bit of an advantage here to work with. 99.8 on their side. Zubin not too far behind, 99.7 themselves, able to keep Tristan Jacob at bay, but a bit of an accuracy drop from Ting going to give the lead back over to the United States, and it is going to be swinging back and forth, you would imagine, as we progress deeper into this map.
Yeah, we're starting to hit the long note section, though, and I could imagine Tristan and Mitter starting to have a little bit of issues potentially with some of these shield patterns, and the accuracies are starting to drop. Tristan Jacob especially down below the 99.5s now, and the United Kingdom takes that accuracy lead in this long note section. Looks like it's going exactly like they wanted to, as these more difficult patterns come, but Eliminate is going to find the first combo drop in this match.
Oh, and that is a crucial drop if you are the United States. Tristan was suffering in that last section, an opportunity for them to recover their accuracy as the patterns begin to lighten up just a little bit going into the back half of the map, and Eliminate just barely now getting up over that 400 combo gap. Grip Warrior finds a miss now.
That's going to even things out, immediately gives that lead back to the United Kingdom, though that miss from Grip Warrior was extremely clean. It's just off that back of the accuracy, but Team Momentum, a second break for the United Kingdom. And the United States should be a bot. It's traded right back. What's going on?
the last two FCs on the board. Tristan Jacob and Zubin, the lowest accuracies in the lobby, holding down the fort for their respective countries. Watch them as this map progresses into the last third. See if either of them can hold as Grip Warrior, Mitter eliminate, and Ting. But Ting finds a slider break going into the last third.
It is. We still have the one full combo from each side. Tristan Jacob, though, still suffering from the accuracy, especially in this section, now dropping even more. And the United Kingdom is actually maybe holding on to the lead just off of the fact that Zubin's accuracy on that full combo is slightly better, but it's flickering back and forth as we start to get into this last third. Now we're getting more of those shieldy long note patterns that Tristan was having real trouble with early on, but that accuracy staying consistent.
Drop!
Grip Warrior trades it back, but that's a third full combo gone from the United Kingdom. One left on the board. Tristan Jacob looking to take it home for the United States right now as we get into the final quarter of the map.
Oh my goodness, cannot afford to blink. Tristan has to hold for the United States if they want to try and take this last break point here. Grip Warrior still towering above everybody else in terms of accuracy. It's really just those misses that they found earlier on in the map, and right now it is the tiniest sliver for the United States to work with. Off the back of that FC from Tristan Jacob, everybody back up over that 400 combo cap. It's really just going to come down to accuracy, and Grip Warrior finds the slider break!
Oh my god, the red bar is going back in favor of the United Kingdom. There's no other misses. They're taking some advantage. This is the final bit. Tristan Jacob still has that FC though.
Oh my
goodness. And you guys from the UK could definitely give this straight back. This is so close. I don't even know what to say. Anything could still happen.
Any bad judgments from the United Kingdom could spell disaster. Grip Warrior back over that 400 combo cap, and they still have the highest accuracy in the lobby. It's not going to be enough. The United Kingdom managed to stay alive.
They'll pick only 2,500 points, but they stay alive. It is the United States' final pick in this match. They've got to make it a good one here. They have a couple rice picks left in the pool. They've got Delirium available. They have a Zenithalize available, but Delirium, I think, has to be the pick.
Yeah, it has. You do not want to get into a core jack battle with a player like Eliminate. I feel like they could single-handedly decide a map like that if they go for it. And it has to be Delirium. What other safe picks are there? You do not want to get into LNs either, but
yeah, no, it has to be Delirium. There's no way the United States goes with anything else.
It remains to be seen. Is that clock going to be right for a second time? Or will the United States throw a bit of a curveball out here? They still have a couple of breakpoints to work with. It's going to be Delirium.
Delirium, final pick for the United States. An extremely red top half of the map pool. United Kingdom looking to stay alive in this tournament continually. They only have 3 maps to choose from if they manage to win Delirium, though, and they still have to deal with the tiebreaker, no matter what the case is.
Absolutely. So probably going to see A Sharp coming back in. A valiant effort from Tristan Jacob getting... Oh, wait, he's returning. Tristan Jacob is back. Might have earned a stripe here, getting that FC, holding on for the United States. And I mean, these tech picks, anything can happen on them.
Absolutely.
And coming in for the UK.
Whoa, this is going to be an interesting match. We've got some people that we haven't really been seeing for these types of maps. Newson mostly being held for a couple of hybrids in the long note maps that the United Kingdom has chosen. And Tristan kind of doing the same on that side, but both coming in for the final rice pick, or not the final potentially if the United Kingdom really wants to go as a neutralize, but for the final of the United States' picks and potentially the final of the United Kingdom's run in MWC, they're going to have to put everything forward in order to stay alive.
Yeah, cannot afford to miss. They got... I feel like they can count their blessings for Party Starter. That was quite a bit of a ride to keep themselves alive, but I mean, so long as the score is higher, that's all that matters. It is going to be Delirium. The United States still on match point. The United Kingdom looking to keep their tournament hopes alive. Oh my goodness, strap in everybody. We are in for a bit of a show.
Yeah, especially the second half of it's going to be extremely important for us to pay attention to. The beginning and the first half is pretty difficult. It introduces to you some of these more difficult patterns like the mini janks and these streams that are going to be coming in with those awkward anchors as well. But the ending really throws it all at you, not stopping for anything and combining the patterns as much as possible. But we're at that 400 combo mark, no breaks, slight accuracy lead for the United States. Here, and we get into the streams. Newson finding the first drop for the United Kingdom there. Nothing else happening so far, but it was a pretty clean drop, only dropping to that 99.7s now. But this is a pretty short map. Even one break can cause some pretty hefty score damage.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that red bar firmly on the left-hand side for the United States. Their squad holding on to that average 99.8 eliminates, trying to do something about that though. 99.9 from them. You imagine with this more Jack-oriented tech pick, it's something for them to flourish on. And being backed up by Newson and Zubin. Newson now back up with that 400 combo cap. We're able to stem some of the bleeding and try and trend this back over to the right as we make our way into the back half of the map.
Yeah, we're getting to the back half. Now the patterns start pretty much going never-ending with a flourish of those mini jacks coming out of them. Not quite at the start, but we'll be getting into it. No combo breaks through it yet, but now here we go. This is really where it starts getting difficult for these players, but no signs of stopping from anyone as we get into the last quarter and the final few, final little bit of patterns as things get extremely difficult to hold on to.
Yeah, but all these players are making quick work of it. Last sliver of map left to go. Midder has arrived to contest, eliminate Grip Warrior. Keep it open as it's in Midder!
That's a miss right at the end. It was pretty clean. I don't know. I don't know if there's enough time. It's shrinking pretty fast. But there's just not enough notes, and the United States is going to win the match 7-4 and move on in the losers bracket to make it into the top 6 to join teams like Malaysia, South Korea, Brazil, Philippines, and Japan.
Oh my goodness.
An insane final match. That's wild.
What a way to close out this semifinals weekend. Congratulations to the United States. Commiserations to the United Kingdom making it this far, falling just short of that finals weekend. They did as best as they could to make it this far, but somebody has to lose. That is the unfortunate part of tournaments like this, and that will do it. That'll do it.
That'll do it indeed. Final match of the semifinals. We only have one more thing left for us to worry about, and that is going to be the finals map pool showcase. And not the last map pool showcase of this tournament, but because we have a little bit of a surprise with Grand Finals having its own map pool, but don't let that fool you. This map pool is pretty rough. I'll say that much. But we should be able to get pretty quick into it. We'll make sure that we have everything set up, but we have to make sure, yeah. That's pretty much it. We're just going to be moving pretty quickly into the map pool showcase as soon as anything is ready. Anything else for you to say, Sparky?
Wow. I am at a loss for words. For once, during one of these broadcasts, these teams
Look at this weekend. Look at this losers bracket. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but there were 6 matches in losers bracket. Japan, Singapore 7-3, China, Thailand 7-6, United States, Vietnam 7-3, UK, Indonesia 7-5, Japan, China, and USA, UK 7-4. No sweeps on that side of the bracket. No sweeps on the upper bracket either. We saw a tiebreaker in Korea versus Philippines and another 7-4 scoreline in Brazil, Malaysia. What an insane weekend of semifinals matches we just had.
Absolutely. These teams came to play, and oh my goodness, I feel like no matter what hurdles are put in front of them, these teams always deliver. And oh boy, I hope they are ready for what is in store for this finals map pool showcase. It looks like we're going to be taking a tiny bit of a break to make sure everything is in order. We will be back at 1920 UTC, so I believe that is about 12 minutes. If you guys want to...
Correct. 12 minutes from now, we'll be getting into the map pool showcase, but we'll be taking that small break to make sure everything is set up properly and ready to go and that the map pool is all ready and all the good stuff, just making sure it's going to be as enjoyable as possible for all you. So don't leave. We want to make sure we see you here for the Finals Map Pool Showcase, and I know you're going to want to see what all 6 of these teams, all 18, well, not 18, 36 players left in this tournament are going to have to suffer with next weekend. So come back in about 10 minutes. We'll be ready to show off the insane pool we have ready for you.
Put it on the right track, put it on the right track. Message from my heart, message from my heart. Put it on the right track, put it on the right track. Message from my heart, message from my heart. Put it on the right track, put it on the right track. Message from my heart, message from my heart. Put it on the right track, put it on the right track. Message from my heart. Message from my heart.
Hello, everyone. Once again, we had a short break, 10 minutes. I am back once again, Toph Daddy, joined again by Sparky. After that insane finale of a match for the semifinals, we have one stream left to go. We have our finals map pool showcase, the second to last map pool for this tournament here. We have 2 weekends left, 2 map pools left. We're getting into one of the harder ones that we've seen so far. Nice bump up from semifinals. How you feeling about this, Sparky?
I don't know what to expect. I've thought the semifinals pool was pretty hard. The fact that we're going to be stepping up the difficulty even more, and the fact that this isn't even the final step for the map pool difficulty, I'm scared. To be quite honest.
Scared's the right feeling to have, especially if you're one of the 36 players in the finals, in like the top 6 teams that are going to be playing this next weekend against each other. Quick rundown of that winners bracket: we have Brazil and South Korea still guaranteeing their top 3 spots. Then we have 4 teams left in the losers bracket. We've got the United States, we've got Philippines, we've got Japan, and we have Malaysia as the final of those. All 4 of those split teams will be duking it out, looking for that final top 3 spot to join South Korea and Brazil. But I think without further ado, we can just start showing these maps out. We can see what we are going to make all 6 of those teams suffer with. How are you feeling about that?
Let's get right on into it. And what a way to start off. It's going to be Camellia's Venomous Firefly to start off this map pool showcase.
It is indeed. We're going to start with our speed jump stream, just like we have been for the previous pools. Cthulhu having quite a bit of a jump between quarters and semis, and we're having another bit of a jump, 12 BPM up to 277 BPM. Again, not the final map pool. This is really fast, even for a last map pool, but we're not letting these players go. Even Cthulhu was getting demolished by these players. I don't know when it stops.
I don't think there's ever a point where it does stop. These players will keep rising up to basically show us what for when it comes to these picks. And you can already see some of these really dense dream patterns transitioning into jump stream, back and forth, really hard to read through. The speed really starts to become apparent here.
So what's interesting about this map is that there's so much of a trilly nature to it. A lot of it has kind of like that balanced feel to it where it swaps hands quite a bit. But you're already seeing, like, in that earlier section where we're going back and forth, like you mentioned, and right there, you were seeing a lot of those 1-4 column trills that last like 5 or 6 notes, and that at 277 BPM can be extremely draining, especially when there's no break between them. It's just jump stream.
Yeah, and then in the transition between all the jump stream, you do have some hand stream patterns as well to contest with, and those intermittent sort of jump trill-like patterns can really start to get obtrusive if you start rushing just a little bit, trying to transition in and out of them. Can definitely see some players dropping some accuracy, making their way into this back half of the map.
Yeah, but it is pretty short, 1 minute and 53 seconds, so you just have to get in and out with it, kind of similar to Kasuga. You know, you keep those speedier jump stream picks pretty short, but, you know, that's about what we expected. Kind of an abrupt ending there. I didn't expect it to be done so fast. But that's going to be our first rice pick. We're going to get into our first hybrid. In my opinion, the easiest of the hybrids in this pool. Well, easier. But, you know, the accuracy side of this can definitely be very difficult. Retrospective, Arabesque, 1.15 rate. What you'll notice about this map, so there's a lot of those like staggered releases. You already saw a couple of them. Most of the patterns throughout this are actually pretty simple. Like, and you're thinking like, oh, this is not hard, but getting good accuracy on those is one challenge of it already. Plus, there are a few of those mini jacks at 207 BPM, which can be extremely difficult to get right. So it's really just about getting through those easier patterns like we're seeing already, and then transitioning into those really, really fast mini jack and super awkward burst and release patterns.
Yeah, this map's definitely going to be one of those cases of maybe a low barrier to entry for the players remaining, but a high ceiling for mastery to get those impressive scores on. You can already see a lot of Grace Note Flam-oriented LN patterns, and oh boy, it really starts to pick up as you transition into the back half of the map. Calms down for just a little bit to give you a chance to catch your breath before picking right back up where it left off.
Absolutely, and we see that weird mini jack transition into some more dense LNs than we were seeing in that earlier chorus. This is a pretty short map as well, only 1 minute and 36 seconds, so you have to be in and out, and any misses are going to be brutal.
Yeah, very little room for erring. You see all of those reverse shields at the very end of all those LN releases. It's definitely going to be a bit of a contentious point to try and navigate your way through that, and just the speediness of this pick is really what lends the difficulty to it.
Yeah, speediness, kind of that awkward accuracy angle that they're going for. But that's going to be hybrid one, or the first hybrid that we're showing off. We're going to go back into some more rice. And similar to Venomous Firefly, we're seeing well, this is a tech pick, but this kind of, I think people know this map. Writing on the Wall is 1.4. This is our first tech. It's going to be kind of in that same vein as what we saw in the previous round's OA Rage in Vegas, but instead of it being 240 BPM, 244 with mini jacks, there really aren't mini jacks in this. It's just broken jump stream at 288. So good luck, I guess.
Yeah, just good luck. Yeah, just do it. That's basically what you're saying at the end of the day. I mean, you're going to have to play your way through this. It's basically a test of finger control and your ability to transition in and out of all of these broken up streams here.
This gets really dense. I mean, some parts of this are really dense. We just saw that back and forth kind of dense pattern, but a lot of these like broken patterns are pretty like light. So it's not like it's like going to be super difficult for a lot of these players to really work with. It's just about like making sure that you can read through some of them, especially when the streams get more extended.
For sure, and basically keeping everything in check as you navigate through the transitions can definitely see players maybe spiking a miss because they either finger lock or just unable to process what's happening on screen, especially because we are bumping up the BPM so high on this first tech pick, and we already make it into the back half of the map. It feels like it goes on forever without a break.
It does feel like it takes a long time, and you have those intermittent, like, not jump stream patterns, but you get those jacky kind of patterns without the jump stream within them, and you kind of just have to make sure that you're able to transition around some of these, like, and especially when those bursts start getting in, those are not very fun to make to get good accuracy on.
For sure. And as you read your way through those streams, you start transitioning into some of those split trill patterns as well. That, I mean, just trying to keep those in check. I feel like trills are always one of those aspects where you either find yourself rushing them, or if you start any segment of that on the wrong foot, that just ends the entire section for you. And already going into this ending, it throws a kitchen sink at you at the very end of the map.
It sure does. You don't really get much of an opportunity to worry about like what you're doing because there's no break. There literally is just no break in that map.
For sure. And we will be moving on to our next pick. It is going to be Planetarium. I believe this is our first LN pick of the pool.
It sure is our first LN pick, and we're starting off with Density here. It's going to be on 1.2 rate, a relatively well-known map, I think, within the community. But 216 BPM density patterns, moving from that 200 BPM to 216. And some of these, like, what is going on? I need to reiterate, we have another pool after this.
Yeah, if you think this is scary, the fact that it gets worse is terrifying. And just reading your way through this feels like a bit of a nightmare. It's so easy to get lost in what you're being asked to do. It feels like you're playing inverse, but it's so speedy, you don't really have a chance to catch your breath or orient yourself as you try and make your way through it. You just have to play it as best as you can and pray that your releases are good enough to maintain the accuracy. And we're making it into the back half of the map. The only merciful part about this map, I feel, is the length.
Yeah, kind of 1 minute and 40 seconds, and we're just getting into this ending now, which just keeps that kind of like constant streaming thing that we saw a little bit of earlier on in the map and turns it up to 11.
For sure, there's so many short LNs to contend with on these inner columns, transitioning into the outer columns. There's always a finger pressed down as you make your way through it, and as we make it into this last quarter of the map, we see a bit more of a jack-oriented LN section before it picks up the streams once again.
Yeah, I mean, we already were starting, like we were mentioning beforehand, this is a pretty rough map pool. Semifinals is already pretty tough, and this one just throws everything at you, and that's going to be our first long note pick, and, you know, we've kind of had this pattern for previous map pools. We're going to move back in Rice, and we're going to go for speed here. This map pool is really short so far, and that just makes it risky. It makes it riskier to pick some things that you otherwise be pretty comfortable with, because single misses can mean the difference between 10, 15,000 points sometimes, especially if it's not a clean miss.
Yeah, I feel like we've said it before in past broadcasts, there are no free picks allowed in tournaments like this. Every single pick from here on out is very risky, cannot afford to blink for even a second. And I mean, if we're asking the players to play stuff as difficult as this, we definitely want to keep into consideration their physical stamina, because definitely don't want anybody getting injured playing their way through these picks.
Definitely don't, but you know, we had a squid map in the finals pool last year that got up to about 400 BPM. This one not quite as fast. This gets to like 368-ish in the choruses with some, you know, some minor patterns that can be pretty difficult. But this is also kind of has that same quality as, you know, Zero from last year, where especially once you hit this last quarter, it just starts blasting you at like in specific spaces. And that's kind of like just the nature of speed in some cases, where you want that to be a little bit more on the risky side by keeping it short and making sure that people are just able to keep up with it physically.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like you might have one player that can handle this comfortably, but finding that second and third to back them up is really going to be what separates the ones that make it to that grand finals, I feel.
Absolutely, but that's going to be our speed pick. Very, very short. We're going into a more regularly paced map here. Maybe not even regularly. We're getting a longer map here. Our second hybrid in the pool. This is going to be... I just need to say that this is extremely difficult. Like, this is... Good luck. Good luck with this.
Good luck. When you have somebody like Toph, as exasperated as they sound, trying to introduce this map, you know you're in for a bit of a ride. It is going to be Mushino Sumu Tokora coming in here. And
Almost
oh
3
boy.
minutes long. You're already starting to see some of these bursts. This is, in my, well, thinking about the other hybrid that we have, maybe it's not the most physically challenging. It's the most physically apparent, especially when you're watching it. You have like these bursts kind of throwing you in, some reverse shields coming in, as well as just kind of like awkward transitions between the really brutal rice patterns and those LNs that you need to make sure you're holding down. And they're not a trivial length. Like, they're not short enough that you can just not pay attention to them. You have to make sure you're looking for them and playing them right.
Absolutely. And it's really going to be a test of your ability to handle both sides of the skill set. Your Rice abilities are going to be tested, your LN abilities are going to be tested as well. Does lighten up just a little bit of those bursts. Definitely something to keep you in check. No time to go into autopilot through these sections. And I mean, we're already in the back half of the map, and I don't think we've seen any semblance of a break come out here.
You see a little bit coming around, kind of like, slower patterns that you still have to kind of pay attention to, but the real break is going to come after this really brutal pattern here. These are really fast streams, and that finisher for it, just a lot. There's so many points in this that you can break in. I was trying to get a full combo on this. It took me like 15 attempts just to get to the ending, and I'm just gonna let you watch the ending once it comes around.
For sure. I feel like what really lends to the difficulty of this pick is the fact that the snaps on those bursts in the Rice are so awkwardly timed that you can't really just like roll your way through them or kind of, dare I say, manipulate your way through them without costing something, whether it be a combo break or accuracy drops. So you definitely need to pay attention to where your fingers are in relation to those bursts before you get back into the LN.
Yeah, a little bit of a rehash of the intro. We'll have some pretty basic patterns here. We see that first miss coming out from Mysterion on this replay, but this
hard to read through.
Hard to read through, but just, it's so draining, especially after having that first like 2.5 minutes of everything before it.
Yeah, I feel like if you got rid of those LNs, might be a little bit easier to get through, but those LNs thrown in to those streams are just torture. So, good luck with this one.
Just good luck. LN's coming back in the fray. We have a little bit of a more familiar map to people, I think, used in Soft 6 finals as well. Elemental Creation, Zymex, Odin, difficulty on OD7. This is going to be one of our more wildcard ones, but it's going to be starting to dig into a more speed-based long note category that we haven't really been seeing a whole lot of throughout this tournament.
Yeah, so not to be confused with the density pick that we saw a little bit earlier. This one's really going to test your ability to maintain high speed, and I mean, with it comes with that density as well, but you do definitely have to deal with a bit of inverse patterning as well as you can test your way through this pick.
Absolutely. I mean, 242 is no joke at all. You don't get quite the density and the density consistency that we did see for Planetarium, but you still get a lot of these really dense sections, a lot of really fast sections. And I think one of the biggest challenges with this chart is just making sure that you can read through it and keep combo on it. Combo, I think, is going to be extremely important. Accuracy, not as much. The OD7 is going to make it a little bit more comfortable to get ratios on it for some of these players, but the speed itself is going to make it a lot more challenging than you'd expect to keep the consistent combos on it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like with the more LN-oriented players, we definitely want to make sure that they're being kept in check a little bit. We've seen some really nasty scores on the LN charts so far, and being able to raise the speed a little bit and add that little bit of a physicality element to the LN side of the pool might give a little bit more encouragement for more Rice-oriented teams to start picking some of these LNs, because oh my goodness, it just goes.
Ending though, you thought the beginning was hard, and then it just throws the whole kitchen sink at you. We kind of threw the kitchen sink at you with some of the other picks, but this one kind of just does it. I don't even know how to explain this. Things are hard. This map pool is hard.
Yeah, we're gonna run out of superlatives at this point to describe how difficult this pool is, but I mean, the players are going to be able to contest it, and here comes what is going to be the first
what was that
SB
intro?
pick.
What was that intro?
SB jump scares?
What is going on? These are all... Pat, you're not allowed to jump scare us. Oh. I've never seen this, by the way. This is my full reaction to seeing what is going on.
We have approached...
Okay, before we actually try to react to this, let me give the words of wisdom from Walter Toro about this map, My Culture by Pataraj. We are now seeing more memo parts on this, and a lot of the map is just quirk bumps and teleports that are normalized.
Yeah, we have
and
reached.
It says it's easy for this round, but I don't agree already.
Easy and SV are not two words that go together, if I am perfectly honest, but I mean, I believe this is Walter providing the replay. They just make such quick work of SV picks like this. They make it look so simple, but when you're going to practice this as a team, it can just become a nightmare to work your way through it. There is not much more to say about it. I mean, you're gonna have to deal with all of these staggered teleports, trying to basically make a no SV edit of this, play it a couple of times, get used to where the tricks are, and you might be able to make your way through this.
Yeah, the rhythm in general tends to be kind of straightforward. It's mostly just 1/4 with a few gaps in between them. But some of these SV gimmicks make it look a lot different, and I think even someone who knows this map very well could definitely have some issues holding on to combo, especially if they forget some of the things like those jump scare teleports. I think are going to be extremely devastating for some teams.
Yeah, I like how you call them jump scare teleports, because I definitely flinch whenever I play through SV maps that have stuff like that. It takes you for a bit of a loop if you're not expecting them, and it just makes you just hit your keyboard and either break or drop accuracy. And this is one of the longer picks in this pool, clocking it at just over 3 minutes. So the memorization element, sure, you might be able to read through it, but remembering where all the gimmicks are is really going to be the test.
Yeah, and not just that, but it's also a true SV test of composure almost. We've been talking about those jump scares, but making sure that you're not reacting too heavily and rushing everything in a match where you're already pretty nervous is going to be something that I'm really interested to see how the players kind of approach and make sure that they avoid in match, especially for some of the really, really good SV teams that we have. Number 1 seed being Japan on that SV qualifier, and Brazil right behind them at number 2, both still in the tournament. We could see some insane scores on this.
For sure, definitely one of those maps where you just need to trust yourself and your preparation to get you through, because boy, that
ending
that ending
moment.
If there's anything I enjoy more is hanging LNs with SV.
So true, but we have a non-SV pick now. We have our Core Jack map. This is not the one that was using soft. I'm going to need to put that out right now. We're not putting soft 5 Grand Finals Core Jacks in the pool in finals. That's not happening right now.
Not yet, at least.
This is the lower difficulty of Kill Each Other. A lot easier. Maybe not a lot easier. It's at 162 BPM, which is pretty hard, and still does get pretty dense, but the patterns are a lot friendlier than the top difficulty on it, and they're a lot less dense in general. So you'll have opportunities to kind of make sure you're staying consistent, as opposed to just trying to handle some really brutal patterns, which this still has, but not quite as bad.
For sure, it can definitely get yourself locked into a bit of a groove. Not a lot of things to trip you up here. A couple of grace notes every now and again, but it's really just going to be that juggling the 3-note and 2-note chords in between to get you through here. And again, one of those things where finding 3 players that can contest a pick like this is really going to be what separates the good teams from the great teams this late on. I feel like every team left is capable of performing on a pick like this, but it's going to be very close.
Yeah, and I mean, 162 BPM starts to hit that range. We kind of hit 150 last week, and I said this in previous map roll, but we're really starting to hit that point where the Jack the players who are really good at cord jacks are going to start massively separating from the people who just are not capable of keeping up with this VPN.
For sure, can definitely see things going very, very wrong if you can't maintain the stamina necessary to maintain that consistent 162 BPM, because if we start reaching that black and white area of you can either do it or you can't.
Absolutely we are, and this is the ending of the map. 99.99%. Thank you, Muka, for just being an absolute monster with Jax. Don't expect this score from anyone.
You say that you say that now.
No. No one will match 17,300s on this.
Everybody mark Tove's words when we arrive next weekend.
I'm gonna get quoted so hard on that.
But anyways.
Back into long notes, Slaughter 1.1. Yeah.
This one might be familiar to anybody that was keeping track of Soft 6. I believe this was used
Semifinals 1.05.
So just
uprated for finals. This map's rough. It's really hard to keep yourself consistent on this.
For sure, especially this introduction. This introduction is hard enough to really just decide a map, I feel, because trying to keep all those jumps together consistently through that intro is very hard before you get into a bit of a break section here.
Yeah, break, kind of.
Break, quote unquote, yes. I take what I can get on maps this hard. If it doesn't have stuff like this going on, I consider it a break. But yes, you do get these very nasty bursts to contend with. Quite a bit of coordination required as well as you traverse your way through the map, and a couple of jack elements as well, just to keep you on your toes just a little bit here as you make your way into the back half. The density begins to pick up just a little bit, and that Grace Note Drill on the left hand can definitely see Mirror coming out as an option if you want to play him on the offhand, but then going into the next section you have to play it on the other hand regardless, so pick your poison here.
You've got your three column inverse kind of swapping between hands all the time here, and that can be really awkward, especially once we start getting out of this into the last quarter where a bunch of mini jacks and bursts really start coming in, those reverse shields. This is like Party Starter, but instead of it being a hybrid, it's a long run map.
Yeah, a little bit less rice transitioning, having to do a lot of really short LN management, and definitely watch all of those bursts. Can definitely see. Thankfully, Scorby 2 column rushes aren't a thing anymore, but can definitely see players tanking their accuracy, trying to make their way through it.
Absolutely, but that's a rough map. 2 minutes long, so relatively short, not shorter than some of the other maps we have in the pool, but still gives opportunities for players to really just kind of focus in on one map and not worry about it being so long that you need to hold your stamina. Regardless, that's going to be LN pick number 3. We're moving back into some more tech. And this one, we've got Pizza 69's Real Ultimate Power. And if you remember maps like Aqua Regia or Sizzicite, this kind of takes the slot that kind of map would, where it's, I mean, at first you wouldn't really expect it. It's mostly broken jump stream for a little bit here in some bursts. But once we start hitting like the second and final thirds, we start seeing 231 BPM mini jacks that are just absolutely brutal. We're already seeing one right there, but that's not as intrusive as we'll start seeing right about now.
Oh my goodness, it really, that introduction is a bit of a primer. It's just basic simple jump stream, and then once you get into the third, into this transition, everything starts flying off the rails, and you're having to just operate at full focus to try and read your way through this, because if you take your foot off the gas for even just a second, you can find yourself chain missing all over the place, trying to recompose yourself. It does light up just a little bit here, but it is not much to take solace in, because you're still having to contend with all of those mini jack patterns.
Yeah, some of these just get so dense. I don't even know what to say about this.
That being said, if you are one of those that likes reading through some of these more dense tech-oriented picks, can probably take comfort in a pick like this for as much as it can give you as you make your way into the last quarter of the map, and it just does not stop once it picks up. And I mean, good luck. Dare I say, it begins to calm down just a little bit towards the end. A couple of abrupt bursts as well. Still have to contend with the mini jacks as well, ever present here, but that'll do it for. This is our second tech pick, I believe.
That was our second of 3 tech picks. We'll go back into some hybrids. We got Apollo 1.0. This one, I think, more on the straightforward side in terms of things, but this is still really difficult and has a bit of an accelerating BPM, especially towards the ending, but this intro should not be underestimated when it comes to the very difficulty that just exists. Just off of some of these patterns, it starts off pretty simple, but you start getting some long jacks involved right there, and those kind of build up as the map goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you're reading your way through the LN patterns, you have a couple of reverse shields to contend with as well, just to make sure you're staying in check, not sleeping on what's being asked of you here. And there are those long jacks that you were talking about here.
Indeed. And then you kind of have these extended long jack kind of areas right there, and even though that's only at about 132 BPM, or no, it's at 135 or something like that, or 130. It's at a BPM that makes that hard. I'm not. It's just like that. And we're already starting to see some of that accelerating BPM show up here in this section before we get into the main chorus in the second half. And this is kind of like a predecessor of what we'll start seeing towards the ending, where the accelerating BPM comes back with a vengeance.
For sure, and do not underestimate that trill going into the back half of the map. You could be on the run of your life, and if you're not fully prepared for that trill, can definitely say goodbye to a really good run there as you dive back into this more LN-oriented section.
Absolutely. And these long note patterns, just like we saw in Slaughter, pretty difficult with some of those reverse shields. And we're starting to see more of those long jacks starting to return as we hit the last quarter. And like I said, that acceleration starts to come back with a vengeance, and we'll start to see that pretty soon coming up.
For sure. A couple of anchored patterns before you get back into the burst. And it's just a lot to contend with. A couple of speed jack oriented patterns before you get into some more trill oriented patterns. And then going into this ending, things really start to pick up here.
They absolutely do, and here we go back with a vengeance, even denser, having some of those long jacks, denser patterns, and that'll finish off the chart.
Yeah, definitely frenetic pacing, the name of the game for this one. Definitely need to hold your nerve as things start to pick up. Don't get lost in those BPM changes. But that'll do it for this, and we'll go into Reap What You Sow.
We got some more tech. This is our final of 3 tech picks. This is going to be more in that kind of, if you were paying attention to Blue, it's more in that speedy tech zone that we've been seeing, kind of like in the same area as parts of Delirium, but this more focused on the streaming aspects of it. Kind of similar to a pretty popular map, Limerent Death, that I'm sure players are able to recognize, but some of these sections just get really rough. We're starting to see these bursts come in here, and I believe these hit something like 380, 400 BPM on the 1.05, and that's just brutal with some of these patterns.
Yeah, being said, if you are able to read single note strings, especially for as awkward as these get, might find yourself having a bit of a decent time making your way through this, for as decent as a pool this hard can offer you. Transitioning in and out of those bursts is going to be of the utmost importance, keeping your finger control in check. And I feel like that's a recurring theme on these tech picks, just making sure you maintain the composure to play your way through and maintain the accuracy, because we have seen some very close matchups on the tech picks found in earlier pools. This probably won't be any different.
Yeah, we're starting to see the solo come around. Similar streaming patterns that we've been seeing, but as we start getting to the second half of the solo, it gets a little bit more cameljacky, and we're going to see even more anchory patterns as this continues before we hit. Look at those triple anchors there in that net. I can imagine a lot of choke points happening in this section before we transition right back into some rehashes of what we saw in the intro. And we'll definitely be going back to seeing those 400 BPM burst sections very soon.
For sure, blink and you miss it, and blink and you might find yourself missing, especially as these streams start to make their reoccurrence. They just do not stop. They force you to read your way through them. There are no repeating patterns that you can really grab onto to try and read your way through. It's going to be a real test, and you can find yourself missing quite a lot if you get lost at any point during this map.
Absolutely. This is a really brutal map, and it's going to be pretty risky in the same way that most speed maps are. Just this one's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Wake Me Up was only a minute and a half, so this is more of that consistency zone that we'd expect out of the players. Final rice pick. One rice pick left. Magic Cycles 1.35. Our speed jump stream was at 277. Our stamina jump stream pick is going to be at 265 BPM. And if it doesn't look like everything's brutal already, we're just going to make you hold on to this for 4 minutes.
Yeah, just maintain that consistency. Strap in, lock in, and just go. And with that elevated OD, not a lot of room for error if you want to try and maintain that immaculate accuracy.
Absolutely. And I mean, we've seen players just absolutely crushing the stamina portion. Maybe 265 will start to get some players. I do still expect people to be pretty okay with maps like this. Though these patterns, you know, the classic shoegazer patterns with the pretty common anchors and one-hand trills, in general, popping up all throughout the chart. We got those bursts, and when it comes to these kinds of DJ Sharpnel-esque jump stream maps, you don't really expect many breaks. You just don't.
No, absolutely not. This is going to be one of those where you find yourself slipping for even a second. That UR bar is just going to start trending one way or another, and that's going to be devastating, especially with how closely contested the stamina picks have been so far. We saw it in the earlier match. It was determined by, what, one miss?
Yeah, it was 2 misses to 1, and the team that missed once won that pick by about 1K. Whoa, what just happened?
Bit of a break given to us here as we try and get the map brought back up. I mean, to be fair, with the stamina picks, I mean, it's basically just a consistency jump stream pick that we get to see, so...
We're in the break. We're not missing much.
No, if you saw the first minute, 2 minutes of the map, it's basically more of the same. Here we go.
Oh, there we go. We're back. We're back right when the transition starts. What a time to be alive. We missed the break and nothing else. Perfect timing. But
absolutely,
we have that burst going in. We get the denser streams coming in. No misses from Mattia. Absolute beast on this, but one of the best, you know, Flash Revolution players in the world. I would sure hope to expect a good score like this.
Absolutely. And I mean, that if players consider that a benchmark, 993, I'm very scared for what the team scores are going to be on something like this. I mean, sure, we might start catching out one or two players, but there's definitely enough talent in terms of Rice proficiency to get basically every team left over the line.
Yeah, and so far we've only seen that one break. I mean, we didn't see the break. Technical difficulties aside, we've had the one break in this map, and other than that, we haven't had really any time for breathing throughout this entire portion. We're getting a little bit of one here again. So you get those two breaks, but even then, I don't think that's going to be doing much if you're not capable of pulling onto stamina at 260 BPM in the first place, especially since some of these break patterns are not the most straightforward. One-hand trill is definitely not the easiest to keep consistent
consistency on.
Consistent consistency, absolutely. What a phrase. But yeah, keeping that accuracy on it throughout those sections and keep your stamina straightforward throughout the entire 4-minute length of this map is not going to be easy.
For sure, and as we begin to get into the last 100,000 points found in this map, it'll be very interesting to see how closely contested this pick is going to be. If there's any map that is going to have some incredible scores, I feel like this one might be the one.
I think there's plenty of players left in the tournament that could perform extremely well on that, but there's also plenty of people who I think are going to have some minor issues holding on to the 265 BPM for that long.
For sure. And we're going to move right on. It's going to be RIP coming in here.
RIP. Final long note pick of the 4 in this pool. This is going to be closer to our... It's not even release anymore. It's more coordination and timing hell. Like I said, timing... Last weekend, we had the semifinal showcase. We started introducing that timing hell zone of maps. And this definitely already... You can already tell that this fits that, statement of just, pushing more into the jacky nature of maps with the staggered releases that I think was pretty much cultivated by Juan Crystal. So we're just seeing that even more in this final long note map of the pool.
Yeah, definitely just all over the place in terms of where you're being expected to release, when you're expected to start. It doesn't have the swing rhythm in as something like Secret Sleuth, so maybe just a little bit more straightforward to hang on to. Don't have to really time as much, but definitely need to watch out when you're pressing, because the density in the map can definitely throw you for a bit of a ride if you're not fully expecting, and you can see that jack-oriented nature on some of those shorter LNs going into the longer ones here.
Yeah, absolutely, and you are seeing those kind of jacky-natured LN patterns in this BPM at 284. That means that those are going to be 142 BPM jacks, and when you're trying to coordinate those long notes, that can be extremely difficult to work with.
Yeah, and then the fact that there's so many varying lengths in terms of the holds can definitely see a situation happen where you go into one of the shorter lens and you want to instinctively re-release immediately, and it's something longer and you find yourself slider breaking. And I mean, thankfully this is a longer form map, so the recovery time or the damage from the misses aren't going to be as devastating, but you definitely don't want to miss if at all possible, which is, I mean, a tall ask. If I do.
A tall ask for sure. You're talking about the second to last pool in this tournament. Just don't miss. It's easy. It's easy. Just don't do it.
Just hit the notes.
So the interesting thing about this is that if I were to compare this to any chart that we've seen in MWCs in the past, I would probably just off the BPM and the style of the map, Kami-sama from 2019 MWC Finals is probably the one that I'd choose. And having that in the second to last map pool instead of the final map pool is kind of scary. You know?
For sure. I mean, it might be one of those situations where this map might be the one that teams might trend towards less just because of the nature of it. But those that are really, really confident in their team's overall LN abilities might be choosing something like this to really put the pressure on their opponent.
Yeah, and we got this final bit where the density just continues to hit you like it did in the earlier section. The staggered release is also definitely not going to be easy to work with. 7.3 is
pretty tight.
Not the hardest. It's pretty tight, though, for long notes especially.
Yeah, I feel like in the past this would have been something like OD0. Though that being said, it does begin to wind down, but the coordination at the very end still putting you through your paces, even at the end, cannot afford to drop for a moment.
Absolutely, but that's one. We have one map left before the tiebreaker. We still can't forget about our second SV map, and let me go back to Walter Toro's quote.
And while you do that, oh my goodness, these LNs are gross. I feel like somebody told me this was a bit more physically oriented compared to SV1, and you can definitely see it here.
Just got back to the quote. Why do I hear boss music? That's the entire quote about this map. I don't know anything about this. So this is true reactions coming out from me and Sparky for this SV. Oof,
Oh no, all these quads with the LN.
That's a Shakinetsu pattern right there. Oh, we're going back to Shock.
Listen, if you're good at SV, you are salivating right now. But this is.
Oh, I was wondering why it reminded me of like so many Seal charts. This is made by Seal.
Ah, lovely.
Okay, we're on par for what I expected, seeing the name attached to the mapper. Oh, what was that?
Very fast jump shot transitions, and I think what really makes this feel so jarring is just all of the stop and go and the slow jam in between what would normally be like a standard Rice pattern. Like these are some pretty physically demanding patterns, and what is this?
Oh my. So okay, what I'm gonna say about this right now. So this is Seal. I didn't expect Seal to come in the finals. I expected them to have a grand finals map. They're here. This already just looks like a combination of all of their finals maps combined. We see Shakinetsu patterns. We see Descent patterns. We even see some callbacks to like the unused SV map they made last year for what would have been in finals, but it ended up too hard. This is absurd.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, we got some ready-made love too. Let's go. I love this so much.
I mean, you would be tasked to do something like that if you were still.
I'm scared. I'm scared to see this get perma-banned.
Oh god, can we put
geez.
Protect next year? Because my goodness,
please, we want to see these maps in pool. Please, someone not ban this. Please, one of the matches. We just want to see this once.
You will have our eternal respect if you pick this, because oh my goodness, trying to learn that inside of a week is going to be having 3 people learn that inside of a week is going to be
yeah, that also has to be with each team. Anyways, that was the final map of this map pool before the tiebreaker.
What a way
to finish it off before we see Tremendous, very aptly named with that capitalized end in the name, made by Mint, custom made 965,000 by Transcendence earlier. That should be a little bit scary already. 7,369 combo with a miss towards the end. This is going to be brutal. Yeah.
If you thought a multi-genre SmackDown was hard, this is an order of magnitude more difficult, and the fact that this clocks in at just over 7 minutes, you're already dead tired from an excruciating long match with some very, very difficult songs to play through, and you're being introduced to this.
Yeah. That's pretty much all you can really say. There's not much we can commentate about, like, in the moment. We're just waiting for things to happen. Because this is your finals tiebreaker. This is the second to last tiebreaker we're going to be seeing. Second to last pool. So obviously, this is going to be extremely brutal. And I think that was already pretty clear from those intro long note patterns that we've already seen. And continue to be seeing here in this transition. We're not even in the main part. This is just the transition.
If the build-up is this hard, I can only imagine what the drops are going to be, and you can already see like there's so much to work with here in terms of being inundated with these LN patterns through this introduction. The Rice is kind of there just to keep you on your toes into transitions, to not give you a bit of a break, but we're only a quarter of the way in.
This is a 7-minute map. 7 minutes and 16 seconds. We still have 5 whole minutes left.
Best buckle in and just enjoy the show here as we begin this next build up here.
Yeah, just keep going. When you're seeing transitions and build-ups being as hard as they are already, you're gonna have something coming to you when the drops actually start happening. And we got some core jacks here. We see some pretty fast ones keeping up with that BPM that we saw from Kill Each Other earlier. Not going to be a walk in the park for many players, especially if you have to put out the players who are just the most balanced overall for these teams. I really want to see a tiebreaker, but I'm so nervous to like just see, who ends up going in for them, because some of these patterns you just have to be so well balanced for to get good scores on this. And there's definitely going to be teams, even in the top 6 right now, there's going to be teams that just don't have the full 3 players that are going to be able to get through all of this without like significant damage.
For sure. It's appropriate for a tiebreaker. You want to make sure that the teams that are capable of putting those players in this position to perform at their peak make it through. So a very apt test as we make our way into the back half, and you see this build up once again. Oh, these outlands.
Brutal long no patterns. Yeah, we see some mini jacks on opposing hands from the held down patterns. But those trills are really fast too. No column locking anymore, so that shouldn't be too much of an issue. But we transition out of that into some really, really fast mini jack kind of hybridy sections here as we're just now getting to the second half. Like, we're barely into the second half. This is going to be brutal for pretty much anyone who gets to this point. I hope, for the player's sake, that they don't make it, but I hope, for my sake and the viewer's sake, that at least one tiebreaker happens. We need to see it happen.
Yeah, we got a bit spoiled during these semifinals. A lot of very close matches. A couple of tiebreakers coming out as well.
2 of them, maybe. Maybe that'll show off. Maybe that's a little bit of a premonition. We'll see some more coming in finals. Who knows? We have, what is it? 4 matches. 4 matches, that's a lot of opportunities for tiebreakers.
For sure, especially with how close the remaining teams are. And we see, again, the build-up once again. You get this minuscule break before you get into this brutal reverse shield jack-oriented section. And again, these structures, these LN structures start to become more apparent, more intrusive.
We got a little bit of a dense jump string, pretty slow, I'm sure players should handle that just fine, but this sounds like the introduction to that drop, kind of similar to that LN jump scare we saw in multi-genre Smackdown from the semifinals. But we had a little bit better of an introduction to it, so we'll see how this ends up going, but this is just brutal. Like, we've said it so many times, but
yeah,
you can't overstate how much this kind of pushes the envelope.
For sure, in terms of physicality, in terms of composure, in terms of stamina, both physical and mental. Because I mean, you start playing your way through this. You're already 3/4 of the way through. The nerves start to build up just a little bit because you're wondering just how well your team is performing. You can't let those thoughts get in there, lest you find yourself dropping left and right, and you don't want to be the one to drop on a map like this, because every single miss is important with how close these teams are, and it's really just going to come down to the slimmest of margin. We already saw in the last round a match decided by less than 250 points on the tiebreaker. Yeah, every note matters.
So really, really important to mention. So Nazuka is the player. Transcendence nowadays missed at the 3/4 mark at that 7,300. We had a 900 combo run again. We're approaching 9,000 combo right now, and we still have a map left to go. Does this actually hit 10,000 combo as its maximum?
We could very well be in 10,000 node territory with a map this long, and I mean, this section here at the end
is brutal. These patterns are so difficult, and what is this? This looks like the 285 BPM jump stream section, so good luck. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say.
There is not much left to say. As the map begins to wind down, you finally get a chance to catch your breath and wonder if your team came out on top, and that will do it.
Yeah, that map hits 9,600 combo.
That's ridiculous. But that
9,700.
that will do it for this finals map pool showcase. To the teams remaining, good luck and congratulations for making it this far. To those that have been eliminated this weekend, congrats for making it this far. Commiserations, but the show must go on, and this is going to be a bit of a ride.
A bit of a ride might be an understatement. That's for
a roller coaster.
Yeah, we've got one winners bracket match. We got winners finals coming up next weekend with Brazil versus South Korea. I'm so excited to see that match. We saw Malaysia really take Brazil to the edge. Philippines just not being able to take down South Korea in that case. Going to the tiebreaker. That's going to be a super exciting match, but losers bracket, all of the stakes alive still, looking for that final top 3 position. Philippines versus Japan to start. Malaysia versus the United States on the other end. Winner of those two will face each other on the same pool just to make sure that we have our top 3 solidified. We got those 4 matches coming up next weekend. I'm super excited for that, but I think there's something else that I need to mention before we log off for the weekend.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Toph?
I think I might be. I think if you go to the OC store, there might be banners that you can buy to support the teams that are still in this tournament looking for that top 3 position.
Say no more. How much do those banners cost, Toph?
I believe it's about $2.50, which is a steal for an incredible looking banner on your profile. And if you choose the winner of the tournament, that banner stays until the next iteration of the 4K World Cup. But let's say the $2.50 is too little for you and you want to donate more. What do we do then?
Then you can go over to the Open Collective, an initiative that we have going on for the Osmania 4K World Cup, where you can donate as much or as little as you'd like to the prize pool to give to the players at the conclusion of the tournament. So if that $2.50 is too little for you and you want to be that generous benefactor, you can head on over there and give as much as you'd like. But Toph, we have had some incredible matches. We have had an incredible map pool showcase. I think it is time for us to say goodbye.
I think it sure is. What an incredible weekend we've had. I've been Toph Daddy, joined by Sparky for this finals map pool